Chapter 13. I repeat, what are you doing in my apartment, sleeping in my bed? Naruto tried again when it became obvious Hikaru was still half asleep. The older teen blearily sat up. Oh, Chibi-kohai, I wasn't expecting you back until tomorrow, he greeted. Naruto's hand rested on a seal placed on the wall. Just a burst of his specific Kyuubi chakra and hundreds of kunai would launch from a series of traps and converge on the futon and skewer Hikaru alive. Senpai, you have 3 seconds to start explaining why you're here and not in your own apartment, or I will try out my new home security trap seals on you. Naruto threatened. Hikaru gulped. Heh, no need to get hasty. See, my apartment is infested with rats, so I had to move out for the next week. We're roommates now. Hell no. Why aren't you at HQ? The dorms are there for a reason. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dragon Team kicked me out for having no regards for tidiness, whatever that means, and the captain and Yugao said you wouldn't mind. Just, how can a Hyuga be so un-Hyuga-like? Naruto questioned when the shock caught up to him. Your apartment is so messy that rats invaded, the dorms aren't capable of housing you, and everybody is pawning you off to me. The youngest Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at his friend, who upon closer inspection had several articles of clothing, books, and weapons laying around. Well, I refuse to let you be this way, Hikaru. While you are here you will be neat and tidy? But cleaning is boring, you're just like Hayashi-sama, you don't understand that my apartment is like a canvas of art and art is messy. Naruto shuddered in remembrance of his last mission. I won't tell you how to keep your canvas, but this is my canvas and I happen to like seeing the floor with the use of the Byakugan. Clean this up while I'm in the shower or I'm telling Guy you want to room with him. Instantly Hikaru was cleaning the whole apartment, while a shadow clone of his dusted. A thought came to his mind. Hey, Hikaru? I'll sleep on the couch tonight, as a reward for you actually cleaning. Next morning? Naruto stretched lazily at 9 in the morning, and slowly took off the earplugs from both his and Angel's ears. The cat mirrored his stretches. Naruto. She purred at him as she received a back scratch. Did we actually get to sleep in? Yep. Hikaru just begged to be Guy's training partner today, so who were we to refuse? Naruto chirped. Angel blinked. Ha! Naruto chuckled. Don't worry about it, let's go on a run before breakfast. We don't have to be at the training grounds until noon. He bit a thumb through his mask and did the summoning jutsu. Akira and Hisoka appear with dual yawns. What's the big idea, calling us so early? Akira mumbles. Oh, just a proposition for you. Naruto replies easily. Noon, training ground 3. Naruto strolled into the grounds to find a very irritated Kuranai, Asuma, and crying Guy, while the genin worked on various exercises. Naruto, you're late. We've been here since 7 this morning, you were scheduled to start your traps and obstacle course 2 hours ago. Kuranai lectured in a chiding tone. Asuma snorted. Why are you surprised? Kakashi has been trying to make him a clone of his, lateness is just a part of it. YOSH. My youthful neighbor. Let us reignite your flames of youth. Hikaru washed in the flames of youth this morning. You do well to follow his example of youth. Guy kept rambling until Kuranai whacked him. Kuranai turned towards Naruto but he held up his hands. Listen, I'm sorry for being late, senpai told me noon, swear. Kuranai relaxed and Asuma sweat dropped. Damn Kakashi, let's see how he likes a henged him leading a crusade against Ika, he muttered. After a moment he looked back. Oh, sorry. Anyways, gather your students up and I'll start the exercise. Wait, but don't you need to prepare? Asuma asked. Naruto shook his head. No, let's just say a few friends of mine setting up the forest. Okay then. Hey everyone. Come over here, Asuma called and the genin gathered around. Confused looks from everyone but Team 7 came when they gazed at Naruto standing among their senseis. This is your next instructor, Naruto. He's filling in for Kakashi today. Naruto eyed his former classmates wearily. He dressed in his off-duty gear, without the flak jacket or headband. Both were stored in a scroll on his hip pouch though. Overall he didn't give the impression of ninja. Good, he smirked inwardly. He wanted to see their faces when his former tormentors and classmates realized he wasn't dead last anymore, even if they didn't find out he was a ninja now, much less a Chunin and ANBU. Oi, what's the failure doing here? Akamaru could beat this brat. Right boy? Akamaru yipped at his master's boasting, but Naruto kept a blank face. The others started questioning him. And Naruto, why are you teaching us T-traps? Hinata asked with a blush. Naruto eyed her. Because I am proficient at them and they have helped me in the past. You 12 will be completing a mission, so to speak. My partner, a young hellcat named Angel, is napping somewhere in the training grounds. Your objective is to find her and bring her back, safely. There will be opposition from some of my summons as well, but you are to disarm or avoid setting off any traps on your way to and from. Hinata blushed when he looked at her and she turned away. Whatever, loser, me and Akamaru will beat this course all by ourselves. Kiba boasted. Naruto chuckled. Too bad, your captain is Sakura, any insubordination will be punished severely. Forehead's the leader. No way, Sasuke-kun is the strongest, he should lead, Ino insisted, but looked over at Team 7. Sakura looked like this was normal. It was, as Kakashi-sensei and Hikaru-sensei had made her lead due to her brains and support role while Sasuke gave a grudging shrug. He had to admit, letting Sakura come up with the plans enabled him to get more experience fighting. It's troublesome, but I agree with Ino that Sakura isn't the best choice. And you failed the academy, so you are not our superior. Sakura looked ready to correct him but silenced her with a look, one Shikamaru caught. Sigh, too bad. I'm your teacher today and I assign Sakura as the captain. Follow her orders like you would on an ANBU or Jonin squad. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes slightly at the analogy but assented. Now, you have 30 minutes to plan before my summons will start attacking, though knowing Akira she'll begin in about 10. Time runs out at sunset. With that Naruto pulled out a kunai launching tag Jiraiya had taught him. He wanted to expand the effective range from 10 meters to at least 15, it's just fitting the expanded matrix on the same sized paper was proving difficult. Plopping on the ground he shooed his former classmates away. YOSH. My eternal rival, we shall complete this task or I will run around Konoha 50 times on my hands. If I can't do that then I'll climb the Hokage mountain with my teeth. Lee would have continued if Naruto didn't look up, deep in thought about his seal problem. Sorry Lee, what did I miss? Lee and Guy face faulted while the other Jonin sweat dropped at Naruto's obviously accidental echoing of Kakashi. Ever since Guy began training him, Naruto and Lee had become sort of rivals, though it was more Lee trying to rope him into a contest and Naruto refusing each time. Curse your hip and cool, Naruto. Lee cried. Niji, who had worked to keep quiet as wasting his breath on losers was beneath him, grabbed his teammate and dragged him towards the group of genin. Niji would make the Haruno relieve command to him, the genius, and then they would beat the failure Naruto's course. With the Byakugan it would be easy, even if the boy did have summons. Naruto watched them go and turned back to his work with a smile. Say, Naruto. He looked up at Kuranai. Yes. They're going to win with 2 Byakugan, an Inuzuka, and an Aburame, are you sure you don't want to do something else? And putting Sakura of all people, Naruto glared sharply. I'm sorry, senpai, but you forget, I have a Hyuga on my team. But my youthful student is a prodigy, Guy pointed out, only to grow confused at Naruto's snort. He may be good for a genin, but Hikaru is a decade ahead of him in both ninjutsu and the Byakugan, despite being only 2.5 years older. Hikaru is a real genius, even if he doesn't flaunt it. In my position, I learned enough traps and how to use them in ways that make the fancy Kekkei Genkai your students rely on useless, as you will see. As for leadership, I picked Sakura because she's intelligent, stronger than most of the other genin now, and has experience in my tests. What about Shikamaru? I know you keep tabs on your old classmates, you know he has a high IQ and is a master at shogi. Humph, he gives up, and I'd bet he'd even quit in the finals for the Chunin exams if he believed it too troublesome. Also, he's weak, while with Sakura, even Hikaru is becoming nervous with her use of Sanban and tactics. Though, I still don't expect them to win. Not when Akira is so motivated, he mused. Asuma took a puff. And what did you promise that insane feline? He asked, remembering the challenge between Kakashi and the blonde. Said blonde rubbed his head sheepishly. Oh, nothing. Just that, if she kept the genin from even reaching Angel I'd teach her how to activate exploding seals. She's very eager now. Just then Kiba scream and later yell of damn cat. Who would pick the devil's summon? Naruto Yoch. Stupid tiger made the gathered wince. Wow, only 27 minutes early. I didn't expect her patience to last that long. With Kakashi? Our favorite copy ninja crouched low in a deserted alleyway, still even after 6 hours of waiting. Dragon and Tenzo were next to him. Stay still, Dragon signed in annoyance when Tenzo shifted just a bit. Keep waiting, it shouldn't be long now. IWA is supposed to be sending their Jinchuriki this way. Remember the plan? Kakashi gripped his knees, really hating this plan. Konoha, in all her wisdom, decided that since IWA had been confirmed to sending a small aid in force to Konoha in hopes of destroying them, that one of the Jinchuriki they'd be sending, Han, should be taken out of the picture. Intel from a certain ANBU inside IWA who worked at Han's favorite dango shop, confirmed the Jinchuriki was headed towards the western border for a simple assassination mission. Too bad he wouldn't make it. After all, the commander, a Sharingan user, and a wood-style user against a Jinchuriki was hardly a fair fight. And if his death was quietly blamed on Kumo so that they'd have to focus on Konoha's rival? All the better. Kakashi just hoped his little brother/student was handling his genin okay. Chapter 14. Naruto chuckled at Kiba's cries and Akamaru's yelps. Kuranai gave him a look. I don't appreciate you laughing at my student, Naruto. They didn't get the full amount of time and is setting your beasts against them really fair? Hey, first they're cat summons, and second we're ninjas. Since when is fair a part of our lifestyle? I haven't had more than 2 days off since I became a shinobi? Every day I'm supposed to be off for medical or mission leave, Dragon-sama, Gai-sensei, or senpai has something for me to do, be it training or a favor. Yesterday I got home and was told by Kakashi-senpai I needed to take over today. So please, just can it, Kuranai-senpai, I'm really just too tired to give a damn. And in a huff Naruto deftly stored his seals and stalked off to observe his former classmates be taken out by an undersized panther, a silent tiger, and lots of traps. Perhaps my youthful neighbor has dried up his youth from overwork, Guy said in an usually serious voice once Naruto's lithe form disappeared into the canopy, his chakra signature becoming almost non-existent to anyone below a jonin. Asuma sighed while Kuranai winced. I didn't know he was that busy. Then again, he's hardly in the village proper anymore. The civilians and lower Chunin had begun to wonder if he was even around anymore, and none of them know he graduated. Yeah, Pops and the higher-ups are treating everything about the kid as some kind of top secret. Not even my youthful protege knows he is a ninja. On the days Lee is with us Naruto is in his hip and cool off-duty clothes. Oh, curse you Kakashi for taking away his most youthful orange. I heard that was the ANBU actually Asuma pointed out, to which Guy ignored. With the test takers? The genin weren't even 20 feet in and already 10 out of the 12 had experienced various traps or were caught under one of the cats. The exceptions were Sai who had narrowly missed an elaborate kunai and wire course and Shino, whose bugs were acting as his defense. Arg, who made Naruto pissed off. Sakura moaned as she was caught in the third paint bomb. Naruto was never this vindictive unless someone hurt him first. Sasuke snorted and used his Sharingan to deflect some shuriken. Neji cried in frustration. My eyes can see destiny, why can't they pick up where these childish pranks are hiding? Hinata was quietly wondering why hers weren't helping either and Shikamaru dropped into his thinking pose. A heavy mist rolled through the forest laden with chakra and a disembodied voice rang out. You all wonder why the dead last is able to outsmart you? Newsflash, I have always been able to outprank ANBU and the village heck, I could outrun most of them before I was 11. Neji, I am friends with Hikaru, and his eyes are stronger than yours. Nonsense. Neji claimed. His were the strongest since his father's. That disgrace focuses on inferior techniques to the Byakugan, his eyes have already been surpassed by even Hanabi. TSK, no. Yours and Hanabi's eyes have the potential to surpass Hikaru's, but you are just a new genin and Hikaru is a jonin at 15. That, and he doesn't rely on his eyes to fight, they are just a tool like every other kunai or exploding tag. Naruto was slinking through the trees in a taunting manner as he ripped into his friend's little cousin's pride. Hikaru rarely discussed his clan but he had a special place in his heart for Neji more of a desire to beat the fate out of him as the boy bought into the clan's whispers that his eyes were already at the pinnacle and that Hikaru was a failure for having an even skill set. Naruto set this part of the test just for him, and Akira joined him in sniggering at the genin's misfortune from her perch nearby. Now start working together, I'll be watching. The mist pulled away slowly and Sakura cleared her throat. Alright everyone. We have about 5 hours left to make it through the forest of traps, grab Angel, and bring her back to the clearing, all while staying away from Akira and Hisoka. Naruto taught Sasuke basic traps and Sai the more advanced ones so they'll each be in charge of a subgroup. Shikamaru, who should be on what team and what should our formations be? Sakura asked, and the group stared in shock as someone willingly split up the leadership. As Shikamaru prepared to speak Neji spoke up. It is unwise for a civilian ninja like you to take charge, as you also have no real skills or experience, especially as my failure of a cousin taught you. I'll decide the teams and Sasuke, who had stood next to him, backed off and Sakura's fist shot Neji back. She cracked her knuckles. Don't insult Hikaru-sensei, and Naruto put me in charge. So shut up. The genin were wide-eyed and many could have sworn a camera click went off from above. Sakura turned a sweet smile back to Shikamaru. Continue, please. Troublesome, woman. Fine, here's how we'll do this. As the genin planned and set off Naruto was enjoying the pictures he captured, Hikaru would garner no small amount of amusement from the snapshot of Neji being blown away by the Pinkette's fist. Good job, Sakura, he complimented quietly as she delegated each task perfectly, much like a true leader. 15 minutes later after Akira had once again swept in for a visit to the genin, the feline appeared next to Naruto's new perch as he worked on the seal. Naruto, can I hang out with Angel? This is boring, she asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Boring? You love this kind of thing. I saw how you turned Kiba's jacked into ribbons and claw I love felines into his front. The panther puffed out her cheeks. Yeah, but they're too easy. Hisoka is keeping them busy anyways, so please. She turned the kitten eyes on him, and the blonde couldn't resist. Fine, but don't do anything stupid. And don't let the genin capture Angel, it'd be a blow to our pride. Akira grinned and left, Naruto deciding to do the same and headed off back to the clearing to at least keep some semblance of a working relationship with the Jonin sensei. 30 minutes before sunset, with Angel and Akira? Just remember to always fill the mouth with chakra too and you'll be fine, Angel advised from her perch that Naruto left her on. The Hellcat had spent the afternoon napping and working on the false surroundings genjutsu when Akira appeared asking for a favor. The panther grinned wickedly before darting off through the shadows, and Angel idly wondered if Naruto would forgive her for this. He'll probably find it hilarious. She decided and sat back down for another nap. Sakura and Ino were in the leading group, along with Shino and Niji, who could see the traps once the various layers of chakra and blocking seals were disabled by Sakura and Ino every few feet. They were almost at the spot where Naruto's cat would be and Sakura was ready to be done and go home, if only so she wouldn't have to listen to the constant infighting. By now they had barely 15 minutes if that before sunset. Akira dropped in front of the group, causing them to go into the defensive. The genin had managed to injure Hisoka with a grazing, making him poof, but the panther hadn't shown herself. Ha ha ha. Taste this, humans, Akira's voice cackled and a stream of fire exploded from her mouth, hitting Ino's hair. Eep. The blonde girl screamed as the ends of her hair went up in flames. Sakura, not wasting time, cut the burning tendrils off before it reached the scalp and pulled her friend away. Shikamaru's group, capture her before she burns down the whole forest. Sakura ordered and Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Hinata move in, surrounding the feline. Shino sends a wave of bugs as well. Akira lets loose another round of flames, burning the bugs and singing Hinata's jacket. All around the group the forest burned. Sasuke fired off a fireball to counter Akira's and Sakura resisted to urge to rub her temples as she and Shikamaru attempted to come up with a plan. None of them knew much, if any, elemental ninjutsu, and no water ninjutsu at all. Kiba and Akamaru did a Getsuga into a tree, releasing a torrent of wire, entrapping them and Sai, who was near. Ino was still fussing over her locks and Choji used a human boulder into Shikamaru. Water style, water wall was heard and Naruto commanded a torrent of water from a scroll, soaking everything and everyone and effectively putting out the fire. He glared down at the group, though mainly Akira. This test is over, meet me in the clearing. He used a shunshin and was gone, much to the genin's chagrin. Naruto had all 12 in front of him, sitting soaked on the ground and looking between sheepish to enraged. He snorted as Kiba gave Akira on his shoulder death glares, and bopped the feline as she hissed back. The Jonin were hidden nearby to listen in. I am very disappointed, he began. Protests began but an icy glare they had never seen before silenced them. Again, disappointed. Academy students would do better than you guys. Yes, Akira should have had the foresight to not use fire ninjutsu in a forest, but so should you, Sasuke. Not only did you 12 fail, but your pace was slow, something that will get you killed in the field. Oh, yeah, loser? You didn't even graduate, what do you know? Naruto's eye twitched. Oh screw it. Sakura, Sasuke, Sai. All three stood at attention as Hikaru and Kakashi to an extent taught them. Tell me, what rank am I? Chunin, senpai, the three answered immediately and Naruto had them sit down. Naruto nodded and took out his vest and headband. Good, yes. I am a Chunin, it was a field promotion. Now, on to other matters. How did you get promoted? Village secret. Naruto cut Ino off immediately. You have to learn when to use jutsu, and how to move silently. I watched you all for hours in between bugging your sensei, and you all talked too much, moved too loudly, and misused jutsu throughout the entire test. A cramped space is not the place to try a human boulder or Getsuga. Your sensei will have their own reports now. Oh, and if any of you talk about my status you'll be charged with insubordination and receive a black mark, Naruto added as he left, pointedly looking at Ino. She gulped but nodded and the off-duty ANBU left the genin to speculate amongst themselves. Well, I didn't expect him to tell them his status, Asuma whispered from his perch. Guy looked thoughtful while Kuranai looked a bit miffed. Still, Naruto didn't have to be so rough on them, they aren't trained to the degree he was. And that's not my fault, Naruto's amused voice added as he walked up with Angel, Akira having left for home already. It's better for them to learn here in the village than die in the field. That's what I was taught. Besides, they did okay, just their ego needs work. Though I'm surprised you have ANBU helping your team, Kuranai-senpai. See you three at the poker game tomorrow. Naruto waved as he walked off, no doubt to get some rest, leaving a now thoughtful group of jonin in his wake. Hey, Naruto. Yes, Angel. Naruto answered while buying some takeout ramen for Yakumo and him. He didn't have a mission tomorrow, just training at 10 with the Hokage, so Naruto planned to visit his new friend. Why were you so mean-sounding back there? Akira even said you told them to be harsher and those traps were higher than they'd see in the Chunin exams. Sigh. It's just, I was bullied by most of the genin back in the academy, and the rest ignored me. It was a form of payback. As for the jonin, well, I don't think they'll underestimate me now, he smirked. Angel purred. Yeah, I don't think so either. Are you mad though? About me showing Akira a fire jutsu? He snorted. Hell no, that was hilarious, especially when it hit Ino's hair. Huh. Though I will need to talk to her about restraint. My water ninjutsu is coming along, Naruto added and began telling his partner about his success, the two jutsu that were beginning to not drain him completely. Yakumo stared down at her bowl curiously as Naruto and Angel consumed theirs with gusto. She tried to take a peek while Naruto ate, but the ANBU was sly and she never managed. Huh? Not hungry? Naruto asked with a hint of worry as Yakumo was already too skinny. Go on, it's good. He reassured her. Yakumo hesitated before taking a small bite, unable to hide how much she liked it as she grinned. She sensed Naruto being smug and huffed. It's all right, she gave in. Thanks, Mouse. No problem, he responded and got another bowl as they watched the stars start to rise. With Kakashi's group? Kakashi's earth wall was shattered by a now version 2 Han. Tenzo's vines ensnared the Jinchuriki twice now, but the amount of chakra to hold down that many tails was frightening. Kakashi prepared his Sharingan as Tenzo again prepared his jutsu. However, Han refused to meet Kakashi's gaze for the Genjutsu to set in. This assassination would have been easy, if not for the fact Han was being accompanied by a jonin, one dragon was currently facing. Dragon stared at his opponent, a jonin Kunoichi who licked her lips menacingly. Earth style, earth and stone dragon. She called and the ground rose to resemble a massive dragon. Dragon repressed an eye roll at her power display. I can't mess around, Kakashi and Tenzo are having trouble. Han is better than we thought. I'll have to use it. For both of them? The commander, mind made up, used 3 successive shunshins to first dodge the dragon and then get into her defense. The IWA jonin blocked his sword with her own, and she looked into the ANBU's eyes. Big mistake. Sharingan, the IWA nin gasped. In one eye, a glowing red and spinning orb met her gaze, spinning. Night, night, he said, as she fell into trance. A slice later and she was dead. Turning his head towards the exploding demonic chakra, Dragon grimaced. I hope Hiruzen forgives me, he muttered and left to save his comrades, both of whom were wearing down. Chapter 15. With Naruto, midnight. The blonde ANBU made it home in time to see Hikaru walk from the bathroom to the bedroom on his hands, singing about the new ANBU in Gamma Squad. Angel blinked, Naruto face-palmed, and both just quietly collapsed on the couch, vowing to never speak of the incident again. Naruto. Naruto shot up half an hour later when Kurama's voice rang in his head. It had been a while since the fox had called him anything resembling a non-insult. Yes, Kurama? It's nothing. Just go to sleep. Kurama grumbled after a minute. Naruto sighed at his sort of friend's attitude. No. You've been like this since I failed to use 4 tails, Kurama. What is with you? Go to the forest of death and enter your mindscape. We'll talk there. Confused, Naruto replaces himself with a shadow clone, letting Angel sleep on the fake stomach and silently put on his shoes. With a look back towards his bedroom door, the blonde quietly leaves for a place he dreaded. With Dragon hours earlier? The commander of ANBU had to be the best in the forces. He had to be on par with Hokage, be able to keep a cool head in the most dire of situations, and have the ability to step in if the Hokage died in battle. Dragon had all those things, and still found it difficult to face his underlings, both of whom were technically older than him. We'll discuss this later. For now, Kakashi, prepare the lighting ninjutsu and Tiger try to keep him boxed in with your Mokyuten. No, go. Dragon ordered and activated his cursed eye. Han stared impassively at his attackers, clearly Konoha, but inside both he and Kokuo were nervous. So far he could pick apart the 2 shinobi, but this new one. Be careful, that one has the Mangekyo. He's dangerous, we should retreat. Kokuo was advising frantically. Han would heed that advice, if only it wasn't impossible with this empty terrain. Perfect for his boil release as targets couldn't hide. It was also perfect for his new opponent as well, it seemed. Only crossing his arms in an X stopped a shunshin to the throat. After images filled the space around him, making the Jinchuriki have to dodge both a shunshin master and wooden spikes. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. Kakashi pushed his chakra into Han, managing to puncture the mechanism for his steam. Shit, Han cursed and did a spiral spin to avoid multiple wooden spikes. Contrary to popular belief, Han was very flexible, and was able to get inside his opponent's openings. With 2 hand signs, a stream of steam shoots out of his hands at the Mokutan user, only for it to catch fire as a wood clone. Ducking, he avoids a cartwheel kick and grabs the dragon-masked one's leg and crushes down hard. The man just hisses and another lighting jutsu impales the other side of his armor, this time paralyzing Han for a moment. For tales of his version 1, cloak erupt again after disappearing when he believed the fight to be over before the fast one joined in, and he was regretting it now. Still swinging his capture around, Han caught Kakashi in his range. Erupting strong foot, using the last of his boiling steam, Han rockets the copy ninja away towards Tenzo, and only survived as his Sharingan allowed him to see the attack in time to block the brunt of it aimed at his chest. Needless to say, Kakashi would be hurting in the morning. Wood style, smothering binding technique, Tenzo wheezed, a bit out of chakra. His reserves were never anything special and today was taxing them. Wooden vines captured Han, immobilizing and draining the demonic chakra. Han was already pushing through it, though he dropped Dragon and the man used a Shunshin to land next to Tenzo. Chidori, Kakashi said as he Susanoo, Tsukumo, an inhuman-looking chakra image of a warrior-like creature rises above Dragon. Its ribcage opens and several chakra spikes shoot forward, impaling Han and the land around the Jinchuriki before dissipating once Dragon drops the technique and clutches the eye. Han lay dead, the demonic chakra already spreading everywhere. Ugh, it's been too long since I used that. Dragon groaned. His subordinates dropped to the ground as well, Kakashi and Tenzo both sporting burns and cracked ribs, Dragon himself having a possibly fractured leg. His Shunshin was useful, but it left the user open for a counter-strike. It's how he lost his first eye all those years ago. He wraps the leg up after some medical ninjutsu, deeming it able to last till they got back. Dragon-sama, how Tenzo tried but Dragon stopped him. Once we're safe at home. That chakra will be felt by reinforcements and they'll be here within several hours. For now, make your wood go away, Kakashi, add some more lighting marks while I position the bodies and hide our trail. Rain started puttering due to it being the wet season, a small blessing as it would aid in masking their scents. Yes sir, they both said, though neither could look at him. The things he did for Konoha? Back in Konoha, present. And we made it where IWA will suspect Kumo, just as you ordered, Hokage-sama. Dragon finished his report, him and the others sitting down, the Hokage looking older than ever. They were in the Black Ops room, the place where missions that didn't exist were handed out. Dragon had been here many times, the worst still when he was given that mission. Thank you, Dragon. While it pains me to possibly start a war between the two villages, Konoha wouldn't have survived had they sent Han and Rashi. At least now we stand a solid chance. Of course, Hokage-sama. Dragon bowed his head. Kakashi and Tenzo, who was unmasked, had blank looks. We have around 5 years give or take before the Gobi manifests again, at which IWA will scramble to reseal it. Until then only Kumo has 2, putting us at an advantage as we hold the Kyuubi, though I hate thinking of Naruto that way. Mouse knows his duty, and he's happy. He just has a chakra battery of sorts, one that will help both him and Konoha in the long run. Sarutobi assents and sighs. Now, I think you need a few minutes alone with your team. This room is secure, I'll be taking a stroll. You have authorization to tell them what you wish, even the whole truth. The weight of that statement hit the commander as his leader stood up and walked away. Soon they were left alone. The 3 powerful shinobi, 1 S-rank and the other 2 A-ranked, sat in silence. Finally, Kakashi spoke. Why did you let us think you were dead, Shursui? For the first time in years, Dragon took off his mask outside of his sealed room. The face of Shursui Uchiha, thought to everyone but his Hokage to be dead until now, that is stared with one eye at his old comrades and friends. It's hard to explain. Try as Kakashi quipped. He had been on the same squad as Shursui for a short time before the younger man became a one-man team for a special assignment for the Hokage. Kakashi and Tenzo had both tried to keep in contact with their friend, but he drifted apart, eyes becoming more worried. And then he committed suicide, though many blamed Itachi. It was another failure on Kakashi's part, even if the rational side assured him he had no way of knowing what was happening. And now Shursui sat in front of him once again, not dead, but instead a different person, as the commander, a more serious but still joking individual. It was too much. Kakashi had to know why. Fine, just sit back and don't interrupt, okay? The two nodded slowly. Taking a deep breath, Shursui spoke, taking Sarutobi's advice and getting the weight off of him. It all began when Danzo Shimura set his eyes on the Sharingan. After Naruto's birth he did everything to sow discord among the clan for his own desires. My cousin, Itachi, was caught in the middle. The most loyal shinobi I know. Itachi tried his hardest to stop it, but Danzo and another party didn't want the Uchiha stopped, they wanted them dead. On and on Shursui spun the tale of the Uchiha's tragic demise, too enraptured shinobi his audience. With Naruto? Naruto sat in a treehouse his captain had made for the squad during their training last month. Getting into the lotus position, he dove deep into his mind. Waking up in the sewer like Seal was never a fun moment. Naruto blinked quickly but struck off towards Kurama. Kurama held his breath as his container approached. He wasn't sure if he should be hopeful or spiteful. Hope that this weird child that was a certain type of genius with a silly side was the one? Or be spiteful in the knowledge that he was like every other human since father? Kurama didn't know. Naruto ambled in and smiled slightly at Kurama, not realizing before then how much he had grown to begrudgingly care for the fox in his head. Hey, Kurama. What's the deal dragging me out here? You're here to meet me. A voice very much like Naruto's own yet dripping with malice spoke. From the shadows a clone of Naruto though with black holes for eyes, walks out, a cruel smirk under his mask. You're not a shadow clone, Naruto deduced. Yet you look like me minus the eyes. Who are you? Why I'm you. Or, the real you, that is the clone mocked, walking around Naruto like a predator. Kurama watched silently from the shadows of his cage. The creature in front represented the deep darkness in his container's heart, the rage that Kurama could gather up. If Naruto couldn't beat it, he'd be taken over, and Kurama would be released. The fox didn't know if he wanted that. Before meeting and talking with Naruto, he'd have done anything to escape, but now? Now, he wasn't sure that having a human that was approaching friendship status dying was what he wanted. Not even for freedom. As he observed, Kurama just sighed and realized either way things were changing. I'm the darkness, the rage you want to unleash. I'm what the villagers created. I'm the killer in you. Give in, we'll become powerful with me in charge. Dark Naruto, as the original began thinking of him as, said while pointing to himself. No. I won't let you take over, things are different now. I have friends, comrades. The two clashed, Dark Naruto aiming for vital points, Naruto doing the same. Punch for punch they match, blocking everything the other throws, any cuts disappearing as it was in the mindscape. The village is better now, my squad, my family, is enough. The shinobi sector accepts me. They break apart and glare, both realizing a battle of strength would do nothing. So, words were the ammo now. Yet you can't walk around the village except in your ANBU gear without jeers and fearful looks? Dark Naruto countered. Naruto shook his head. They'll change, and I don't need them. The ANBU and Jonin see us as a weapon. We remind everyone of father or their pain. Not even our godfather wanted us, you still refuse to see the truth. Remember this. A scene in the water played out. It was of Naruto, barely an age to read, yet kicked out of the orphanage. An ANBU Kakashi he realized watched impassively from the tree nearby, simply signaling for the Hokage to be called, never comforting Naruto as he sat on a swing in the dying light. The Hokage had sighed when he arrived soon after, and had let Naruto sleep in his office that night. The council had decided to put him in an apartment after that, and Naruto had always been alone. That was years ago. It's in the past. His protests died when another scene appeared. This time a 10-year-old Naruto had cried to his Gigi that his papers were being graded wrong, but the Hokage just brushed him off with a "Don't accuse our Chunin of such things without real proof. Keep working hard, Naruto, and I'm sure you'll pass soon." Naruto had gone on a pranking spree after that, no one bothering to notice how cunning they were or how far he'd grown. Multiple other memories appeared, each painful in their own way. Being glared at when he failed, the jeers barely whispered. Walking into his apartment vandalized again on his birthday while he was at school. No violent acts, but still to have his books torn and food kicked around a bit was disheartening. He'd never pressed charges, even the times they caught the ones responsible, as he wanted them to accept him and be Hokage. Now do you see? They need to pay. With Kurama's help we could rampage, make them fear us, make them respect us. No, Naruto said, after looking at another memory, this time of one of his lonely camping trips into the forest while eating fish. He met his dark half's gaze. I will protect the village. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. Not everyone hates me. A lot of others are growing to like me, actually. I have comrades, a best friend even if he is an idiot and calls me a stupid nickname. Our dreams died because of the village. Dark Naruto pointed out. Naruto snorted. No, they changed. Why be Hokage stuck with paperwork when you can be a shinobi who protects their village on the field instead? I can be a Jonin sensei one day, an ANBU captain. Heck, if Dragon-sama ever retires he's ageless, I swear then I could be the commander. Naruto rambled on, and Dark Naruto growled. So you'll leave me behind? Here to rot while you make us the village's attack dog? What's the point? I'm useless. Naruto smiled a bit. No, you're not. Both Kurama and Dark Naruto shot him looks. You're the one that kept me alive, that made killing for the village doable. You made me know us balanced. For there can't be light without darkness, or good without bad. No one is all good, not even the sage. We just need to get along. Naruto said, remembering the lesson on yin and yang that the Hokage taught him. The past is the past, it's a part of who we are. But let's not let the past shadow the future, okay? He held out a hand, pulling down his mask and smiling a genuine smile. Dark Naruto gazes at the hand like it could be a trick, but hesitantly takes it. After a minute he too copies and pulls down his mask for a smile. Two whiskered blondes stare at one another, even as Dark Naruto's eyes become blue and he fades. Thank you were his last words, before Naruto had a feeling of completeness, a feeling he didn't realize he'd missed before now. Kurama's mouth was slightly agape. His container merged with his darkness, beating it not by force but by acceptance. Strangely, Kurama couldn't help but be impressed with the display. Hey, Kurama. His human friend, Kurama decided, said. Yes, Naruto could be a friend, even if his methods were delusional. Like the show, I hope, my friend? Humph. As if you could be my friend. Get out of here, Gaki, your presence annoys me. Kurama snorted, insulting Naruto, hiding the hopeful glint by the shadows. Bah. One day you'll see the truth, you like me. Just you wait. Whatever, Naruto. Neither understood that night under the crescent moon in the vicious forest, the buddings of the most powerful partnership was born. Even if it was in its infancy and dominated by insults. Some relationships were just like that. Unknown to Naruto, his captain and big brother/senpai were on their own emotional roller coaster. With Dragon no Shursui, they reminded themselves, looked hopeful after telling the first two people after the Hokage everything. So you were supposed to make Fugaku stop the coup with your Sharingan? Yes. And then Danzo stole one eye, so you went to the Hokage and instead of killing the bastard right there he had you fake your death by putting Itachi in a genjutsu and giving him your other eye, which was really your mother's who had died years ago. The coup happens, and now Itachi is a double agent for the village in an organization that wants to rip the Kyuubi out of Sensei's son. Yes. At the time we didn't know about the second man pulling the strings, or that Danzo helped organize the coup by manipulation. His plan was to use my eye to get Naruto under his control as Hiruzen would think it's his own choice. He succeeded too, but I reversed it, making Danzo freak out thinking the eye only worked as a pair. He went underground, keeping Root close. Hiruzen refused to believe his friend went that low, so I had to gather sufficient evidence in his words, before I can kill him and take my eye back. Technically I could kill him now, but Root has to be eradicated with its shinobi either joining or dying. Root was supposed to be controlled by the Hokage, but Danzo has kept most of them as his private army, doing dirty work that has actually harmed the village, not helped it. The plan now is to take him and his lackeys out right after the exams, letting the chaos of Orochimaru and Suna's plans be a mask for what amounts to mass murder. If some escape the initial cleansing, we can tell the public they're Suna spies instead of kidnapped and brainwashed members of clans. Out of the 300 Root agents, estimates from our mole inside is that only 100, the children, will be salvageable. An inside agent? Tenzo asked with a raised eyebrow. His time in Root showed that usually moles were quickly turned or eradicated. Yes, the agent used to follow Danzo blindly, but they've since started to question his methods after being on a long-term assignment in the village. They sought the Hokage and I out a while ago, letting us put a tracking seal on him and an aburame bug to gather intel. Because of them we're ready. Good, let's take the creep out, Kakashi states. Shursui blinked. Oh hell no. You two were told just to keep you quiet and that I wanted to let two of my old friends know the truth. You guys can just keep things running while the Hokage and I do this? Nope, sorry, Dragon-sama, Kakashi replied with an ice smile and sickly sweet tone, but according to you he tried to take Naruto and make him his own personal pet, and he already attempted the same thing on Tenzo here. We can be of help. Senpai is correct, let us help, we are comrades and friends. Tenzo added. Shursui smiled at them. Alright already, he held his hands up in surrender. You win, I'll write you up in my strategy. Now here he puts on his mask again and slightly shifts into dragon once more, even if they were basically the same. Let's go get some medical attention before I go break Mouse's defenses again. He rubbed his hands together gleefully. Kakashi and Tenzo sweat dropped. Dragon-sama? Why do you keep breaking down Naruto's seals and replacing his food every night? Tenzo asked. Dragon tapped where his chin would be. Well it's a good mental workout for me, disabling his traps and seals. That, and it makes Mouse keep improving security while also keeping him dedicated to Guy's training. That, and it's fun, he added as they walked, or in Dragon's case tried to not limp over to the medical section where Mednin would be waiting. An hour later the three made it to the apartments, Kakashi and Tenzo deciding to help in the mischief. They see Naruto casually walk into his door. Tenzo frowned. He's not supposed to be up this late. Oh, someone is having corner duty during our next Hokage shift, Tenzo muttered. Kakashi snorts. Tenzo, calm down, you're his captain, not mother. Naruto is a ninja and if he wants to stay out until 3 am in the morning that's his problem. Tenzo gaped at him while Dragon chuckled. I have to agree he shouldn't be punished, as tomorrow is just a training day not a mission. Also, I find the best punishment would be letting Guy help aid his flames of youth earlier than normal, ne. Two devilish smirks met his hidden one. Dragon knocked on Guy's door, and the green beast answered with a blinding grin. Greetings, Guy. Mouse was so heartbroken that you left him behind yesterday and I think taking him early would cheer him up. Him and his temporary roommate just love early morning workouts, Dragon said cheerfully. Guy rambled on about youth before zipping by with the training gear, already in Naruto's apartment, Kakashi and Tenzo having already gotten it untrapped for him. No were the dual cries as Naruto and Hikaru were manhandled for their special training. How did you know Naruto missed training yesterday? Tenzo asked idly once they left. Dragon turned towards him. I'm the commander, I know everything and when I'm not here, my crow is, he added silently. Right, sure. When Naruto later limped into his ninjutsu lessons with Jiraiya, who had returned and planned on showing his godson the five-pronged seal and another earth-style move, he was twitching, with bags under his eyes. Youth. Youth. Damn youth. I will get my revenge. The boy cackled madly, making Jiraiya wonder if the fox was taking over. In the seal Kurama had his ears covered, not wanting to hear that cursed word again. Meanwhile, a disheveled Hikaru arrived for Team 7's training, in a similar state as his younger friend. IWA, later. Anoki raged against his desk. Kumo, their supposed allies, had killed one of their Jinchuriki, meaning they would be down to only one for 4 to 6 years before it reformed. Bastards, Anoki muttered. The evidence pointed to Kumo and that some of them got away, but it would be stupid to go to war now, before they could prepare. Anoki turned towards his trembling assistant. Send word to Orochimaru, we won't be helping in his invasion for personal matters. Call Rashi back, he's to be confined to the village. I won't have another of our Jinchuriki dead. Chapter 16. With Naruto and Jiraiya? Gaki. I said make the earth a swamp, not a sand pit. Jiraiya scolded as Naruto attempted Swamp of the Underworld for the 16th time with minimal success. I can't. It's impossible when you harden the earth with your chakra while I'm softening it with mine. Naruto accused. Call it training for all situations. If you can learn to overpower my chakra and create the swamp, the jutsu will be unstoppable. Jiraiya smirked at the blonde scowl but had to dodge several water jutsu, including a well-executed water dragon. What the hell, Gaki? Are you trying to kill me? The sage demanded, pulling a kunai that was hidden in the dragon out of his scroll. Who, me? I was just showing my mentor how much I've improved on my water ninjutsu, Naruto replied innocently, 2 scrolls that held water empty. Sure, Gaki, sure. I think we've done enough. I think it's time for a spar for me to see your progress then, he said heavily. Naruto gulped in reply. Evening. Akira and Angel were both on Naruto's shoulders, who was wearing his Chunin outfit. He sighed as Akira vibrated with excitement. Just, don't blow anything up or set something on fire, please? Naruto begged while rubbing a sore shoulder from Jiraiya's toad slamming him into the ground multiple times. While Jiraiya taught him that day, he had a shadow clone show the panther the art of activating explosive tags. Needless to say, Akira became obsessed with the explosions and the look she got around them was creepily similar to a certain nuke Neen currently in the ANBU holding cells. Humph. Fine, but I get to play, right? She asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, you are allowed your own hand. Here's some money, if you run out I'm not giving you any more. She took the small bag of rolled Rio and coins in her teeth and purred. Most of the off-duty ANBU and more respectable Jonin were already in the poker room when the trio arrived. Dragon inclined his head and a blur of fingers sent the message. Rematch. I want Ika. I know Jiraiya gave you a collection signed. And I want Hikaru gone. He clogged the toilet. With water, Naruto signed back. Numerous ANBU sniggered as they caught the exchange. Winner take all. You're going down, mouse. Naruto found some free seats, Akira taking one to the left, opposite of the newly arrived Ibiki Marino. The man looked extremely calm even as the small panther gave a feral grin and dumped her money out, calling to exchange for chips. We'll see. Dragon finished. Hikaru walked in at that moment and plopped down next to Naruto, oblivious about the exchange. Hey, Naruto. Hikaru started with a chuckle. Naruto's eyes snapped to his friend. Yes, Hikaru? You almost never use my name. Heh, well you see, I sort of city hour spare a scrollson fiery while cooking dinner. Hikaru finished in a rush. The room went silent as the ANBU knew the consequences of messing with their youngest member's Fuinjutsu supplies. A few seconds passed and Angel jumped off to go bug the reading Kakashi, who would bat her away, while she just kept returning. Senpai. Naruto trailed off as the newbies Kotetsu and Izumo talked about arrived looking nervous. Suddenly a gleam in his eyes that scared Hikaru more than if Naruto just yelled appeared and Naruto gave a wicked chuckle. I think I'm going to make a killing tonight. Hey! Come sit over here. Naruto called to the newcomers and those that were sitting across from Naruto moved, eager to see the newbies get cleaned out like they had been once. Petty revenge was good for a stressed-out ninja, after all. Hey, I thought you failed and left the academy. A short, brunette Chunin said as she sat down. Her comrades nodded and Naruto bashful shook his head. No, I passed, but I got stuck with a desk job at the tower. He lied and the Chunin gave sympathetic winces. They were of the younger generation that didn't really care about the QB, and even if they did no one deserved such a fate. But tonight I got told to join in with the poker game. What about you guys? Same here, I'm Tamaki, these three numbskulls are Idate, Hiroshi, and General. None of us are that great at poker. What about you? The older ninja kept blank looks, but had to bite their cheeks when Naruto hung his head. I barely know the rules, and I only have this much with me. He held out the payment worth of a D rank. The other Chunin gave him sympathetic looks. Hey, don't sweat it. We'll play against each other tonight. Maybe you'll even win something too, Idate assured him while his friends hit eye rolls, believing the blonde would be out within a round or two. Naruto gave a teary-eyed nod. That sounds fun. What's first? Hikaru started dealing, not being allowed to play poker as he had no Ryo on him. Well, first off is to get some chips. Then you. Idate's careful instructions continued on, Naruto playing the part perfectly. Many in the room had one thought: never underestimate that bastard again. Meanwhile, Akira was lighting a cigar, facing her opponent. My, not many ninjas wear trench coats, she commented as they were dealt in. Ibiki grunted. And not many felines smoke cigars, or play poker, he shot back dryly. Touché? She relented, and glanced up over Ibiki's shoulder, out the window. The top interrogator never noticed the instantaneous exchange. 1 hour later. Wow, that was fun. Naruto cheered innocently, while the Chunin twitched, Idate crying in frustration. In front of Naruto was the other Chunin's chips, enough to not only replace Hikaru's accident, but still equivalent of an S rank. How? Tamaki asked as she gaped at the pile. Naruto I smiled, a trick he picked up from Kakashi. Oh? Who, me? I guess I'm just lucky, and Idate-senpai taught me really well. Thanks for the game, I can't wait to play again. As the Chunin excused themselves, whispering how they'd have to bunk with one another for a couple of months, they swore to never bet against him again. Enough games, mouse. Wolf. Deal me in. Dragon ordered as he slid into the chair opposite of Naruto. Meanwhile, Ibiki had never been so embarrassed in his life. He, a respected A-rank ninja, head interrogator, was losing to a tiny cat. A talking, cigar-smoking cat, but still, a cat. Worse, Enko was watching with a video camera in the corner. Thankfully, Ibiki Marino knew the mind, and could tell the feline was arrogant. All in? He asked with a blank face. Winner take all, kitty cat? Akira paused for a split second, then felt the okay from her collar she wore for the occasion. 1, I'm a panther, not a kitty. And 2, hell yeah. She pushed all her pile and most of Ibiki's savings. He wept inside to the middle. Perfect, he thought with a hidden grin. He had a straight flush, and the odds of the cat getting something higher this late in the game was almost impossible. Heh, straight flush. Ibiki boasted and slapped his hand down. Akira looked momentarily saddened, then showed Ibiki her hand one by one. Oh, I think I can match that, or surpass it. Royal flush, Ibiki-chan. She taunted, then turned towards the dealer. You, turn this back to Rio and seal it in a scroll for me, Kay? I have more fish to fry, and she hopped off to find her next victim close by with just a few of the chips in her bag. Soon the summons is in front of the Hokage, who smiled benignly. Why hello, Akira-chan. I see you made some money off of Ibiki. Yes, monkey summoner, now deal me in. I will prove the Tiger Panther clan can beat the monkey clan at anything. She said with conviction. Within moments the game began again. Hisoka was crouched on the roof nearby, binoculars perched on the ledge and looking down at the Hokage's cards. What the hell am I doing? I could be in the milky paradise with beautiful tigresses all around, but no, Akira wants me to cheat for her. How did I end up here? The silent tiger bemoaned inside his mind. Then a shiver ran up his spine as he remembered the exact motivation for being on a stuffy rooftop late at night. His partner could use explosive tags. As Hisoka activated the More's code linked to Akira's collar to let her know the Hokage drew an ace, he resigned himself to the reality that his peaceful existence was over the second his summoner had taught Akira how to use the explosives. After the poker game, Naruto carried a sleeping angel home, Akira already having left for home with her winnings. Hikaru walked next to him, huffing. I can't believe you played to make me leave, Chibi-Kohai. I thought our relationship was special. Naruto shot him a deadpan look. You bring destruction wherever you go, Hikaru. Not even Enko would put up with you, and her place resembles the Fourth Shinobi War. Besides, I'm not making you go until tomorrow. Dragon-sama should have the cell ready by then. He muttered the last part too low for the Hyuga to hear. Humph, see if I let you stay with me when your apartment gets infested. Ungrateful children, Hikaru grumbled. Naruto chose not to point out that his traps and angel prevented pests, and that even if he did have to leave his home for a time, the dorms at HQ actually allowed him. As they approached their building, Naruto turned. If you weren't my best friend, I'd sick Hibika-sama's unit on you. Touch my Fuinjutsu again and no mercy will be shown. Understood. Crystal, Hikaru managed. Naruto's summons were now legendary after the spar with Kakashi, and he had no desire to fight them. Entering his place, Naruto brightens as a familiar whiskered face presses against the window. Tora. You haven't been by in a while. Have the genin teams been getting rough? Naruto greeted as he let her in, Angel blearily shaking awake from the commotion. The Hellcat sees her nemesis and hisses. Why does she have to be here? Angel asked incredulously. Naruto rolled his eyes. Angel, we've been over this. I've been watching Tora for years and she's taught you a lot too, be grateful. Tora ignores the hissing and smugly presses up against Naruto's leg, who promptly scratches behind her ears. I still don't understand how you and that demon get along, Chibi-Kohai. Tora's the bane of every genin, and to find out you taught her your stealth skills and how to tree/water walk? Hikaru pointed an accusing finger at the blonde. Whatever, senpai. Just go to sleep. Gai-sensei has a mission tomorrow so we can sleep in. Not exactly, a disembodied voice spoke from the darkness and both humans and cats jump, before scowling as Dragon appears. Both of you report to HQ tomorrow at 8. I'll have missions for you both. Oh, and Mouse? He holds out his hand expectantly. Nope. Not until you beat me, Dragon-sama. Would you like me to beat you around the village all night? He asked in a bored tone. A scroll is thrust into his hands faster than a shunshin. I was just joking. Here, the entire collection that Jiraiya-sama gave me last week. All 30-something volumes? Dragon nodded before leaving, in a burst of chakra, his two subordinates letting out breaths they didn't know they were holding. Moments later, Hokage Tower? Sarutobi was finishing up some last-minute paperwork, grumbling about that blasted summons trouncing him at poker even with his hidden monkey summons reading off the cards. Dragon shows up without warning and flops down in the chair, watching his leader in amusement. What is it now, Dragon? Here to gloat about that fiend taking my savings? Nah, I would never think that. Not after Mouse continues to clean me out. I swear he passes his luck on to those around him except me. Tonight I lost my food money. I'm sending Mouse on a long-term assignment tomorrow. His fridge is always stocked. Dragon said. Sarutobi's sweat dropped at his commander's complete honesty about stealing from his subordinates. I see, then what is it? Out of underlings to frighten? I hear the Chunin patrols were slacking, you could amuse yourself with them, Sarutobi suggested. I hear Deidara has been approved for the Missing Ninja Integration Program, Dragon said after a moment, referencing Konoha's policy of allowing certain missing ninja into the village and attempt to become loyal Konoha ninja. Generally they would start taking D ranks without chakra with a Jonin escort. However, Dragon was never one for tradition. Yes, I was planning on having Asuma and his team be his watchers before testing him for Chunin in 6 months. He'd fit well among the trackers with his birds. I want him, Dragon said bluntly. Absolutely not. The boy would be a good fit for the ANBU, Dragon continued on without hesitance. He's a genius, much like Itachi and to a lesser extent Mouse, was a captain in Iwa's explosion corps, and he'd be both watched by men and hidden behind the masks to keep IWA unaware for months at least. No. Sarutobi interjected forcefully. Why not? Why, you already have one overpowered blonde in your ranks, learn to share, the aged Hokage managed after sputtering. Another thing. He'd be a great help for Mouse when they fight. Shikaku and Deidara already respects Mouse after he beat him. He screams art is an explosion and hates subtle tactics. Not ANBU material, Dragon, Sarutobi pointed out, only to be waved dismissively. PSSH, that's what you said about Wolf, and look at him now, captain level if needed, within the top 5 in both taijutsu and ninjutsu in ANBU, and his medical jutsu are coming along as well. That may be, but he's... Sarutobi struggled to find the words. Like Hashirama-sama in too many ways, mixed with a touch of the old Naruto and a disturbing amount of Hikaru-ness for my liking. He finished lamely. Bah, Wolf is a special case, but he's professional on missions. True, but... And if I can beat Wolf into submission, I can certainly do the same for Mouse's long-lost brother from another mother. Sarutobi face-palmed. I'm not going to win this, am I? He asked. A shake of the head was his answer. Sigh, fine. Just, what are you going to have him do on his probation, and what mask is the poor boy going to have? Well, mostly he'll be on hospital duty with Wolf, and I'll have them do plenty of endurance training, as like Itachi Deidara doesn't have as much physical strength. I hope to make him loyal to Konoha quickly, as he already seems to hate IWA for their stifling expectations of him and his past. Without that public pressure to take the king of desk jobs, excuse me, Kageship Dragon amended at Sarutobi's glare, then he will come to see Konoha as a better alternative. With his information that he's freely given, our spies could feasibly take IWA out, or at least get a better reading on them. And as for his mask, Dragon reached into his cloak and pulled out a porcelain face mask that had Sarutobi stifling a laugh. I'm not sure embarrassment is the best way to keep him loyal. What are you talking about? It's a great mask, I designed it myself, Dragon huffed as he slipped it back. Sarutobi shook his head. If you say so? Dragon clapped his hands and headed towards the window. Where are you going now? Some lazy chunin are calling my name, Dragon replied dismissively, jumping away, leaving a chuckling Hokage behind. Next morning, Hikaru and Naruto were stiff as boards, watching their commander from behind masks as the enigma that was Dragon stared at them, clearly enjoying their discomfort. Mouse, Wolf. Dragon's voice was soft, but held authority. I have separate missions for you, though both important, and both long-term. First, Mouse. Naruto catches a scroll aimed at his head and pumps chakra into the ends, opening it. Scanning the contents, his head whips up. Yes, it's a solo mission, and yes, it's a simple one. Wave has finished the treaty it wants to have with Konoha. You are to escort their diplomat back with Konoha's response. The elders want a 5% increase on mission prices though, so don't leave until you get them to agree. Use those political lessons for once. Naruto bit back a grumble. Yes, Dragon-sama, though what's this profile in the back? Oh, that's just one of the old tyrant Gado's accountants. He's inherited Gado's eastern fortune and businesses, including the 12 side businesses in fire. Kill him, impersonate him, sign the deeds over to the Konoha contact in the scroll, and then make his death seem natural. I mean, he is 60 and old people die all the time before heading back. I would assign another ANBU to this, but sending just you saves money, and your transformation prowess will be useful as he is said to employ some ninjas. Though technically no time limit, be back within 32 days for the Chunin exams. Now, shoo. He waves Naruto away, who gapes a bit before complying. Senpai, same deal, okay? Angel's coming with me though, but the food in the fridge is yours, Naruto says as he walks out, not noticing Dragon's slight stiffening. Once the blonde is gone, Dragon turns towards his other subordinate. 1. Stay away from Mouse's apartment, I'll watch it. 2. What do you know about the prisoner Mouse brought in? That it's some crazy IWA teenager. I'm not crazy, Art is an explosion. Deidara yells, entering the doorway with 2 irate ANBU members. Yes, Wolf, meet your new roommate. Chapter 17. East Gate. Naruto casually checked his gear while waiting for the diplomat, Angel chasing a butterfly nearby. Hey, Mouse? Angel asked, remembering to use his code name for once. Naruto looked over and tilted his head. Weren't we supposed to see Yakumo tomorrow for a picnic? Under his masks Naruto paled. The sickly girl may have her chakra sealed and hit like a leaf, but her temper was fierce. Quickly he wrote a letter and ran through some hand signs. Summoning jutsu, and instantly a medium-sized panther arrived. Yes? What is it? The panther asked in a slightly irritated tone. Nobu, please deliver this to Yakumo-chan. She's at the place I showed you. Nobu hissed. I'm a battle messenger, not a go-between for couples. Summon my apprentice FAI if you want this done, but I've literally seen snails run faster than FAI. Please, Nobu? For me. Staring at one another, Nobu eventually caves. Alright, fine, but only because I can't stand FAI's laziness. Already Akira's squad mocks us battle messengers. Nobu muttered the last part and bounded off with the letter in a bag attached to his middle. As he ran, Nobu appeared to stretch in long bounds, covering twice his length with every stride. Angel chuckled as she sat by Naruto's feet. Slower than snails. Why is FAI on the messenger squad anyways? she asked. The battle messenger squad was essential to the clan. They were known for delivering every message, written or verbal, through the toughest of situations. Nobu himself had originally been feared by the Tiger clan before the merge after he slaughtered 12 of their ranks to protect his cargo. His apprentice, Fai, was a wagon-sized tiger who dreamed of being like Nobu. Unfortunately, the young one was better suited for guarding the clan or heavy assault, but the elders wished to let the tiger try. Sometimes an impossible dream is impossible to let go of, no matter how foolish, Naruto said finally. Angel cocked her head. "Hot air, it's nothing," he assured her. Naruto straightened as the man they'd be escorting walked up. "You must be the ANBU guy the Hokage assigned? I'm Soda, nice to meet you." Naruto eyed the man wearily. Soda Yukimura, age 31 and official diplomat for the country of Wave. Average build, brown hair and chestnut eyes and a traveling kimono just barely above commoner standards. Overall the man checked out, but his casualness around trained assassins was unnerving. However, Naruto was on a mission to ensure Konoha got 5% more for missions taken for Wave clients, and hesitation would not help his cause. "A pleasure to meet you, Yukimura-san. You may call me Mouse, and this is Angel?" This may be a stupid question, but aren't you a little short to be an ANBU? I was told they were the elite, and you sound like a child. Soda said casually, but it was clearly an attempt to test the boundaries of the blonde's temper. "I assure you my height or suggested age doesn't impede my ability to negotiate, guard, or hide bodies," Naruto replied cheerfully, and Soda sweated nervously. "Right. We should be going." Naruto grunted and made several clones, one of which picked up a startled Soda. "It's so we travel faster," he explained to the man. "This way we'll reach Wave within a couple of days." Border to Wave. Wow. Was Naruto's intelligent response to seeing the bridge connecting the island nation to the rest of the continent. "Wow is right, Mao-san. Tazuna finished this beauty a few months ago after Konoha ninjas fought a demon swordsman. We call it the Bridge of Hope as it revived our land. All around them merchants and travelers crossed the bridge on everything from foot to carriages." "Oh? That's nice," Naruto said indifferently. He didn't know why, but Kota Yukimura had given him a bad vibe the closer they got to their destination. Not being able to explain it just made his defenses stay up more. "It's my ability." "Huh? Kurama. Long time no thought," Naruto joked. Inside the seal, Kurama rolled his eyes and resisted an unrefined groan. "I can sense negative emotions like none other. Once you faced yourself Gaki, you too became able to sense the dark emotions in others like beacons. This disgusting swine you're guarding reeks of it. I don't know what he's planning, but I don't like it." The fox growled at the thought of the man in front of his container. His chakra was undeveloped and Naruto could effortlessly overpower him, but Kurama learned the hard way that inferior creatures had the annoying ability to enslave their betters through luck or other methods. Madara and that damnable fourth were perfect examples. "Soda is planning something," Naruto agreed while observing how the ambassador glanced nervously to and fro. "Thank you for the new skill, Kurama. Without it I might not have been able to discern what this swine was feeling." And he wasn't lying. Soda could project his intentions like a well-trained assassin, not something an average civil servant would be capable of doing. Whatever, Gaki. Just be careful. I refuse to have my container fall to such a swine. After this, useless human political crap of a mission, we'll train in refining your sensing. Right now you're limited to those within a few feet of yourself, and my power is limited as you refuse to release any of my chakra while in your mask. You know why. It's that or face Dragon-sama, and I for one don't want to tick off a man who supposedly slaughtered a Kumo shinobi with a spoon last year before I can even dodge him. Ooze, Mouse. Yoo-hoo, anyone home? Soda moved his hand as if to wave it in front of the blonde's face, but instead was caught in a vice grip. "Yes, I'm here, Yukimura-san. Please, let's continue to your country's council. I would prefer to complete this mission as quickly as possible." "Ah, already bored with me?" Soda teased, even as his aura took a slightly sadistic spike. Naruto suppressed a shiver. "No, but let's get going. Sai, you're no fun. And what's with your cat?" He pointed to Angel, who was bounding away towards the town as per their agreement before the start of the mission. "Oh, nothing, Angel just likes hunting, so she's probably off to fish or catch a squirrel. She'll find us later." Soda Yukimura nodded hesitantly but didn't question it. Angel raced away towards their target's house according to the map provided. Akira and Hibiki had already been summoned during a bathroom break by Naruto, along with a few clones. They would scout the area, and once Naruto arrived that evening they'd begin planning how to carry out the actual assignment. Away from Naruto? As Angel set off on her mission, another group of shinobi were preparing their own. Danzo-sama will have his weapon soon. Follow the Jinchuriki from a distance until he leaves Wave. We'll strike then. A shadowy figure ordered into his headset from a hidden vantage point. The binoculars focused on his target. The root agent observed their inside man guide the Jinchuriki towards the Trade and Treaties Council. The man was part of Root's civilian infiltration corps, though never taught to access chakra. Each member was able to masterfully manipulate the public sphere wherever they were sent. Surely gaining the Jinchuriki's trust or at least putting him at ease would be child's play. Right, Fu-sama? A monotone voice replied and signed off. Meanwhile, a black crow observed everything before poofing away to inform its summoner of these new developments. Back with Naruto? Ah yes, these terms are certainly opportunistic. What makes you think we should offer Konoha more than other countries for missions? 5% more at that? A rather plump official snootily asked, pushing up his glasses as he read Konoha's proposal. After 3 hours of answering questions and reading Konoha's response, the council was attempting to weasel their way out of paying more. Naruto twiddled with a kunai from his pouch and hummed, giving the impression that he simply didn't give a damn. Nothing, really. Except for 3 simple reasons that make 6% seem reasonable. 1-inch Naruto drew 2 more kunai and embedded one into the wooden desk he sat at, causing all 20 of the officials to flinch. Konoha is the nearest shinobi village not entrenched in war. 2-inch another kunai and more flinches. Our military is second to none. We are called the best of the 5 for a reason. And 3? Here he slammed the remaining kunai hilt deep into the wood using a bit of wind chakra. Well, let's just say we are not just sunshine and roses like our civilians and genin like to believe. We are still shinobi, after all. He let that sink in. The message was clear: agree and pay up, or their lives could become much less pleasant in the new wave of prosperity they enjoyed. Of course, Konoha wouldn't do that as long as Wave didn't hire ninjas from other villages. If they did, all bets were off, so they could argue the price without repercussions or break the agreement. Konoha didn't really need Wave, but having another mass client would be invaluable in the long run economic-wise. Not that they needed to know that. The political books Naruto read were hand-picked by Dragon himself, and though able to be diplomatic, the man was known for his love of direct tactics and hidden messages. It was only fair that Naruto followed in his footsteps. I see. Come back in 10 days, Konohanin. We'll have more to discuss then. The fat man told him, eyeing the kunai in slight fear. Thank you, honorable councilman. Naruto stood and bowed and turned toward Sota. I'll be in the provided lodgings, the blonde said stiffly, and with a flick of chakra was gone, as were the kunai, much to the amazement of the council. I didn't see him grab them. One, a fishing representative exclaimed. Ninja. Back in my day we didn't need them, an ancient-looking trade official muttered. Wave was so peaceful back then. Naruto walked slowly through the obviously still recovering nation. Reports from Kakashi's team spoke of mass poverty and buildings in shambles. Now the citizens were gaining back weight and buildings showed signs of recent repair. It was heart-lifting to witness the town's spirit as children ran carefree and most faces carried grins. But Naruto wasn't there to sightsee, he had reconnaissance. New Wave shipping and trade. The ornate store front that shared a building with the bank appeared innocuous but was run by his target. Equipped with a couple of disguised missing ninja chakra levels about Chunin but clearly not well controlled that stood in the front and a few samurai inside, impersonating the man he was after effectively would be difficult if he merely used his henge. No, it was going to take profiling him and then becoming him. The Konoha contact was working as the former accountant's secretary. Naruto just had to sign the will and business over and off the man in a way that left no clues. Simple, right? Glancing at the sky, he was slightly relieved with how dark the island got. Replacing with a shadow clone several building tops away, he made his way to Angel's location. Deep within Konoha, 2 days later. Sir, Fu's team is in place to capture the Jinchuriki as he exits Wave. A blank masked operative informed a tea-drinking Danzo. Said man chuckled darkly. Excellent. Once the Jinchuriki arrives, I'll place him under my control seal. Danzo-sama, won't that alert the Hokage if the weapon doesn't make it back from the mission? Danzo resisted the urge to punish the agent below him for their question. Quite right, but the Jinchuriki won't be missing for long. Once Suna and Orochimaru make their foolish attempt on Konoha, I'll activate the seal in the chaos. Hiruzen will fall, and it will be because of his little pet. Of course, Danzo-sama. Now leave me. And inform Sai I expect better reports. Being on the outside has dulled his ability to record in detail, it seems. Danzo griped as he glared at the rather pathetic scrap of information from his young ink user. He'd have to punish the boy after Hiruzen's reign ended, and he could mold Konoha as it should be. With Dragon. Heh, so Danzo team thinks kidnapping my subordinate will be that easy, eh? Dragon chuckled and gave his crow a pat. I think he'll be quite surprised when Mouse brings them back in scrolls. Still, I suppose sending an agent on vacation to Wave wouldn't hurt. But who? He mused aloud, looking at the profiles of available ANBU. Dragon-sama, Wolf and Fox have caused a riot in the hospital involving the Akimichi clan head, and ANBU reported from the hallway. Dragon face palmed but headed over to see what his two bakas did now. What he didn't expect was Fox's mask's pink whiskers, much like Mouse's red ones, to have smatterings of cake and Wolf's uniform to be covered in syrup and confetti, both screaming about whose fault it was. "Mind telling me why you two resemble a birthday party?" Dragon inquired, Mask hiding his smirk as the two agents screamed at his arrival, latching onto each other. "DD Dragon-sama, how nice to see you," they greeted in unison. Dragon withheld a snort. "What am I going to do with you?" he asked instead. Chapter 18. Night, with Naruto? Naruto hissed in discomfort as Angel's claws gripped his head painfully. They'd been on lookout for the past week and he only had 2 days before Wave's council would give him an answer or try to negotiate again. Either way, Naruto wanted this part of his mission done. Perching in trees day and night while the Panthers and his clones gathered information inside and another went sightseeing with soda was not the blonde's idea of an enjoyable week. Genta Kendo, former accountant and recently made billionaire when Gato left some of his fortune and business to him, and the 60-something-year-old had it made. Chunin-level security, a Western-style mansion, and all the women he wanted. Konoha's contact had given him a packet over Genta's schedule and list of the ninja under him, meaning all Naruto had to do was bide his time for the perfect opportunity. And rustle of leaves in all directions was all the warning Naruto got before Hibiki arrived. "Here his cologne," Hibiki muttered between a mouthful of the aroma-shrouded bottle. "Thank you," Naruto signed. Hibiki spit the bottle out. Naruto instantly sprayed it on his hair and pocketed it. One of the guards had Genta wear it in his hair as it was a uniquely scented cologne that only he made, making tracking and identification simple. "Are you making your move tonight, young one?" Hibiki asked quietly. "Yes, when the guard rotation changes, the ones protecting Genta would change positions outside his private office in the western side." The door was steel and the window was only protected by level 2 security seals, a non-obstacle for one of Naruto's level. Less than 2 minutes later the rotation happens and Genta Kendo was peacefully working late as always. The older man lit a pipe as he signed another document, sighing contentedly. He never noticed the ANBU picking apart his high-end security seals, the basic shock, trap, and chakra binding tags that the average ninja wouldn't know simply because of how rare Fuinjutsu was, with barely 4 strokes and a hand seal. He never noticed the sedative-laced Sanbon striking his neck, or that it was a mirror image of himself that did it. With barely a gasp, Genta Kenda fell into a deep slumber. Naruto gazed impassively at the slumbering man and changed his clothes out for the man's own on his hinged form, mentally glad it went smoothly. Hibiki and Angel came next to him. After tying Genta up and handing off more sedatives to Hibiki, the panther and soon-to-be dead man disappeared in a puff of smoke, back to the summoning realm, where he'd be kept slumbering until tomorrow evening. The man would only wake up enough to be given a stroke-inducing drug and would die in his bed after complaining the day away about his health. "Go watch soda, I have a feeling something will happen soon and I don't want us unaware," Naruto ordered in a whisper, Angel agreeing silently before jumping out the window. He redid the seals, made up the documents for Genta's will and exited the office at exactly 1:10 in the morning, just like normal. "Kendo-sama, have a pleasant rest, Rai," the censor and sniffer of the guards bid as he bowed. Naruto kept the smirk off his face as he ambled towards his room, careful to walk like a civilian and not a shinobi. On the road towards Wave. "Are we there yet? Can we fly there, No. Stop talking, we're on a mission. Signs only. Humph, stupid rule if you ask me. Why'd I get stuck with you for a babysitter and why are we on this mission? Because Dragon-sama is an ass and you made him look bad with the hospital stunt?" Hikaru glared from behind his mask. The dysfunctional duo had been assigned the mouse retrieval mission, as Dragon so lovingly called it, to find their comrade and get him back to Konoha safely, all without the chaos that ensued wherever they went. Deidara scoffed at Hikaru's accusation. "My stunt? I'm not the one that said, 'Hey Fox, wouldn't it be funny if you dropped a bomb on the visiting Akimichi's cake?' Wow, blame me, real mature, Pyro Kohai. I said it would be funny, not to actually do it. Who in their right mind drops a bomb in a hospital?" Hikaru waved his arms in frustration, which increased when Deidara huffed. "Blowing stuff up proves how amazing art is, How was I supposed to know the fatso would turn into a ball and wreck the waiting room? Dragon team is going to pay when we spar next. I can just see it now, I'll turn his whole body into art." As an explosion. The blonde let off a cackle as Hikaru nervously backed away. "Great, of course I'd be teamed with the psycho. Why is ANBU filled with weirdos? Yugao has a sword shrine, Tenzo worships the log privately, Chibi Kohai is obsessed with ramen, and now my partner, I'm the only normal one on our squad." Hikaru mutters. Unfortunately Deidara hears him. "Normal, Hell no. You have a cockroach collection under your bed. They keep the floor clean after I cook, Hikaru defended. So you feed them scraps? Tell me, how is that sane? And you even set up a habitat for them, One waved at me in the shower. I've never screamed so loud in my life, Ah yes, Phi 39 is very sociable. She helped prove you are female, Hikaru boasted. Deidara grew a tick mark. I'm a male. We've established this. You barged into the bathroom when I screamed, and you covered your chest up with the shower curtain. Only ladies do that. So, you're obviously a chick. I have the same anatomy as any other male. We compared sizes last night, Deidara pointed out, which Hikaru dismissed with a flippant hand. Obviously a henge. Face it, embrace your gender. We in Konoha are very gender equal in ninja duties. No need to hide. You're an ass, you know that right, Deidara deadpanned. Meanwhile, a certain crow poofed away to inform its master of the two buffoons' progress while rolling its eyes at their utter unprofessionalism. Summoning realm, following night? Genta Kendo blinked groggily as the world came back. He didn't remember falling asleep, and the dim room he was in was definitely not his office. Good, you're awake. I was getting bored. A disembodied voice rang from above. He lifted his head, the only part not paralyzed, and widened his eyes at the sight. A young blonde ANBU, the one Konoha had sent as their political bulldog, he realized, waved at him lazily while holding a needle in the other hand. Why did Konoha send one of its dogs after me? This won't look good on you. When my men find out, they associate it with a tragic accident, but will move on after it comes out that you left all your assets to secretary and secrete lover in your will, as you couldn't acknowledge his affections in public. Life will go on and nobody will miss you. Wait. I'll do anything. How much do you want? Millions? How about your own island away from Hunter Neens? Or all the women you could want? I'm not even a teenager yet, Naruto says after a pregnant pause. Goodbye, he finishes and throws the Sanban with precision accuracy. It strikes the inside of Genta's ear, sending him into a seizure. With a heavy sigh, Naruto has them reversed summoned back to the mansion, and before a minute is up, the ANBU is out the window. A dead ex-accountant gazes unseeing at the ornate ceiling in his luxurious bed. When Rai checks on his employer 30 minutes later, no evidence would be left to link anything but the Shinigami to the crime. And thus ended the life of Genta Kendo, all because he lived in a shinobi world that saw him worth more dead than alive. Hey, you okay? Angel snuggled against Naruto's side in their hotel room, him still in full gear, but his emotions radiated out like a heater. Yeah, I don't know, he admitted. Ever since I faced my darkness, I've become colder. I played with him, Angel. I should have just let him awaken and strike before he realized what was happening. It's terrifying, how I almost enjoyed it. Angel purred. Silly, we kill for the village, like Dragon says. Where I'm from, the strong take pleasure in murdering or selling the weak. If you're the runt or your parents die, the Hellcat clan sells you on the human black market. It's how I ended up in that store where you found me. She turned away. Angel, I didn't know, I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. She exclaimed. If that didn't happen, I'd be dead by now, of forced into producing litter after litter for the Hellcats. Making you guilty isn't why I'm telling you this. No, I'm telling you because I know what makes a murderer, one who has lost their humanity. You haven't. Believing otherwise is a waste of time. Just forget about the man, he deserved his fate anyway for his crimes. That kitten is right, your merging just made you balanced. In this world of you wretched humans, death is inevitable. Ah, you know you love me, Kurama. You don't really hate us wretched humans, do you? Silence greeted the blonde's tease. Let's sleep, tomorrow we can go home, Angel mumbled. If that stupid council makes up their mind, mused Naruto. They will, or I'll scratch them where the sun don't shine. You've been spending too much time with Anko again, haven't you? Next afternoon, leaving Wave. Angel and Naruto gave the bridge one last look, turning towards the road back to Konoha. So I guess Soda was just creepy? Angel inquired. Naruto was about to answer before tensing. A negative chakra signature that had just evaded his sensing range several times during their stay, never leaving so much as a scent when the bewildered Naruto would pursue, was closing in, its ill intentions dull but there. In the tree line 10 masked shinobi gathered. Barely pulling off a shunshin to escape a snake of shadow trying to ensnare him, Naruto appeared mid-air. Now the problem with shunching off the ground is that it leaves one open for counterattacks if the opposition was able to track the chakra trail or react fast. In the trees, Fu had such ability and shot several kunai at Naruto, one embedding itself into his leg. The wound wasn't maimeworthy, especially with the young ANBU's healing, but it would hopefully be enough to capture him without much fuss and take him back for Danzo-sama's mind control seal. With a sharp hand movement, the root agents create a circle around their target. Naruto Uzumaki, surrender peacefully on orders of Danzo-sama, Fu said neutrally, not really believing the Jinchuriki would obey him. He was brainwashed by the Hokage's lies after all. Fu planned to whip the "Screw you, Danzo's dogs." The now limping ANBU spat before summoning several dozen clones and tigers. With a slight eye roll, Fu signaled for his partner, Toryun, to move on with the capture, and the Nara to his left sent out more of his shadows, the late afternoon sun perfect for increasing his range. With Naruto? The clones and tigers would buy him time figure something out. He would reverse summon himself an angel, but that took time, and having one of the tigers go get permission by Hibiki, even if it only took 3 minutes, Naruto would be toast. The masks and jutsu pointed to root, and they weren't ones to be taken lightly. He could use ninjutsu, but they were close to the bridge, damaging it would look poorly on Konoha, and if he had to guess, Naruto would bet that the root agents had counters to his strengths. Kurama, any ideas? Channel my chakra and rip their faces off? He suggested. They'll sense your chakra. Naruto deadpanned, not even bothering to touch the second part of the suggestion. Barrier seals? Hello, stupid mortal, that white pervert gave some to you for a situation like this one. Oh yeah, oops. Why must I be sealed in you? Naruto ignored his furry partner and pulled out the barrier tags that would mask the Kyuubi chakra like in their training grounds. He could still accidentally damage the bridge, but at least Wave wouldn't charge Konoha with acts of war for sending a Jinchuriki by feeling the vile chakra. The young Jinchuriki was about to have more clones slap the tags in a semicircle when he realized he couldn't move. Hold him still now, the red-head leader ordered. Naruto recognized him from Dragon's briefings, Fu Yamanaka, high A-class agent, right-hand man of Danzo. I'm screwed, Naruto thought grimly. The Aburame next to Fu, his partner Naruto put together, walked over with another root agent, prisoner scroll in hand. Katsu. A familiar voice shouts as bombs went off around Naruto, forcing his captors to separate and the link to be severed, freeing him. A ninjato from one of his kidnappers tries to stab his right shoulder through the dust cloud. Naruto blocks it with his armor. The dust starts to settle, and a quick look confirms Naruto's suspicions at the sight of a certain clay bird above the forest. Deidara? Aren't you in prison? The slack-jawed Naruto sputtered. Deidara swooped down and drop-kicked the Nara, knocking the man out. How'd you get out? Wait, and is that H-Wolf? Did you two defect? And why is he wearing a fox mask? Chibi Kohai, have more faith in your favorite senpai. Pyro Kohai and I here are your rescuers. He joined Konoha. Pyro Kohai was given the fox mask by Dragon. He said it was his little joke. Now look alive, it's time to kick some ass and take some names. Hikaru jumped down and sent a jukin to the heart, the agent on the receiving end howling as they fell. I should be the fox mask, Naruto growled. He'd asked for the fox mask, but Dragon had told him the ANBU didn't have one. The liar would pay, somehow, but he'd pay. Even S-rank ninjas weren't invulnerable. Wind style, drilling air bullets at point-blank range. A root ninja with a poised kunai became a bowling pin for the bullets of wind chakra. 6 enemies remained, and Naruto barely took notice of the mask thief Deidara hopping back on the bird and following a retreating single route towards the bridge. Mouse, give me some wind. Hikaru called. Wind style, great breakthrough / fire style fire wave, and the pair's first combination jutsu decimated the Aburame's bugs. Art is an explosion, Katsu was heard moments later before a shockwave knocked both sides off their feet. Tazuna was enjoying a fine late summer afternoon. His daughter and grandson were making a nice dinner, business was booming, and his bridge was magnificent. He stopped as the sun set on his way home, wanting to gaze upon his super bridge yet again. Katsu. Only to stare slack-jawed as his pride and joy went kablooey. My super bridge. Chapter 19. 1 hour after the Cabbage Man, super bridge builder Tazuna witnessed his life's work go sky high. And then the explosion showed the entire land of waves my art, Deidara recounted his masterpiece for the 5th time to a dozing Hikaru and mentally chanting Naruto. Must not kill Deidara. Must not kill Deidara. I actually like the gaki. Much too loud like your old self, but enjoys destruction. Of course you'd say that. The ride on Deidara's bird had long since lost its magic when it became apparent the older blonde had no filter. Mouse, hey Mouse. Pay attention. My art demands an audience and Roach team is too dense to enjoy art. Snort. I enjoy art just fine. But I would rather spend the last hours of my life before Dragon Same skewers us for your mistake sleeping. Not listening to your insane rehashings. Hikaru shot back. Both got in each other's faces and Naruto face-palmed. Do I even want to know why you call him Roach Team? He has a colony of roaches living under his bed, The bastard even named them. Deidara pointed an accusing finger at Hikaru, who pointed a finger back at him. Shut it, Pyro Kohai. You're living in my apartment, for free. My house, my rules. Actually the landlord owns the place and she'll be ticked that you let the roaches back in, senpai? Naruto commented dryly while petting Angel. The cat purred on his lap, enjoying the attention. Only if you tell her, my sweet little Kohai. You wouldn't sell out your favorite senpai, would you? Of course I would. Naruto replied bluntly. Deidara cackled as Hikaru deflated. My own Kohai would sell me out to the devil. Camaraderie my ass. He paused for effect. Though if I was kicked out of my apartment I'd have to bunk with you, my sweet little Kohai. And as Deidara here is attached to me for his probation, you'd have 2 new roommates. Your secret is safe with me, senpai. So, Deidara Naruto turns towards the teenager he helped capture. Why did you join Konoha? No expectations, I'm considered a prodigy in IWA, and you two know how that is, both in ANBU so young. Hikaru and Naruto looked at each other then back to the older blonde. Nope. Not a clue. Naruto shrugged. I graduated just a few months ago and went straight into ANBU. The village actually doesn't really know I graduated and the lower level ninja believe I'm a paper pusher of a ninja. And I'm a Hyuga? Barely. Naruto coughed jokingly. Hikaru huffed but continued. And Hyuga don't use ninjutsu, only chakra-enhanced taijutsu. I'm an expert at both and my medical ninjutsu is becoming noteworthy among the ANBU ranks. Even though I graduated early, I'm considered a failure by the clan for breaking tradition. Deidara whipped off his mask and stared at the duo in shock. What kind of village is Konoha, Plus, all I hear about is the Uchiha prodigy, Hatake genius and that cousin of yours. The village pays attention to very few prodigies but that's how Konoha stays on top. A fair amount of shinobi graduate early and enter ANBU relatively young, but we only promote a few at the Chunin exams. The rest of us just quietly advance in field promotions and serve our village. It works out for everyone, as this way Konoha is stronger than it appears and the attention hogs get their glory amongst the nobles. I know I'd hate all the attention, right, Chibi-Kohai? Sure, senpai. But he's right. I'm a clanless orphan so I'm not a good choice to bring in revenue. Hikaru may work but his status as a main branch Hyuga that uses other forms of the ninja arts would shame his family. Naruto left out his status as Konoha's Jinchuriki and his heritage. Deidara wasn't privileged to that information yet. That makes sense, I guess. But hey, if Roach Team specializes in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and medical jutsu, what are you good for? Fuinjutsu, my little Kohai could whip anyone in ANBU except Dragon-sama, of course at Fuinjutsu, and his traps are in the top 5. I took 5th last month, senpai, remember? You used it as an excuse to celebrate at a bar. Tisk, details. Anyway, he's also almost passable at ninjutsu and genjutsu. That Shunshin was terrifying, You managed 6 in a row without hand seals. You must have spent a long time mastering it, Naruto shook his head. Actually it isn't mastered yet. Dragon-sama told me about the legendary Shisui Uchiha who was so amazing he could make after images using a combination of speed and genjutsu, which I'm not ready for. He says until I can use the Shunshin faster than him I would be no match for the legend of Shisui. I remember learning about him, IWA spoke of how deadly he was with just his Sharingan and basic jutsu. I admired how he always used simple jutsu to make a lot of destruction, After that the two blondes launched into an avid discussion over how amazing the dead legend was compared to other famous shinobi. Meanwhile Hikaru and Angel just rolled their eyes. Think they'll finish before we give our report? Hikaru asked the Hellcat who had moved to his lap. No, Naruto is obsessed with this Shisui guy ever since Dragon told us about all his unclassified missions, including ones Dragon went on with him. Wait, your name is Naruto, Deidara interjected after catching Angel's reply. Naruto nodded a bit proudly, always impressed with his name's meaning of maelstrom. Deidara started laughing. Oh, this is rich. Your name is Fishcake? Wait, and you use seals, I got it. Fuinjutsu Fishcake. That's your nickname now. Naruto face faulted at the reaction and Hikaru howled. Yukk no, it actually suits you, the Hyuga managed between chuckles. Yeah, Naruto, Akira would love to hear about this. Angel agreed. Naruto was in too much shock to retort. Inside the seal, Kurama was collapsed on the ground. Fuinjutsu Fishcake. Ha ha ha, I'll have to remember that one. Konoha, later. So you killed the root agents, but not before burning a sizable chunk of the forest and letting Deidara blow up their bridge for one grunt? Am I hearing this right? Sarutobi asked in disbelief. The ANBU stood ramrod straight as he recounted their report. When all three sheepishly nodded the aged ruler dropped his head in his hands. Fine, just tell me they don't suspect Konoha. I already had some henged clones pass on a rumor about bandits using explosives on the bridge. We should be receiving a missions request within a few days, Hokage-sama. Naruto spoke up. Sarutobi sighed a bit in relief. Very well. Mouse, if you could reseal Fox's chakra? And Ro is scheduled to be back together starting tomorrow. Tenzo wants you three at HQ at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Dismissed. All three bowed and left in Shunshin. Instantly a familiar chuckle came from the shadows. You can stop laughing? No, I don't think I can. Putting those two together was perfect once Fox learns control. And Mouse? He'll do fine. Yes, Naruto is growing up. Sure Sway, I'm old. No, not this again, the commander groaned. Yes, this again. You caused this. All this paperwork, even my clones can't keep up. I don't care. So I've decided. Not listening. Sure Sway covered his ears. That after the Chunin exams you'll be my successor. Oh hell no, Hiruzen. Not a chance. You're taking the hat after the exam, Sarutobi insisted. No thanks, I prefer action over politics, O king of desk jobs. Just think of how much more you can mess with the ninja as the Hokage. Give me the hat, old man, he says, holding his hand out. Sarutobi's sweat dropped. Not until we kill Orochimaru and Danzo. With Naruto? The three ANBU were sitting around a booth in the Bent Kunai, Hikaru's favorite spot for current/retired ANBU. While they ate, Naruto worked on the chakra smoke tags due for the month. Yo, Fuinjutsu fish cake, what are you doing now? Deidara inquired with a skewer in his mouth. Naruto sent a slight glare while various ANBU from other squads hid their amusement but promising themselves to tease the younger blonde later. First off, I'm technically your senpai, so call me Naruto when off duty and Mouse while on duty. Second, it's chakra smoke tags, though I'll fill them up tonight. Basically they create a cloud of chakra that messes with even sensors. I fill them with my shadow clones. How can you make so many? I use these shadow clones sometimes and they eat up a bunch of chakra. No one your age would have that much chakra unless, you're the Jinchuriki, aren't you? Deidara pointed at him. The room grew tense as the shinobi prepared to either kill Deidara or hold Naruto off depending on how it played out. Yes. Though how did IWA know? Naruto asked tersely. No one believed the Kyuubi died. It's cool, I was friends with Rashi, one of our Jinchuriki. But this means you could use the exploding shadow clones. I use them for my art clones that explode. You could help show the world that art is, and he was cut off by Hikaru covering his mouth. Naruto just sat deep in thought. Exploding shadow clones? That sounds interesting. Your mother used that jutsu many times on the battlefield. Kurama said. I remember how she did it. Oh? Please show me. Please, please. Naruto begged. Kurama I rolled at the mental puppy dog eyes. Sure. Wait, really? No. Hikaru and Deidara could only watch in mild concern when their masked friend started cursing about stingy foxes taking away his fun. Next morning? Mouse, what are you doing here this early? Ferret grumbled at the sight of the blonde ANBU in the 5M light. Sorry, Ferret-senpai, but my neighbor guy would no doubt make me join him in his youthful workout, and Yakumo-chan mentioned once she wanted to paint the mountain view in the morning light. Perhaps I could escort her until noon. Naruto asked with a slight beg. Ferret perked up at the question. If Naruto wanted to take the brat for a few hours, he could go back to sleep. With a hidden grin he nodded. I'll allow it. Just keep her safe, Mouse. Ja-ni, the honey-colored ANBU, disappeared back towards his room. Naruto turned to Yakumo's room in time to see the glaring girl peeping out. You didn't come, she accused. Naruto chuckled nervously. Sorry. I got an emergency mission, see, but I sent a note. Yes, what a rude summons that was. You're taking me to go paint, though. Yep, so grab your paints. I even have some ramen for lunch, and Naruto couldn't finish before being dragged by Yakumo, her paint bag already slung over her shoulder. 3 hours later the pair drank green tea amongst several bowls of ramen. I see you like ramen more each time I have it, Naruto commented. Yakumo puffed her cheeks. And no. It's acceptable like I said last time. But anyways, is Jiraiya of the Sannin really a pervert who writes smut? Over the last several letters Naruto had filled Yakumo in on some of his life, including meeting the self-proclaimed super pervert. Oh yes. You know those Ika books. Yakumo nods suspiciously. Yeah, Ferret and the medics read them when they think I'm not looking. They always giggle too. Well, he writes them. They're filled with sex and other gross stuff. I don't know why so many adults like reading them. Yakumo shrugs. Adults are weird. Hey, you're good with seals, aren't you? She asked after a moment. Well, not that great, but I am a solid level 4, I got tested right before my last mission. At this rate I'll be a level 5 before the Chunin exams end, Naruto stated proudly. But why? I have a seal on me. Could you, look at it? Yakumo rubbed her neck self-consciously. Naruto cocked his head. I guess. Let me see. Yakumo pulled her neckline down, allowing Naruto to examine it. He sucked in a breath. Such shoddy work. Who put this on her? I'm not sure, but that's what's holding back her ID. You keep saying ID, ever since our guard mission here. What is an ID? It's a lot like your dark side but has its own chakra and separate form. I don't know why she has one, but messing with that seal before we can find out how to destroy it would be unwise. Naruto bit his lip as Yakumo radiated hope. Yakumo-chan, I can't remove it. The girl deflated under him. But, I'll talk to Jiraiya-sama soon and see what he can do. Maybe we can. No. They're all the same. Everyone but you wants me helpless, she insisted, shaking her head violently. Naruto held up a hand. Why do you think everyone is out to get you? Maybe if I knew I could help? No, you'll side with the Hokage. I don't even know your name, who's to say you aren't his spy? A pregnant pause followed. Naruto. My name's Naruto, and though I'm loyal to the Hokage, I can still help. It all started last year, when I was assigned Kuranai Yuhi as my private tutor. I was always sickly, but I wanted to be a ninja, to make my parents proud. Jonin Lounge, 2 hours later. Naruto stormed into the ANBU/Jonin Lounge with a dark aura. Yakumo finished her tale before passing out, and Naruto dropped her off early, and then set out to have a chat with Kuranai. Trying to seal a figment of a personality with such a horribly written seal. What arrogance! Kurama growled in agreement. I don't even like humans and I find it cruel. An ID must be faced to be beaten, sealing it away erodes on her body and mind. What are the side effects? If taken off within a few months the girl will be fine. If left on for much longer than that she'll be taken over by the ID before falling into a never-ending coma. Damn Kuranai. I'm not sure about the Hokage bit, but Kuranai should have had Dragon-sama or the Hokage perform the sealing. Better yet, they should have helped her face it. Though I doubt they knew anything about this ID. Kuranai sat in a meeting with the other rookie sensei and Hawk, who had aided in training the genin extensively. Taking off his mouse mask, Naruto cleared his throat, gaining the table's attention. Hey, Naruto, here for the meeting? You did help in training Team 7, right? Hawk greeted. Naruto gave Gamma's captain a curt nod. I did train Team 7 at times, Captain Hawk, but that isn't why I'm here. Kuranai, I need to speak with you. Oh? What about? She asked with a raised eye, gaining a fresh glare. It's about Yakumo. How did you? She's my friend, he said, and she wanted me to look at a seal, a very poorly done one at that. Kuranai flinched while Asuma took a drag on his cigarette. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi tried to sound calm as Naruto's chakra started becoming visible. No, senpai, her solution to Yakumo's problem is hurting her. At this Kuranai gasped. Hurting her? No, I sealed away her abilities to save her. Well, it isn't working. Calm down. An almost intelligent human said you catch more bees with honey. Keep acting up and they'll stop you from seeing the girl altogether. Naruto gave some mental thanks before taking a deep breath. Sigh, I have to meet up with my team in a few hours. I'll schedule a meeting with the Hokage soon, where maybe I can figure out how to help Yakumo. Until then, I apologize for my disrespect. The blonde ANBU bowed stiffly and used a shunshin out, not wanting his anger to overtake him. He'd been so ready to yell at Kuranai Yuhi, but his rational side took over. If Naruto wanted to save Yakumo, he'd have to proceed cautiously, as her files were apparently on the same level of secrecy as his own. Deciding killing some trees with jutsu would calm him, Naruto set off towards the training grounds. The Jonin watched their young comrade leave with sympathy. Kuranai's decisions regarding her first student had garnered more than a few disapproving looks in the Jonin circles, and if Naruto was right. I didn't know, the Genjutsu mistress whispered before getting up. Excuse me, I have to go. Asuma followed as she fled, leaving an awkward duo of Kakashi and Hawk behind. So, Kuro, how's the girlfriend? Kakashi tried when the silence stretched on. Hawk looked impassively from his mask and captain cloak. We broke up, senpai. I am in uniform, so please use my code name. Not a chance, Kuro. After all, I am the one who trained you in beginning traps. Kakashi, I smiled. Tisk, and I've surpassed you, lazy bastard. Humph, at least I didn't break up with my girlfriend. Kakashi chided. Well, at least I've had a girlfriend to break up with. Details. Kakashi waved his old ANBU friend away and began reading his book again. Naruto's apartment. A3. Deidara's screams filled the apartment complex, and Hikaru soon followed. Both were pinned to the walls with kunai and seals. Angel hissed at them, not amused at being woken up from a nap. What are you doing here? She ordered. Naruto isn't home, so nobody should come in. Angel, nice to see ya. We just need to borrow some money from Chibi-Kohai, think you could let us down? Hikaru begged. Let me guess, you spent all your rent money on a bar again? Naruto's annoyed voice echoed from the doorway. Hey, Chibi Kohai, you know us so well. So, how about it? Help a senpai out. Yeah, Fuinjutsu fish cake, show that Konoha camaraderie. Please, Chibi Kohai, wait, why is a smaller Chibi here? Standing next to Naruto was a cowering child, looking very out of place. The blonde's eye twitched as he unhooked his armor and sealed it. This is Momo, and she's my guest, and yes, I'll add it to your never-ending tab. Here Naruto kneeled down and looked at Momo kindly. Momo-chan, why don't you go sit down at the table? I'll bring you some tea and help you with your seals. Will Jiraiya-sama be here soon? I finished the first book last week and want to show him. Momo asked shyly. Naruto ruffled her hair. I sent a clone to his spot, I'm sure he'll be here soon. The girl nodded and went to the coffee table, staring at the two attached to the wall. Now, as for you two, they gulped, but Naruto just made several signs, causing the kunai to poof away and them to collapse on the floor. Then he summoned several of his panthers. My elder summons enjoy a good brush down, but I'm too busy right now. Hibiki-sama here will instruct you in how to properly do it in my stead. But we have a meeting with Rose soon, Naruto. Hikaru whined. Yeah, and brushing cats is so unbangworthy, Deidara added. Then I suggest you get going, senpai? Naruto said cheerful. Hibiki snorted too and settled himself on Hikaru's head. Come, young one, my fur was knotted during my last mission. With looks of betrayal they leave, Momo quietly watching. Naruto-senpai, why are you in ANBU anyway? A lot of kids say you failed out and I remember you being a lot louder in the academy. Well, it's a long story for another day. But you're only 9 or 10, why are you in the final years class? Setting down some prepared tea, Naruto took out his level 2, part 1 Fuinjutsu book. I'm a civilian, no known ninjas, and my father died last year on a business trip. My mother works hard, but the sooner I graduate the sooner I can start earning some income. That's fair, but why do you really want Jiraiya-sama here? And why were you wandering the training grounds? You're lucky I found you and not some other ninja, most would report you as anyone below Genin aren't allowed on them. You could have jeopardized your advancement. Naruto didn't mention the fact he had often traversed the normal training grounds at a young age without repercussions, as a Jinchuriki normal rules didn't apply to him that often. I went Jiraiya take Mesha's apprentice. She rushed out her words. I said, I want Jiraiya-sama to take me on as his apprentice. He's the best at Fuinjutsu, and I don't have a clan or the money to pay for more jutsu. To learn from Jiraiya-sama would set me apart, and I could fulfill my dream and become a Fuinjutsu master. Momo's voice took a star-struck look. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I'm glad you have a dream, but looking on a training ground wasn't the best option to locate the man. He doesn't really train in the normal grounds. Luckily though, like I told you when I found you, I know Jiraiya-sama personally. When he gets here I'll put a good word in for you. Really? Yes, really, us Fuinjutsu users have to stick together, He held out a hand and Momo took it in a shake. Oi, Gaki. What's the big idea, making a clone pull me away from my research? Jiraiya's loud voice boomed from the window. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. And Momo? What are you doing here? I finished the first book, Jiraiya-sama. Momo said meekly, not catching the gobsmacked look on the Toad Sage's face at the thought of the 9-year-old blasting through the first level. Naruto smirked. I guess you have a summoner candidate, Deep within Rice? So Konoha suspects nothing? A slithering voice chuckles from the darkness. Kukuku. Kabuto is certainly useful. Kimimaro, let us depart, we have a meeting with the Kazekage. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama, is it time? A pale and sickly teen went to the missing ninja side. Kukukuku, yes, the time has come. Iwa's backing would have been preferred, but my minions with Suna will be enough to crush the incompetent Konoha. Konoha shall fall by your hand, Orochimaru-sama. Underneath Konoha? Fu and Torian, their seals dissipated yesterday, without them Root is weakened, Danzo mused, looking at his scroll that had all his agents' trackers. Furthermore I have no idea how they died. Damn, Hiruzen. Tell me, what is the status on Kabuto? The Root in front of him had no inflection as they answered. The spy has been given false information, believing Konoha has no knowledge of the invasion or their alliance. He was also given the altered security plans, which showed Konoha as weak and ineffective. Excellent, we'll use Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen if need be, and that elusive commander of his, any word on his identity? No, Danzo-sama, but we will keep looking. Do so. Dismissed, the War Hawk finished dismissively and the agent left. Sai, report on the Uchiha. Yes, Danzo-sama. Everything would go as planned, and both Konoha and the Jinchuriki would be in his grasps. If only the nagging feeling he had about Sai would stop. Chapter 20. 10 days after Ro reactivates, Naruto's apartment. My, Naruto, what a surprise. To think Konoha's dead last, dropout Jinchuriki was an ANBU? I must be losing my touch. That, or someone knew of my ruse? Kabuto chuckled darkly to the bound and barely conscious Naruto, who managed a weak glare. His team was on a 4-man patrol as Dragon needed more seals created before Chunin hopefuls arrived the next week. He had sent Angel out as well to work with Hisoka in operating her larger form. Coordination for a Hellcat when they changed their size was always tricky. Traitor Naruto growled. He knew about Kabuto, all of ANBU did. But for the man to blow his cover now had serious implications. He attempted to call forth Kurama's chakra but found instead a searing pain. Crap. If I can't use chakra, I can't deactivate my silencing seals. Not that it would help, as Guy is training somewhere and Kakashi is at Jiraiya's book signing. Damn, he ambushed me by bypassing my seals but keeping up the silencing one's Fuinjutsu wasn't in his files. Tisk, TSK, a little shock there, eh? No, I can't have you trying to leave before I get some answers. Now tell me, where is the scroll of sealing? I looked everywhere in the tower but it appears to have vanished from its traditional spot. However, I remembered a certain blonde having stole it but couldn't find you, until now, it seems. Really, you shouldn't have told that academy student where you live. It was so simple getting such a sweet child to tell me where her senpai lived. When you picked her up from the academy last Thursday for ramen. Really, Naruto, you couldn't sense me? How pathetic. Now, unless you want her to become my new experiment, you'll tell me where the ANBU has moved the scroll. I'm a rookie, they wouldn't tell me about that. Naruto tried, keeping his voice neutral. In truth he did know, as the Hokage had taken him to the archives the week before to study the barrier seal on it so he could modify it to fit the ANBU HQ. TSK, I don't like liars, Naruto, you know who I am based on how quickly you had called on clones when I ambushed you, and I don't doubt Konoha is fully aware of Orochimaru-sama's plans. Of course, I'm an elite Jonin-level shinobi, and you're not. So save the lies and attempts at escape and tell me what I want to know. Kabuto had moved over and engulfed his hand in a blade of chakra. Swiping quickly he tore the muscles in Naruto's right leg, an injury unable to heal quickly with his chakra system acting out. Arg. I'll do worse to that academy student. Momo. The thought of the girl who had just eagerly showed him her newest seal being at the hands of the monster in front of him made the Jinchuriki's blood boil. But, revealing where the archives were and subsequently the scroll of seals was out of the question. So, in a probably suicidal move Naruto managed to lift his face from the floor and spat at the gray-haired traitor. Kabuto grunted. Bold move coming from someone experiencing my strongest chakra inhibitor poison mixed with venom. No matter, we'll have plenty of time to play back at Odo. Orochimaru-sama will be pleased to have a pet Jinchuriki. Why do you want the scroll of seals? Naruto asked, trying to buy time until the poison wore off. Already his feet tenketsu could be used without pain. If he timed a kick just right? You don't know? Well, Orochimaru-sama is one for the dramatic. And what better drama than for a Hokage to die by the hand of another, Wait, Edo Tensei. He had heard about the jutsu from the scroll, a truly frightening jutsu in the wrong hands. Now, why don't we go pick up Momo-chan? She should be sleeping by now. I saw her room lots of toads and foxes, probably Jiraiya's doing. And her pajamas? How precious. They'd look even cuter with blood and tears, don't you think? Then he looked up and saw a picture Naruto had on the wall, Yakumo painting, taken from when he visited her 3 days before, telling her he had a meeting scheduled with the Hokage about taking the seal off. She'd positively glowed in happiness. Oh? Who's that, Yakumo Kurama? Why don't I take her too? She's cute, hearing her scream as I unravel her Kekkei Genkai's secrets will be music to my ears, cuckoo. And Naruto saw nothing but red. He thought of nothing but stopping the taunts, the threats. Yakumo. Naruto couldn't let her be hurt, not after he promised to make things better, not at the hands of this man. Kabuto felt a bubble of chakra that instantly shot through him. Looking down, the traitor saw a blue chain disappearing into his abdomen, another through his leg, and 3 more shooting off into the walls around. Kabuto tried to slice through the one in his abdomen with his chakra scalpels but his hand bounced off. The blonde brat had called on chains from his hand, Kabuto realized. What the? He sputtered before reflexively blocking a weak punch. Naruto wheezed a bit as his punch was caught. The sudden emergence of the fabled chains was jolting but he'd contemplate it later. Kabuto engulfed Naruto's hand in green, causing it to break. Hissing in pain, he rolled back against the wall, forcing chakra through the hand to deactivate all his seals. Kunai shot out of the wall, but all were deflected by the still impaled Kabuto, and one stray one was attached to a chain. Damn, not enough control to use Fuinjutsu or clones, forget other jutsu. As Naruto frantically fished for a solution, Kabuto whipped out a syringe to sedate his capture, throwing it the short distance at the now sitting up blonde, who was attempting to stand with severed muscles. However, it was not to be, as a gloved hand shunshined between Naruto and the needle, catching it. I can never leave you alone for a second, can I, mouse? My raven leaves for 10 minutes to check on Rose Squad and you got taken down by this pansy. Honestly, we need to spar more. The newly arrived dragon was the picture of cool, not even being surprised at the chain coming out of his subordinate's hand and through the traitor. Kabuto attempted to speak or move but Dragon cut him off. Mouse, focus more chakra through your non-injured hand. Naruto did and 3 more appeared, wrapping around the injured Kabuto. Your healing factor is astounding, Kabuto, but you can't heal being impaled if the object is still stuck. And those chains? Here the commander kneeled down and stared, Sharingan spinning, having Kabuto gasp. Not even the Kyuubi could break them. Tell me, who knows Konoha has been fooling Oto and Suna? Kabuto wanted to refuse or better yet lie dash, but his brain just felt like he should tell the unknown Sharingan wielder in front of him everything. It wasn't a normal genjutsu, and before long he had no idea why he felt any hesitance to tell the man in front of him what he knew. Nobody. I was going to tell Orochimaru-sama my suspicions after I arrived with the Jinchuriki. Kabuto spoke in a trance. Good, when is Orochimaru arriving? Naruto watched in fascination as his leader just asked for the information from a master spy, someone that should be unbreakable, especially if just asked. Next week. He will be here to take over a genin team and then mark Sasuke Uchiha during the second phase, where I would then abduct him. Why did you choose Mouse? He had successfully taken the scroll Mizuki was supposed to give me for Orochimaru-sama, and he would have been valuable to Orochimaru-sama. And finally, what would Orochimaru do if you were killed while attempting to break into the Hokage's office to steal the scroll, only to die by Hiruzen's hand? He would not care, for I am expendable. Thank you, Dragon said. Just then the exterior to Naruto's living room blew up and Hikaru jumped in, Deidara close behind. As the dust settled, the pair looked ready for battle of epic proportions. Nobody hurts our teammate. They shouted in unison. Spotting Kabuto-bound Hikaru instinctively jookens his heart. No, normal gentle fist would have blocked points leading to the vital organ, killing them over minutes. Hikaru didn't employ the normal way, instead pulsing enough to explode the heart instantly. Huh. Take that, bastard, Deidara cheered. Now let's blow him up for art, Akam Dragon's voice broke them out of their celebration. Let me remind you, this is an apartment complex? Blowing the homes of your ANBU comrades sky high would not be wise. Dragon paused to let the message sink in before then cutting the traitor's head off. Turning to an amazed Naruto, the commander had an unseen smirk, well aware he had just looked awesome. What was that, Dragon-sama? You asked, Naruto sputtered, ignoring Hikaru and Deidara completely. Aha, and you'll never speak of this again, am I clear? Yes, Dragon-sama. The blonde said hesitantly, realizing once again how untouchable the enigma of a man really was. How do I retract these things? Next morning? But Captain, the dorms are fine, or even here. I can manage dash. No buts, Naruto. I want all of Ro to live nearby each other until this is over. Your apartment currently has holes from your chains, blood stains, and a blown-out wall. I won't accept another squad as their schedule will be different than ours, meaning Hikaru's apartment is the only answer. Tenzo said sternly. 3 members of Ro and Angel were in the middle of Naruto's drafty living room, proving his captain's point. But what about your place? Or Yugao-senpai's? Naruto pleaded. My boyfriend wouldn't like you taking over his space, Yugao interjected. And my place is too full of plants. Hikaru's is fine, you'll only be there a week. Yes, Captain, Naruto relented, picking up his bag and scrolls dejectedly. As he left, Tenzo turned to Yugao. I know Heiei would have loved Naruto being over. But my sword shrine wouldn't. Hikaru's apartment? Welcome, Chibi Kohai, to the best bachelor/bachelorette pad in ANBU. Hikaru declared grandly, his white eyes twinkling. Deidara threw a kunai at his roommate. Hey! I'm male, Che, embrace the really you, Hikaru replied. He turned to a silent Naruto and Angel. Now, Chibi Kohai, Angel and you can share my room? This got a reaction. Hell no, senpai. Your roach farm is in your room. I can hardly step around in here. I'll share with Deidara. Yeah, I hate roaches, Angel added. Still sore from her training with Hisoka, the Hellcat missed when she attempted to jump and scratch the Hyuga. Now, Chibi Kohai. It's improper for males and females to share beds unless on a mission or dating. Pyro Kohai needs her own space. For the last time, I'm manlier than you, Roach team. Tell him, Fishcake, Deidara pointed a finger at Naruto, who just sweat dropped. Maybe you should just believe her him, senpai, Naruto said, making Deidara drop his jaw, and Hikaru burst out laughing. Deidara tackled his roommate and they tumbled on the floor. Seconds later Deidara had Hikaru in a headlock, with his legs. Can a female use a leg headlock? Ha. I'm a freaking 14-year-old male. The older blonde screamed. Hikaru just gave a choked laugh. Even Chibi-Kohai knows you're a female. This time a volley of kunai aimed at Naruto flew from Deidara's sleeve. However, they were caught by blue chakra chains. Mwahaha. Now petty attacks can't touch me. Naruto cackled. Before he would have had to dodge or take the kunai like a shinobi, but no longer. Oh, I think I am perfectly capable of bypassing those strings of twine, a dark voice chuckled. Naruto gulped, as did his still locked roommates, and turned around to see their commander there. D-Dragon-sama, when did you get there? Naruto asked. Oh, long enough. Now bring your chains and Angel to our training ground. I need to beat some competence into you with them. Without waiting for a reply the man was off, leaving a relieved room of shinobi behind. Training grounds hours later. Backhanding off the grass, Naruto vaulted 10 feet back, Angel close on his heels. Now he signed and Angel blew out a large ball of flames. Wind style, great breakthrough, the combo stopped the advance of their opponent. Dragon used a shunshin and backhanded Naruto into the air. Or not. Dragon was apparently able to shunshin through fire. The young ANBU activated his chains, but they flailed uselessly in the wind against Dragon. Bruises arose as the chains were unable to block. Think, mouse, Dragon lectured once Naruto was on the ground under his foot. I've told you to use the chains as a solid barrier, not individual snakes. Gur, I'm trying, but I can't just do it, okay? When will I get my mother's notebook over it? Naruto asked, knowing from Kurama that Kushina had been writing all her knowledge down. The Biju was silent on how the chains worked, however, acting much like he did before Naruto faced his darkness. When the elders and Hokage approve of it. My crow is currently in the meeting to listen in. They're discussing how much to let you see at once, as the notes are in your inheritance to be given at 16. But, given the circumstances, you'll be given access to at least the journal before then. Wait, this is the second time you've mentioned a crow, and the first one was watching me. Dragon-sama, how often does your crow observe me? Naruto asked, creeped out by the thought of an ever-present spy. You're not any different than the other ANBU, you know, I keep watch over all of my men. That's creepy. Naruto deadpanned. Dragon chuckled in what could be described as nervousness. So, what are you going to give me to keep quiet? The promise of letting you live past the hour? Nope, not good enough. How about another story about Shisui Uchiha? There was one mission he killed 10 enemy shinobi with a spoon, you know. And this was before his shunshin was at its peak. Naruto was instantly entrapped, soon engrossed by Dragon's masterful weaving of the legends past. Meanwhile, Dragon was patting himself on the back. Sure, it was really only 4 shinobi and they had been injured by Itachi, but those were minor details. Chapter 21. Early next morning, Hikaru's apartment? A muscled blur barged through the door, intent on showing 3 young men the meaning of youth. The blur stepped around the colony of cockroaches in the doorway. It carefully avoided the kunai traps. Odd, my youthful neighbor Naruto never has any traps up. Truly, Hikaru is the picture of youth to be so prepared. I must reward him with his very own youth suit. The blur had avoided all this and more, and was at a crossroads, 2 rooms opposite of each other. Which one to open first? Deciding since left was his most youthful new neighbor Deidara, who would appreciate being picked first, the blur kicked the door in. And this his most grievous mistake was made. Might Guy, esteemed jonin of Konoha, had walked right into a lion's den. Several hours later, Naruto stumbled out of bed and towards the kitchen at the smell of tea while wiping bleary eyes away. The blonde had spent the majority of the night before sparring with Ro in the forest of death. Leaping through the infested trees while avoiding bombs, roots, and jutsu was exhilarating, if not exhausting. Chibi-Kohai, bring your senpai some coffee would ya? Hikaru's voice called after Naruto when he reached the door. And milk? Angel agreed. Naruto rolled his heavy-lidded eyes and put his hand near the handle but stopped. A single cockroach was perched on the knob and bowed to him. Senpai, your roach bowed to me. I am officially going crazy, Naruto said bluntly. Hikaru scoffed in the background. Baka, my pets are highly trained, bowing is the least of their abilities. Now, coffee. Get it yourself, lazy ass. The young ANBU shot back and flicked the roach away with a finger. Angel, I'll bring your milk, just stay still and let your ribs heal after that last kick, he added. Angel had improved to the point of fighting genin was child's play, but Tenzo kicked harder than most jonin, much less genin. While at her maximum size she was flung effortlessly 30 feet after meeting the captain's foot. Ignoring the rustle of unhappy Hyuga and roaches, Naruto stepped into the hallway. He smirked when he heard a bed sheet being dragged along, signaling Hikaru was begrudgingly following. Stepping into the kitchen stopped the pair cold. There was Deidara sipping on hot chocolate with his pinky sticking out. Next to him on the ground by the chair was Guy, wrapped in a clay centipede and gagged with his leg warmers. And he looked positively terrified of Deidara. "Ah, fish cake, roach team, come and join me for some morning tea and cocoa?" Deidara said when he noticed the pair and gave them an all-too-innocent smile. But Naruto tried but failed to speak, instead opting to point at the bound jonin. "Oh, him? Well, the fool thought waking me up at 4 am was a good idea here." Kick from Deidara connected with Guy's stomach, and I simply had to show him why that was not. Hell hath no fury like a kunoichi, scorned Hikaru finally quipped once his voice returned. The Hyuga found himself bound right along Guy before he could blink. Deidara turned towards the last standing member of the living room and asked in a voice that could have frozen a volcano. "Now, fish cake, care to join them on the ground or me for some cocoa?" Naruto gulped. "I'd love some hot chocolate." The two sat in compensable silence while futile struggles came from below. "Just a quick question though, how did you use your clay animals if I resealed your chakra last night?" "Some questions are better left unasked, Naruto," Deidara replied sagely. With a sweat drop and mental promise to speak to Dragon about it later, he nodded and took another sip of his hot chocolate. Later, when Dragon went to the training grounds, Guy was supposed to be working his 3 youngest ANBU to the bone, and he was rather puzzled by the lack of said ANBU and Guy. Resummoning his crow assigned to Mouse, Dragon asked, "Where's my ANBU? They should have been here at 4, it's 10. Mouse is due for another session with his chains." The crow gave him a dull look. "You should really stop stalking your subordinates, you know. They're all at that idiot Hyuga's apartment. Anything else or can I go home?" No, you may go. "Thank you, Rio. I'll summon you again later." When the commander arrived to where his subordinates were supposedly, he didn't know whether to chuckle or punish them for skipping out on his extra training. He decided on both. "So my underlings decided to waste the day away so close to the exams, eh?" he said, putting on his Tenzo impersonation. It worked as everyone gulped, even Guy, who was currently being used as Deidara's footstool. "Well, it's nice to see you all have some relaxation." "Really?" Naruto asked hopefully. "Of course not. Now, prepare to entertain me." Orochimaru's lair, Rice. Orochimaru, renowned Sannin and researcher, was throwing a tantrum. "Arg!" he roared while ripping the heads off his cannon fodder experiments. A foolish one-armed man takes a kunai off his dead friend and charges at Orochimaru, who spares him not a glance as his arm points at him. Striking shadow hands, the Sannin hissed and enjoyed the sound of the fool's neck snapping. The Sound Four were huddled on the ceiling while their leader raged. So far, after 2 hours and 100 people, the prospects were not great. Orochimaru heaved heavily over the carnage when more than 200 bodies lay across his arena. "Kabuto, my best agent and scientist. Dead, all for a pitiful scroll. I really didn't need to beat Sarutobi-sensei. Stupid. Even his team died in a futile attack on my sensei. At least they died before they interrogated them, if these reports are to be believed." Unaware that his plan was known by the enemy and that Kabuto died for less than nothing, he began formulating new plans. "I don't need the scroll, and it's no doubt been moved to one of the ANBU record towers, if protocol is the same. No, that idiot Jiraiya is there. I need that jutsu just in case. But who? Sneaking in is impossible. But a frontal assault could work, as the majority of ANBU will be focused on the incoming genin. Kukukuk, this could still work. Kimimaro. Take Guren and 3 of the missing ninja teams to Konoha. I want that jutsu." Kimimaro appeared from nowhere and passed his master a towel. "It will be done, Orochimaru-sama. Though, where would the Konoha trash have put it? Cuckoo. I have an idea as to where my old sensei is keeping my prize. Gather the forces and I'll debrief them soon." "Very well, but sneaking in will be a challenge." "Oh, I'll give them something else to worry about and keep them off your backs." "No, go." With a bow, Kimimaro left. "Well, you're my guards. Get down here and clean this filth up." He hissed and slithered to his lab. Soon I'll have Sasuke and Konoha will fall. Damn it, Kabuto. I'll have to revive you for the invasion." "Oh well, an immortal assistant might not be so bad, Kukuku." And with that the Snake Sannin began preparing a slightly early trip to his old home. Next afternoon, Hokage Tower. Naruto and Angel paced the hallway anxiously. Even clad in his ANBU uniform and mask, which always gives a sort of confidence, Naruto was nervous. The meeting to decide Yakumo's fate would be soon after another meeting wrapped up, and Naruto had to make this perfect. Yakumo deserved it. "Mouse, calm down. you look like a new dad waiting for their wife to give birth. Hawk signed. The captain and his squad were on tower duty for the day and found Naruto's actions rather amusing. Yeah, Naruto. Yakumo-chan wouldn't want to see you like this, Angel purred from atop his head. Quit it, your worrying is making me sick, Kurama growled grumpily. The blonde gave mental eye roll at his tenant. Look, I already promised I wouldn't use the chains on you. What more do you want? Go away, Kurama said after a moment. Naruto sighed, wishing his friend would stop sulking over something so silly. He realized he was still pacing and stopped sheepishly. Why, you're right, both of you, he began, remembering the conversation moments before, but, I can't screw this up. Not for Yakumo-chan, not after what she's been through. Oh ho! Gaki has a little girlfriend? An amused voice speaks from behind. Naruto whips around, causing Angel to claw into the top of his mask to hang on. Jiraiya-sama. It's not like that, she's just a lot like me and I don't want to see her hurt more. Naruto trailed off in a mumble. The Toad Sage hid a smirk and poked his mask's forehead. Suyur. Keep telling yourself that. Let's go see Sensei and get this over with. Putting his godson in a headlock, Jiraiya dragged them inside despite the protests of both Hawk and Naruto. Sensei. We're here for the meeting. Jiraiya trailed off. Inside was every Jonin sensei sniggering at the sight. Kakashi even snapped a quick picture. Sarutobi gave a deep sigh at his students' antics and Naruto prayed he'd be exempt from blame for this. Oh mouse, an almost creepy-sounding sign signaled him from the rafters. Ro was on room duty for the day as well, in fact the blonde would be joining them after the meeting. Naruto froze when his captain's masked face and hands alone appeared from the shadows, illuminated somehow like a ghoul. Yes, Captain. You interrupted the meeting in your uniform, making Ro look bad. But Jiraiya isn't in Ro, and as suddenly as he appeared, Tenzo was gone. Most of the Jonin were too busy sniggering at Jiraiya's interruption to notice, but Jiraiya did. The Toad Sage decided then and there he needed to get Naruto's captain laid. Akam, I'm thrilled that you are ecstatic for our discussion, Jiraiya, but kindly be quiet while I finish here. Sarutobi gave a light glare. Jiraiya gave a sheepish nod and waded through the crowd to wait next to his sensei, depositing Naruto in a heap on the ground. Snigger, how does Naruto put up with him? One Jonin asked another. I know, the legendary Jiraiya-sama. What a joke, another added. Naruto. Moments before, Iruka glared at the Sannin and blonde ANBU that cut off his triad about allowing Genin less than a year out of the academy into the exams. Sure, he knew about the plan for Teams 7 and 8, but letting Team 10 who had very little extra training join was ludicrous. After the Hokage chewed them out, Iruka was about to redouble his efforts to at least make Team 10 drop out when he heard it. Snigger, how does Naruto put up with him? One Jonin asked another. I know, the legendary Jiraiya-sama. What a joke, another added. Naruto? But surely not, he's a paper pusher ninja. Wait, blonde hair, barely 5'2". Naruto? Asked/demanded at the pint-sized ANBU who was currently dusting himself off. At the slight flinch, Iruka had his suspicions confirmed. The room tensed, as did the ANBU above. Most ANBU had their identities hidden from every Chunin and below except family, of course, and they had been informed by the Hokage to keep extra silent on the Jinchuriki being in the core. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Naruto chuckled and gave an awkward wave. Iruka wanted to protest, say hi to his student he hasn't seen in months, or just wave, but he couldn't. Akam. Since no other teams wish to partake in the exams, everyone but Jiraiya, Mouse, Kurenai, and Iruka are dismissed. Asuma, your team is included in the participating ones. Make Konoha proud, Sarutobi ordered. Asuma gave a stiff nod and used a shunshin to leave. Moments after everyone else was gone except the ANBU observers, the door opened again to the elders, Koharu and Hamura, walking in. Iruka, Sarutobi said sharply, and the Chunin snapped to attention. Yes, Hokage-sama. We will discuss your questions later, and I'll send Mouse to find you for dinner. I don't think I need to remind you about the ANBU identity rules. And no, Hokage-sama. With a bow the Chunin rushed out the door. Hiruzen, we just received your notice about the Kurama girl, what's happened? Koharu asked, a bit frantic. She didn't want to think about the seal breaking. Sarutobi gestured to Naruto, who cleared his throat while unsealing a folder. The Hokage only knew about the subject, not about the why for the gathering. I've come to convince you all to let me unseal Yakumo Kurama and let her face her ID, essentially merging with it. A pin drop could be heard. What? Was Kurenai's intelligent comment. Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement with the Jonin. Only you, Naruto. Hiruzen, Sarutobi groaned. Let's hear it. End. I am having a lot of tests this week, so I couldn't finish this conversation and I didn't want to let it wait for a week or stop in a weird place. Oh, and yes, the Iruka thing was planned, as it would have been logical if the Chunin saw Naruto in his uniform he'd be able to piece the dots together. I'll post around Friday, with the rest of the meeting, and start of the Chunin exams, as well as more Orochimaru stuff. Anyways, here's an Omake and Silver Dragon 310 worked on together over email. Omake, Deidara's mine. 1 week after Kabuto, note, doesn't bear any weight on the story lol. Senpai. He's moving in with me, he's a natural guy deterrent. Naruto wailed. Nope, sorry Chibi-Kohai, but I can't trust your teenage hormones with a young lady in a one-bedroom apartment, Hikaru rebuked, hiding his nervousness. Deidara was helping with cooking now and he kept the insane green man away, something not even Naruto Seal seemed to be able to do. First of all, you're a teenager too. Second, Deidara's male. And third, I'm taking him. Naruto said firmly and grabbed a gaping Deidara's hand and pulling him. Hikaru grabbed the other arm. No. He's mine, Hikaru argued while yanking. Deidara felt his shoulders pop. No. Mine. I need him to keep Guy away. Naruto screamed. Well, I need him to cook and help with stuff. Hikaru screamed back. The two butted heads, releasing Deidara. Fine then. A spar for Deidara. They yelled together and got into stances. Meanwhile, Deidara was wondering what went wrong in his life for his two friends/teammates to fight over him like a schoolyard crush. Chapter 22. Hokage's office, moments later. Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously when his leader sighed. Kurenai kept gaping in a manner not unlike a fish while a quiet snort could be heard from the rafters. Hikaru, the blonde, groaned mentally. Of course his senpai would find amusement in the situation. Pushing those thoughts aside, Naruto straightened up, clearing his throat. Yes, well, the reasoning is quite simple. Miss Kurama's containment seal on her powers that doubles as a chakra suppressant is slowly eating away at her psyche, resulting in her ID gaining ground. Hold on, how do you even know this? Koharu asked the blonde ANBU pointedly before turning to Sarutobi. I don't recall giving the Jinchuriki the clearance to any files relating to Yakumo Kurama, Hiruzen. The Hokage gave a quick and silent glare to his former teammate while Jiraiya was more vocal. Can it, you old coot? You can't talk about my godson like he's an object. The Sannin took a breath to launch into a second triad, but the Hokage's raised hand stilled him. Calm yourself, Jiraiya. While Koharu would do well to remember Naruto's status isn't all he is, I too wonder how he came to know this. All eyes turned to the youngest in the room besides Angel, who was holding her breath. Yakumo and Kurama, my tenant, told me, he said. Flinches appeared in Koharu and Hamura at yet another reminder of the Biju's link to the Jinchuriki while Kurenai blinked. Naruto, your tenant knows about IDs? She asked. Naruto nodded. Yes. He's the one who informed me of what will happen if we leave the seal on. And, Sarutobi prompted. He wasn't fool enough to believe he made the right choice with Yakumo, but at the time it had seemed to be the only choice. Originally Jiraiya would have performed the ritual of the Kurama girl with Kurenai being there for support. But he was unreachable at the time and the Genjutsu clan had been calling for the heiress's extermination or containment. Kakashi would have been the next choice, but the one-eyed Jonin had been on a long-term rank mission in IWA territory, stopping a smuggling ring set up by Inoki to channel drugs into Konoha. He hadn't returned until 3 months prior to Naruto's disastrous graduation. Finally, the buck should have stopped with the Hokage, but he justified letting Kurenai do the ritual as having an old man do the sealing on a technically civilian girl and heiress would have been less than appropriate had word gotten out. He had meant to check on the poor girl seal months ago, but like many things it became easier to just believe that since nothing was immediately wrong he could afford to put it off. Naruto cleared his throat at his leader, who looked lost in thought before answering. Within 6 months Miss Kurama's seal containing the ID will break and allow that part of her mind to take over for a brief time. After the surge of power and chaotic release of her abilities, she will fall into a never-ending coma, essentially becoming brain dead. Why don't we just reseal it? Hamura cut in. Naruto resisted a snort and settled on a long sigh. Because that would just delay the problem, Hamura-sama. Sure, a better seal done by Jiraiya-sama or even myself would hold strong for a couple of years, eventually it would break. If we keep reapplying one she would deteriorate more and more. However, taking the seal off completely and guiding her to face what is essentially her darkness would grant her safe access to her abilities once more. Miss Kurama would be able to utilize her abilities in combat even. Naruto trailed off, still feeling odd about the situation. When he had informed Dragon-sama and Hokage-sama about him defeating his inner darkness, the blonde ANBU had ended up being scolded for his reckless decision to follow a Biju's advice and go off into the woods alone to battle half of his mind. Now here he was, recommending an almost identical process to one of the village's dark secrets. Silence greeted Naruto's proposal. The seal she has now is shoddy. I'm offended that anyone would think it would be adequate to contain a kitten. Here he petted a huffing angel who seemed to think he was referring to her. Much less an ID. It's so weak that while I was on Miss Kurama's protection detail its presence could be sensed during the full moon. It was as foul as any biju's chakra. Now, imagine that instead of being stored away in the mountains like an unwanted disease, Miss Kurama could become a genjutsu kunoichi specialist? But Yakumo is weak physically. Even if she did manage to overcome her powers, she would never make it in the field, Kurenai insisted fervently. Naruto let out an irritated sigh. Really? Because Yakumo-chan isn't as weak as you say she is, Naruto spat, forgetting to say Miss Kurama in his heat. In fact, Yakumo-chan is strong in her own way and with training she'd become a great kunoichi. Just because she isn't as physically strong as most shinobi doesn't mean she's worthless. I call her for ANBU. Dragon's voice resonates from a corner before the enigma of a commander appears, amusement in his tone. ANBU. They have the highest death rates. Do you want her to be killed? Kurenai asked incredulously. Naruto jumped at the opening. Oh, like how her seal is killing her. Besides, ANBU isn't a suicide corps like the Chunin gossip it to be. Jonin should know better than to spout lies. ANBU die less often Chunin and Genin squads and rarely ever do suicidal missions. We haven't been the worst in shinobi safety since before the Uchiha massacre, Naruto defended. Really, he was sick of everyone thinking ANBU was a shinobi's grave. Their killed-in-action rates had plummeted in the last 5 years and different squads focused on different areas of the shinobi world. But they're gruesome, just look at Kakashi. He's screwed in the head from his tenure in the Black Ops. She interjected. No more so than your squad, Kurenai Dragon said lightly. A Hyuga who can't bring herself to harm others, and an Inuzuka too brash and loud for any tracking squad, not to mention an Aburame who just can't give a damn half the time. You've had almost 8 months with them, but none of them could make a Chunin sweat, nor are they ready for the position, not with their issues. I keep my men alive if a bit insane in the field by drilling teamwork and playing to their strengths. Your squad can't even catch Tora without a fight breaking out and new scars. To be fair to the lovely Kurenai, Tora is a demon cat. The thing can now water walk and wall walk. There's even talk that it can use a genjutsu. Jiraiya said. If I ever find out who taught that blasted cat how to be a ninja, I'll assign them D ranks until the day I retire, Sarutobi muttered, fed up with the extra paperwork it caused now that the cat had a tactical advantage amongst the majority of Genin squads. No one but Dragon and Ro noticed Naruto's slight stiffening and beads of sweat running down his neck. Angel stifled a chuckle. She knew teaching Tora the false surroundings genjutsu would be worth it, and it was whenever screams of Genin echoed through the village as they walked right into a wall or into the wrong restroom. Tora's superpowers aside, don't you agree, Mouse, that Yakumo would make a fabulous ANBU? Dragon sounded casual, but Naruto knew, to keep his involvement with Tora secret he'd have to agree, even if secretly he thought Yakumo would be better at the political type missions, not Black Ops, regardless of what he told Kurenai. Ah, yes, Dragon-sama. ANBU is perfect for everyone, Naruto agreed blandly. Dragon gave a triumphant gesture to the Hokage. See? Mouse agrees with me. So, when are we ripping the seal off? Enough. Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Of course his ANBU commander and soon-to-be successor was trying to nab yet another potentially S-class operative. He'd deal with that later, but for now he had to decide on another of his mistakes' fate. First, walk me through the process, Jiraiya. You will be the final word on if this can work or not. And Kurenai? The young Jonin looked her leader in the eye, unflinching. We'll discuss your sealing practices after I see how badly it went. Though it was ultimately his fault, Sarutobi had to have his shinobi be honest with their skills. If Kurenai wasn't advanced enough to seal away Yakumo's powers, she should have said so, not assure him for weeks afterwards that it was a perfectly capable seal and that he needn't worry. Hi, Hokage-sama, the kunoichi replied. Several hours later, late afternoon. Thank you, Mouse. Your squad is released from duty now, so go join them. Just be sure to find Iruka. Sarutobi dismissed after another 4 hours of heated discussion took place. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Naruto bowed and used a shunshin to leave, his squad following suit. By then it was only Sarutobi, Dragon, and Jiraiya left in the room. Once a moment passed, Jiraiya let out a chuckle. Damn, Gaki is good. He kept Kurenai on her toes with his passive-aggressive jabs. And his proposal, I still can't find anything wrong with it. The Sannin admitted. Dragon huffed. I still don't see why we can't do this before the exams. Because I don't need Naruto by her side worrying about her recovery, or unable to function if the worst should happen and Yakumo must be put down. The chance was small but still there. If the ID proved too strong and possessed her, they would have to do the extreme. Mouse is strong, and so is the Kurama girl. She started sneaking out in an attempt to make it to the village for midnight ramen runs, and she almost made it last night. Mouse has created a fellow addict. Dragon chuckled. Please don't remind me. I observed them the other day through my ball. She ate 10 bowls. 10. Dropping his face into his hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a sense of dread at the thought of the two creating little genjutsu-wielding, ramen-loving, Uzumaki chakra chain-wielding monsters. Not to mention the prank the two played on Ferret, he's sworn revenge on Mouse at the next poker game. Dragon added. Just a couple of months left, you can do this, Hiruzen. Then it's sweet retirement. Sarutobi chanted to himself. Jiraiya balked. Sensei, you're retiring? He asked. Sarutobi nodded. Well then, I guess I need to go get Tsunade, eh? The sage asked. Last time this conversation had come up 7 years ago, he had expressed interest in Tsunade taking the hat. However, when the Hokage shook his head, he frowned. Not her? Then who? Kakashi. No, I'll be the one in charge of scaring the shinobi into obeying, the ANBU commander replied. Jiraiya looked at his sensei. He looked at the brat who even he couldn't figure out the identity of. Giving a keen look and lecherous grin, he asked his soon-to-be boss. So, perhaps you'd see the value in opening a mixed bathing house? A kick that sent him out the window was his answer. With Naruto? And that's why I think we should get sushi? Angel finished passionately. Naruto shook his head as they traveled side by side on the roofs towards Iruka's apartment. After Tenzo had assigned him corner duty for a week and reminded him that insulting a jonin to their face, subtle or not, was a good idea, he was let off for the evening as long as he was careful of the 2 IWA teams that had arrived. One had a close-range sensor as a sensei that Deidara deduced could tell he was a Jinchuriki. While they were in the village, ANBU would contain them to the visitor sections while Naruto would keep away from the Jonin senseis during the actual exams. Not that that would be difficult, seeing as Ro would be in the forest and following Kakashi's team until the IWA team was either disqualified or killed. Ibiki had been ordered to be especially sadistic towards the foreign squads to knock as many as possible out. No, sushi's expensive and we are saving up for armor for you. I won't have your ribs getting smashed in the middle of a fight anymore. Not to mention Hikaru keeps borrowing money for rent. Besides, ramen is better and we get more of it for less money, the blonde retorted. Now hush, we're here. Clad in his off-duty gear with a henge to make him brown-haired and black-eyed, Naruto stepped into his favorite childhood location. Tucci glanced at him when he entered, eyes lighting up in recognition. The old ramen maker was familiar with this particular disguise and wasn't fooled for a second. Ah, Naruto, welcome. Here for some more ramen? Is this elusive girl you keep telling me about craving the heavenly broth? Tucci joked. Naruto chuckled at Yakumo's habit, no matter how much she denied it. No, not for her, but for Iruka-sensei. I'm taking some over to his house, so can I have my usual to go, Angel's usual of 3 fish cake boxes, and Iruka's usual. Coming right up, though it will take a while since I am's off for the day. And it's about time you visited the man. He started looking at my ramen like a lost puppy. Tucci bellowed a laugh while straining the noodles. He's been avoiding him, Angel quipped, only to be bonked on her head by a twitching Naruto. I have not, Angel. I've been worked to the bone with paperwork, he finished lamely, stopping short of revealing his status to a civilian. Angel sniggered at his cover-up. Sure you were. Keep it up and Dragon-sama might actually give you his paperwork. Naruto paled at the evil notion. Don't even joke about such horrors, the ANBU gasped and sagged dramatically. The Hellcat sweat dropped at the over-dramatism. Barrier room, east side of Konoha? Guren stared impassively at the remains of the Konoha scum in the way of her master's goals. She didn't particularly like murder, but Orochimaru-sama was her world, she'd do anything for him. Guren-sama. A grunt stood by the side, avoiding the crystal spikes sticking out of the ground and bodies. Squads 2 and 4 completed their goal. 5 through 7 are on standby. And Squad 3? What of the Kurama girl? Orochimaru wishes her alive for study. About that? He began nervously, his scratched Kumo headband on his neck becoming a place to dip his head into. Back with Naruto? Naruto held his breath while his knuckles rapped on the wooden door. His sensei lived in the single Chunin apartment building, close to the academy. Before the blonde could count to 3, the apartment door flung open to a wide-eyed Iruka. Naruto, the Chunin breathed. Both looked awkward, as it had been months since they'd seen each other and the first time Iruka had the full picture what Naruto had actually been doing since graduation. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Up for some food? The masked boy inquired while holding up a scroll containing the ramen. Sure. Come in. The older male led Naruto and Angel into the kitchen, sitting down at the low table. The two stared each other down. Naruto hadn't been here since his last year at the academy when Iruka had let him stay the weekend while his apartment was pieced back together in the days following his 12th birthday. So, ANBU. Yeah. Naruto unsealed various bowls, dividing it up and giving his partner her food first. What's it like? Iruka asked, accepting a steaming pork bowl. Insane, Naruto blurted immediately, then did a mental face palm. But amazing, he amended. My squad, they're the family I never had. Even Hikaru, he muttered, careful not to mention last names, even if Hikaru was a common name in all clans. Iruka perked up at this. Hikaru? Is he on your squad? Is he a good influence? Angel snorted and Naruto thought about how much he should admit, deciding the truth would better when the inevitable happened and Hikaru met Iruka. Absolutely not, Naruto said with abandon, causing Iruka's mouth to drop. Well, as long as you don't follow his example. Awkward silence filled the air again before Naruto spotted a towering stack of papers. Want some help grading? He said while pointing to the leaning tower of paper. The Chunin sensei looked relieved at the distraction. Yes, that'd be great. And you can tell me the full story, especially how you gained a Hellcat partner. Angel looked up amusedly. It all started with burning my jumpsuits, Naruto began. Hikaru had started a ritual-like dance while he poured more alcohol on them. Why is the Hokage's grandson failing village history? Naruto asked. Iruka rubbed the bridge of his nose in exasperation. That boy is much like you used to be but without the work ethic. He needs a role model. Well, as long as the brat stays away from me. I've been assigned his protection detail once and it was once too many. Iruka's sweat dropped. That bad? Worse. Shikaku. Kurama roared inside the seal abruptly. Naruto reeled in surprise and Iruka looked concerned. Kurama. How far out? One day. That little prick of a sandbox will be here by noon tomorrow. Naruto, let me rip him apart. We can't. You'll get your chance soon. Why are you so bloodthirsty all of a sudden? You didn't care about him for the past several months. Gur, his chakra makes me rage. Always spouting off how I'm not the best and how all Biju are equal. Bah, pathetic sand dog. You can be a real egotistical prick, you know that? You're just jealous since you suck at your chains. Shut it, furball. But if we want to beat him we'll need to work together again, okay? A pregnant pause followed. Please? I'll not use the chains on you but I need my friend back. Fine. But you have to use those blasted things on Shikaku. I won't let him mock me for being sealed by them. Let's see how he likes it. The fox let out a sadistic chuckle and Naruto vowed to find any hobby other than revenge for his furry friend to focus on. Perhaps jokes would do? Naruto? You spaced out, what's wrong? Naruto blinked at his former sensei, realizing he had been in his head too long. ANBU business. I have to leave now, sorry. Naruto said apologetically before turning. Angel. Protocol Ichi is a go. Angel gave a serious nod as they shunshined towards the Hokage tower, leaving behind a confused Iruka and several empty bowls. Iruka puzzled at the sight, wondering when his old student had managed to slip them into his mouth without removing his mask. Hokage Tower, less than 5 minutes later, with Naruto? Naruto crouched in front of the village leader and ANBU commander who were in a meeting. He had used his ANBU tattoo to bypass the security, appearing in the middle of the room. Hokage-sama, Dragon-sama, Project Ichi is a go, Kurama senses soon as Jinchuriki less than a day out. Naruto panted from the run. Yes, I know, and 4 days sooner than scheduled, that means my wayward pupil could be arriving at any moment. Go to your team, Naruto. Ro is to follow Sasuke Uchiha until the first exam starts before resuming the original schedule. Hokage-sama. A frantic Chunin burst through the door before Naruto could leave. The barrier squad on duty near the eastern sector was found dead. Sarutobi took in a deep breath and attempted to restore order, only to be interrupted by an ANBU with a carp mask arriving in a deep bow, armor torn with blood speck. Dragon-sama, the maximum security prison was attacked by 5 missing shinobi, allowing for the prisoners to escape. Dragon-sama. Ferret panted as he arrived with an unconscious Yakumo. 2 missing ninja attacked my post, killing the medic Nin before I sliced their throats. Yakumo Kurama is relatively unharmed. Naruto's world narrowed as he gazed at Yakumo, a small cut on her cheek as she slept in a troubled manner. Hey! Dragon's voice brought Naruto from the beginnings of panic at seeing his friend unconscious. The girl is fine, focus. Yes, Dragon-sama. He sputtered. His shoulder burned as a mass message was sent from a grim-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi using a seal on his desk. All ANBU report to HQ with squads. All reserve ANBU, report to Hokage Tower. A prison break has occurred and multiple foreign hostiles have been spotted. Be wary of attack and inform any Chunin or above to move to lockdown. Now you all faces turned towards the Hokage, whose eyes bore into the Chunin who had given the barrier report. Tell me everything. Dragon, you have military command. Naruto, send clones to get the council and join your team. Yes, Hokage-sama. And any prisoners or hostiles we come across? Here the Hokage's eyes hardened. Make them hurt, Naruto, death alone is too good for them. Right? And in a silent bow Naruto left to catch his team to participate in what would become one of Konoha's darkest nights. Chapter 23. Rooftops of Konoha, with Naruto and Angel. Two figures streaked across the tiled roofs of Konoha, one an undersized ANBU and the other an oversized cat. Chakra pulsed through their legs and eyes were razor sharp. Around them the roofs were filled with other shinobi, each headed towards their own assignments. The swarms of shinobi thickened as Naruto and Angel reached the far side of the village, towards the forest surrounding the prison. Already the blonde could feel the dark aura of hostiles, his senses augmented to the max by a bloodthirsty Kurama. The fox was itching for battles. For familiar chakra signatures enveloped around the pair as the rest of Ro joined in, Tenzo taking point. Yugao and Deidara were flanking left and right while Hikaru took the back, Byakugan no doubt active at intervals. Mouse were assigned the furthest sector to catch any runners and the perpetrators. Tenzo signed quickly turning to face the team. Naruto nodded in affirmation and moved towards the back with Hikaru while Angel took to the branches above. Captain, capture plan? Naruto signed, coughing to get Tenzo's attention once more. The Hokage mentioned killing and making them hurt, but he had 20 prisoner scrolls just in case. Yugao answered with a blunt remark. For prisoners, try to capture unless deemed too dangerous. For the attackers, no survivors unless they surrender when we find them. Prisoner scrolls that wouldn't be used, apparently, as more than likely the criminals would attempt to fight back. Understood, senpai, he dutifully replied. Just then Hikaru clicks to draw attention and signs. 6 hostiles, 300 meters to the left on the ground, fleeing in our direction. 4 more on the right converging towards us. Without prompting the 5 ANBU and Hellcat jump higher into the canopy. Moments later the two groups Hikaru had seen meet up in the middle, amongst a small break of the dense foliage. Naruto strained his eyes as the full moon dipped behind clouds. He could make out the various forms of the 10, the group of 6 containing 2 mountainous men. On my signal Mouse Tenzo signed when the moonlight returned and Naruto instantly produced 25 clones of various ANBU masks to hopefully intimidate them into surrendering. Tenzo gave the mark and as one row landed in a circle enclosing the startled criminals. You have broken out of Konoha's prison in a futile attempt at freedom, surrender or die, Tenzo said monotonously, like he didn't care one way or the other. Several of the prisoners looked intimidated by the show of force and tone, and 2 started raising their hands in surrender. Until a familiar silver-haired prisoner spoke up in a soothing voice. Fujin, Raijin, remember that Orochimaru-sama has an endless supply of food waiting for you. Food? The 2 now identified giants groaned. Yes. Food. But first you must take down these pesky ANBU who would take away your food. Mizuki pointed to the trees. The brothers saw red and roared. No, take our food. Brother. The slightly bigger one shouts and they charge, uprooting the tree Tenzo was in and swinging around. In the chaos, several clones popped, and the once frightened prisoners gained angry expressions. Hey! That their ANBU was just a clone. One, a man with an eye patch and missing teeth, shouted. A woman next to him sneered. Yeah, let's take him. I bet there's only 1 or 2, and I used to be an IWA Chunin. We can take then. She boldly declared and the rest of the group charged at Ro, who were by then hopping to various trees. Naruto kicked a branch flying near him away and followed a nervous-looking Hikaru to another tree. Tenzo and Yugao were busy, 7 of the prisoners ganging up on them and Deidara above them. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. It had to be them. Hikaru cursed. At your 6. Naruto tilted his head as he made 2 chains to wrap around the eye-patched idiot who had split off from the attack on Tenzo and Yugao, trying to sneak a sword jab at the blonde skull. Naruto decapitated the man with his sword cleanly. Those brothers Fujin and Raijin are infamous for being almost as strong as Tsunade-sama. They killed their teammates for food right before I made Jonin. Their capture was what led to my promotion, but damn were they horrible to take down. The Hyuga explained. So how do we take them out, Deidara inquired, clay bombs bombarding the brothers to no effect. He couldn't resort to more artistic ones in the forest though. Because they're coming for us now, he deadpanned and pointed to the 2 giants jumping up with raised fists. The trio of young ANBU dodged the attacks. In the air as they spun to land safely, Hikaru spoke his plan. Chibi Kohai, I've seen you make a ton of chains before. Channel Kurama and strengthen them, binding them to the trees or ground. Pyro Kohai. He looked at Deidara as they landed near an irritated Tenzo who was kicking two of the escapees away. Deidara turned his mask. After I block some of their pressure points, blow them to pieces, and we'll put out the fire afterwards? Truth was Hikaru wouldn't take the chance of anyone getting hurt by the bastards that killed one of his genin teammates before Hikaru could take them out, mostly due to their orders to capture alive and them drawing the battle out. They needed to die, as there wasn't any way to control them, not with their leader of sorts that promised them food already escaping according to his Byakugan. No, Hikaru decided, they'd take out the brothers before chasing down Mizuki and Angel, who was on his tail. With pleasure, Deidara cheekily responded. Naruto made the chains, but they were batted away. Hee. Brother, this is fun. Fujin clapped. Raijin gave a grin in response. Of course it's fun, Mizuki said this would be. Raijin said while taking a Rasengan with a finger and flicking Naruto away. Naruto, cursing, had 30 clones poof into existence and mob the brothers. This time the chains easily wrapped around the pair as they were slow juggernauts and were focused on the other blondes weighing them down. His eyes glowed red as Kurama let his chakra seep through slightly, turning the chains a sickly purple and strengthening them. Glad that idea worked, Naruto sighed in relief at Kurama. The fox huffed. Of course it worked, the great Kyuubi said it would. My chakra augments your puny human chakra. Naruto had argued that Hikaru's plan would fail, but Kurama had vehemently argued it would work. Ignoring the boasting, Naruto focused on maintaining a struggling tangle of chains. Hikaru dived forward, gentle fists aimed for paralyzing points throughout the body, enough chakra in his palms to kill most normal shinobi. In a flurry the genius Hyuga hit 12 points on the brothers simultaneously, before jumping back a safe distance. Hee, that tickles, brother Fujin giggled as various spots were hit, though with his size the meaty man was only partially paralyzed. These ropes are hurting me, let's throw them. And the massive man pushed against the chakra chains, before grabbing them, Raijin doing the same. They spun in a whirlwind, the chains becoming a purple and red tornado. Naruto yelped as his chains and subsequently him were yanked forward with such a force and he was flung through the air. Immediately Naruto summoned multiple clones that encased around their creator. As he landed into some tree tops amongst the clones, his first thought was, last time I'm letting Hikaru pick the plan. He groaned, already feeling his cracked rib healing. Inside Kurama snorted. Nice move there. It looks so great on you to be defeated by two numbskulls. Kurama mocked sarcastically. Naruto rolled his eyes as he jumped down gingerly, intent on making it back to Ro, who were bound to be nearby. Instantly, Kurama became serious. A vile chakra is near, charging right KIT. Was the only warning Naruto got before crystals of various sizes erupted from the ground. A woman with a dull blue or purple ponytail sneered at the ANBU as he back-flipped several times to escape the path of crystals. On her back was an all-too-familiar scroll. I hope you give me a better fight than your comrades. The Kunoichi mocked. Their blood didn't sate me. She flared her suffocating killing intent and chakra, baring her teeth. Naruto ignored the mocking and stared at her through his mask with a mixture of determination and nervousness. Kurama. I know, this one is powerful. Don't go easy or you'll die. I know, ready for one hell of a fight? He asked his furry partner, vicious grin in place. Kurama sent a matching mental one back. You know it, her strange abilities are nothing compared to the great Kurama. Crystal style, crystal needles. Was all Naruto got before facing down a volley of pink crystals glistening as they raged towards him. This is going to suck, Naruto muttered and prepared to use all his prowess to survive and retrieve the scroll, red cloak surrounding him. With Mizuki. Mizuki grinned evilly as he ran deep into the forest and away from the two idiots he tricked into stalling the ANBU Black Ops. Soon I'll be an Otogekure with Orochimaru-sama. There I'll be recognized, not as an outcast but as a hero. Stupid demon brat, making me rot, I'll come back to kill him and… Pain racked the traitor's body as life left him via enormous jaws wrapping around his jugular. Ha, puny human, that hurt Naruto. I hope the Shinigami eats your soul 1,000 times over. Angel spats down at the body of Mizuki. She knew who he was from Naruto, and killing the one who betrayed her partner was satisfying in a euphoric way. However, her satisfaction was short-lived as a burst of a familiar chakra filled her bones. Naruto, the young Hellcat gasped and charged full speed in the direction of the chakra's origin, leaving a mutilated ex-Chunin in an undignified heap on the forest floor. With Ro. Hikaru cursed himself as he not only felt his Kohai/best friend's chakra in a quick burst, but also grimly took out several shinobi with various headbands. Deidara was back-to-back with him, waves of various clay bombs creating holes where hearts used to be. His captain bound another 3 effortlessly. Dance of the Crescent Moon was called behind him and Hikaru's Byakugan witnessed 7 escapees being sliced to pieces. Fujin and Raijin were among the now piles of dead, victims of Hikaru and Deidara unleashing an overkill of exploding shadow clones and a lightning-coated kunai. Hikaru rarely used his only chakra-conductive kunai, but seeing the monsters who threw his kohai half a mile away scream when the knife penetrated their skulls was well worth it, claims that he was cruel for it be damned. Wolf, Fox, go get Mouse and meet at Section 5B. Tenzo ordered as he ran through hand seals, summoning an earth tsunami that drowned 3 missing ninja. Hikaru nodded and the duo took off, Deidara creating a clay bird on the fly. With Kakashi? Kakashi was not in a forgiving mood. The squad of missing shinobi that lay dead at his feet were proof of that fact. 3 of the prisoners who had fled cowered near a large oak, their light garbs torn in multiple places. Kakashi sent them an eye smile radiating malice. I don't suppose any of you are thinking of running, N.E.? The Cyclops Jonin asked. All 3 shook their heads furiously. No. A reed-like man stuttered. His portly friend started crying. That's good to hear, Kakashi praised. Now, how would you 3 like to march back to prison like the adorable criminals you are? We'd like to go back to our cells now. The 3 chorused as they started walking back towards the prison. Hey-8 coughed a chuckle from above as he followed them in the shadows. Kakashi watched them go before sending a flare in the air to signal his area was clear, then turned to the other member of his temporary squad. Gunma, I think we're done here. Gunma snorted as his leader attempted to take out a familiar orange book. Nope, we're to head back and get another zone. Kakashi gave a long-suffering sigh but followed his comrade. However, the Cyclops became deadly serious when he felt it. Sending a quick prayer for Naruto's safety and a mental promise to chat with Tenzo about endangering his little brother once the ordeal was over, Kakashi picked up the pace. With Tenzo and Yugao? Moments after sending the younger members away, Tenzo focused on a spot in the trees. You can come out now. Hiding from a Byakugan is quite an accomplishment, especially for one so young and not raised with the clan. But hiding in a tree means I can see you. However, you should be proud, Sai. Stepping out of the shadows was a pale-faced boy, hands in the air and fake smile plastered on his face. At Tenzo's nod, Yugao used a shunshin behind the intruder, placing a kunai at his throat. Sai didn't even flinch. Tell me, what's a root agent such as yourself doing out at this time of night? Tenzo asked. Sai met his hidden gaze with unfeeling ones. I'm not here to speak with you, kitty, but with one above you. Who? Yugao demanded and pressed the kunai deeper, drawing a trickle of blood. That's enough, you two. I think my little spy has been spooked enough. A disembodied voice echoed from above. Back with Naruto? Akira hit a tree hard before dispelling back to the clan. Naruto had summoned his panthers and tigers to provide the backup, but his enemy was able to bat them away like flies. The last one standing, Hisoka landed next to him in a crouch, silent question in the eyes. I know, Hisoka. It's those pesky crystals, they've even made a dome. Stand back for now. Naruto ordered and reached for 2 of his chakra-conductive kunai. Naruto darted forward in a zigzag-like pattern, summoning 100 clones that wove around him, creating a confusing mass so that the woman in front of him couldn't pick him out. That won't work, crystal style. Tearing crystal falling dragon, she called after forming 2 hand seals. Rising from a tree and connecting to crystals in the area, a ferocious dragon roared, diving into the mass of ANBU clones. Naruto smirked from behind his mask as he vaulted off of a clone's shoulders. You know this is insane, right? Kurama commented. Naruto grunted. Yeah, just send me more chakra. Naruto shot back. Landing on the dragon's snout, 3 tails waved proudly in the night as Naruto dived the kunai into the eyes, hoping to disperse it like what happened to his water dragons. Instead it just ticked the chakra beast off as the kunai became stuck and made crystals form on his shoes before he could jump away. Crystals continued growing until the blonde unbuckled them and tossed the shinobi sandals aside. He hit the tree opposite of the dragon and pushed off it, landing near the kunoichi. The crystal dragon curled tightly around the woman before shattering and reforming as 2 crystal spears. She smirked at the ANBU and made a come-at-me gesture. Naruto used 3 shunshins to appear before her, his sword pressing down with Kyuubi-laced wind chakra. The crystals shattered and Naruto clicked his tongue when he managed to graze the woman's shoulder as she dodged. Tisk, TSK, those crystals can't handle some chakra? With Guren? Guren growled at the kid in front of her. She wasn't expecting the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to be the one she had to fight. From what she knew of his kind, even a child was dangerous, if the bubbling on her shoulder was to be believed. She had to kill the brat now though, to let him live could spell trouble for Orochimaru-sama. The 2 combatants locked eyes, Naruto summoning a purplish Rasengan and Guren slamming her fists into the ground, crystals spiking out once more. End. So, I have the rest of the chapter almost done, but it won't be ready until this weekend at the earliest. So, I had to cut off at an awkward place, mainly because I'm also editing what's keeping Deidara and Hikaru away. Also, fight scenes are really difficult, so I wanted time to go back over the climax of the Naruto vs. Guren scenes. Also, I had a treat for y'all that has a deadline of tomorrow. Omake and ANBU Halloween. Konoha, day before Halloween. The streets of Konoha were decorated with leaves and decorations. Naruto walked down the street in a henge, carefully darting his eyes from each passerby. He had even sent Angel to hang with Tora to further throw off his pursuer. Gotta make it to the tower, ask for leave, and run far away from him, Naruto thought to himself. I happen to quite like that scarecrow's idea. Kurama sniggered. Shut up. Naruto stammered and continued his flight. Meanwhile, Kotetsu and Izumo were at a nearby dango shop, stumped. Kotetsu. How can we be the coolest villain trio without a third member? Izumo moaned. Kotetsu sighed. I don't know. Naruto's ears perked at the mention of needing a third member and used a shunshin over, dropping the henge. Yo, what's the problem? He asked with a masked grin full of hope. Kotetsu groaned. We're supposed to be Team Rocket for the Chunin and ANBU Halloween parties, but we have no Meowth. Izumo finished. So, got anyone in mind? Naruto thought hard. He was tempted to volunteer, but a brilliant idea struck. Oh? I have someone in mind. He sniggered. With Deidara and Hikaru? The destructive duo were lounging in their teammate's apartment, Angel and Tora nearby in sunbeams. Two of my subordinates lazing around? Boo Dragon said from behind the pair. Hikaru and Deidara squealed in fright, jumping up and latching onto the ceiling. Dragon sked. I need to run more situational awareness classes. D-Dragon-sama. What are you doing here? Hikaru asked. Dragon just reached up and pulled Deidara down from the ceiling. Just grabbing my mini-me. Kakashi Baka will cry with envy when he sees how my mini-me project succeeds when his failed. Mwahahaha. Dragon chuckled and used a shunshin to take a still-stunned Deidara away. Hikaru stared forlornly. Well, at least Chibi-Kohai left some noodles in the fridge. Too bad you'll be too busy to eat them. Tenzo chuckled from the doorway, grabbing the Hyuga and dragging him away. When all the humans left, Angel opened an eye. Want to go terrorize some genin? Mo. Ooh, your mind is truly devious. Halloween night, Chunin party? You can't be serious, Naruto. I thought you meant Angel, not this. Izumo gestured wildly in front of him. Tora yawned at the foolish humans in front of her. Naruto had assured her they'd feed her fancy tuna though, so she'd play this Meowth character. As she pawed her forehead, hitting the strange orb, Tora began wondering if it was worth it. Naruto patted Tora on the head and placed her on a frozen Izumo's shoulders. There now, be sure to feed her, Jessie. SSSS sure thing, Naruto. Kotetsu stuttered and they turned to the party. Now time for phase 2, hiding in the forest of death till dawn. Naruto clapped his hand, only to freeze when a familiar hand clamped down on his shoulder. ANBU/Jonin party? Various ANBU agents were mulling about in a diverse range of costumes. Heiate and Yugao became a shinobi version of Bonnie and Clyde. Lizard had risen from his records tower to depict a mummy, complete with a tomb. And Hikaru? The Hyuga was trying to hide behind the concession table, gripping the sides with his teeth as his arms were hidden. Too bad Tenzo was stronger. Come on, quit being a baby, Mini-Me. Mini-Me my Byakugan, I refuse to be humiliated. Hikaru shot back. Tenzo sighed and raised a leafy hand to his face. I can't be Sudowoodo without a bonsai, you should be honored. Now let's go, the costume contest is soon. Tenzo scolded. In all his glory stood Tenzo in a Sudowoodo outfit, his face sticking out with his headband engraved with a pokeball. Having no arms free to grab onto something and teeth being too far away from any table, Hikaru was dragged towards the stage of ANBU, fighting their laughter at the pair. With Dragon and Deidara? Are you sure about this? Of course, trust me, it makes life worth living. Now, follow my lead. At the Chunin party, all activity stopped as two dark figures appeared in a flash and smoke, dark chuckling following. As the smoke cleared, a black-clad man and a teenager with green tights, red shirt, and black face mask appeared. To protect the village from devastation, the black-clad one started. Psst, that's the wrong fandom, the red-shirted one whispered, much to the onlookers' confusion. Shut it and just follow the script, or else Konohamaru duty for a year. To unite all shinobi in our nation. Here the duo pulled out nightshade flowers. To denounce the evils of paperwar. To extend our reach to every quirk. Dragabat man. Robin. Team Dragon shunshins off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to cry. The teen finished lamely. As the crowd stared, Deidara wished he could cry in a hole. Dragon wore his traditional robe, only his mask had monstrous horns along with tall bat ears. Overall, terrifying in the dim party lights. But Deidara? Deidara was in spandex. Hey! You stole our gig, bastards! Izumo cried. Go Tormoth! Attack! And thus Deidara was used as his commander's human shield from the demon cat of Konoha. With Naruto? I hate you. I love you too. I hope the Shinigami curses your soul. Thank you for the blessings. Curse you? With the Hokage and Konohamaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi watched in pride as his grandson went door to door collecting candy in his adorable puppy costume that Hiruzen picked out himself. The pout on the youngster's face was just a bonus. His good mood ended as one foolish villager handed out apples. Hold it in the name of the Hokage. Unpackaged treats are banned for safety. Hiruzen yelled, much to a young honorable grandson's embarrassment. Sorry Hokage-sama. The random villager no one would ever think about again apologized. And finally, back with Naruto? And now from the top? My, Grandkashi, what a big eye you have. And do we really have to do this in the middle of Konoha? Better to see you with, my dear. And of course. That's what makes it fun. Fun to who? And Grandkashi, what tall locks you have. The correct term is fun to whom? And all the better to practice braiding, my dear. Bastard. And Grandkashi, what big kunai you have. I can't see your teeth. Naruto deadpanned. Kakashi waved his kunai in the air. I'm a lady, little red fish Keikood, and ladies are not bastards. And all the better to murder you, my dear. The crowd that had gathered around sweat dropped at the sudden dark turn, including a sighing Tenzo with a gagged Hikaru. Those two, I swear. Why can't they just do a normal duo costume? He asked aloud, ignoring Hikaru's deadpan look. Meanwhile, a Kakashi dressed in wolf ears and silver tail chased a screaming Naruto in a red riding cloak, red and white dress, and picnic basket around the stage. Chapter 24. With Hikaru and Deidara? The most dysfunctional duo of ANBU cursed as a pink barrier blocked their way. They had arrived moments before, only to be blocked by the rising dome. Who put this monstrosity up, Deidara gripped as yet another clay bomb blew up harmlessly against the crystal barrier. Hikaru, Byakugan straining under his mask, was unusually serious. I would guess it's the woman currently fighting Mouse. Her Kekiai Genkai seems to let her manipulate crystals and harden them beyond their natural state. Not even my vacuum palm makes a dent on the surface. Deidara glanced at his partner in a bit of shock, not knowing how to react to a Hikaru that displayed his in all actuality genius intellect. Well, what now, Deidara managed after a moment. Deactivating his Byakugan, Hikaru grunts. We can't use your higher-level explosives, else they backfire shards of crystal shrapnel across the woods. What we need is something blunt to hit the barrier, causing a ripple effect, forcing it to fall down instead of out. Never fear, the valiant Jiraiya is here. A booming and egotistical voice shouts, drawing the pair's attention. There, on the ground below, sat the toad sage atop a mountainous toad with a shield in all his glory. With Naruto and Guren? Another crystal dragon flung the youngest ANBU up into the sky. Naruto grunted as instead of sky, he collided with a crystalline barrier. Falling back down he made a hand sign, and two Biju augmented chains snaked around the dragon. Water style, hidden mist jutsu Naruto said, creating a thick fog to cover the area. If only I hadn't followed Hikaru's plan, Naruto muttered while he made his way to the ground through the mist. I could still be with my team, but no, instead I'm fighting a psycho who has a fascination with razor-sharp jutsu-created crystals and can aim better than Hikaru. I don't even know when she had time to make this enclosure. Shut your whining mouth and finish this. And the female mortal created our prison while you were charging that Rasengan. Naruto's sweat dropped at the implied reprimand for not noticing and turned his attention back at Guren. Drawing another kunai, Naruto let a fourth tail of chakra erupt from his backside. By this point his muscles were burning and his stamina was running low. Kurama, any idea how to end this now? Her chakra is running low as well and that shoulder is festering. One more hit will end her but we have 5 minutes until my chakra tears your muscles apart. Naruto nodded mentally and used his augmented limbs to jump high in the air, away from a mirror that appeared, just in time to avoid their attacks. However, in the air another mirror materialized above the blonde, the real Guren appearing. Die, you brat, Guren breathed. Crystal style, shuriken wild dance, needles of crystals gathered around her and rocketed out at high speeds. Naruto spun, dodging the majority, but one flew in his blind spot and embedded itself into his abdomen. Jaya! Naruto screamed as pain engulfed him and Kurama's chakra receded, one of the seal's many safety measures kicking in. It was designed to give someone a means to subdue him if he lost control. Too bad Orochimaru's henchwoman stumbled upon this advantage. Falling, Naruto forced himself to stay conscious through the pain and yanked the shard out, his healing factor already beginning to heal the hole. He needed medical attention though, and soon. Managing to land upright behind a tree several meters from the real Gyuren, Naruto wrapped a bandage around his middle the way he learned, grateful for the field medic lessons he took. "Come out, little fox, I want to rip your mask away and see the fear in your eyes when I drain your life from you." Gyuren taunted confidently from where she herself had landed, the mist adding an echo to her voice. Naruto kept his breathing steady, aware that she too was tired, and at this point it was a battle of who could summon one last attack. He had to make this count. The ANBU jumped up, crouching in a tree and watching Gyuren. Praying his plan worked, he shakily made the hand signs for an almost instant kill shot. If it hit, wind style, drilling air bullets. Naruto summoned, before lurching as the ceiling came crashing down. With Gyuren mentally cursed herself for using as much chakra as she had. Using the last drops of her energy for the mirrors and crystal shuriken wasn't smart. Even as she taunted the brat, Gyuren couldn't back it up with action. She was down to one last jutsu before she collapsed, and escaping with the scroll was more important than the Jinchuriki. Gyuren could just slaughter him during the invasion. Mind made up, she prepared a mirror to leave and grab the scroll from its hiding place, when she felt chakra gathering above her. Wind style, drilling air bullets, was called as the world shook, her crystal barrier crumbling from above. Back outside the dome, moments earlier, Hikaru cursed when he heard the voice of Jiraiya. Many people assumed Hikaru was a happy-go-lucky idiot, one who got along with everyone. While he wouldn't deny he enjoyed being light-hearted, Hikaru was extremely protective of his team, not trusting though who hurt them. Jiraiya topped that list, even if he was trying to make up for it. "Jiraiya-sama," the Hyuga greeted tersely, staring down from the bird Deidara had conjured up for them. "Do you have anything that can help?" Jiraiya ignored the tone and grinned. "Why, of course. Gamaken, let's show these brats how it's done. I will try my best, even if I am rather clumsy." Gamaken launched using his powerful legs and drew his weapons. Exploding Susumida attack. Toad oil bullets. Jiraiya called simultaneously. Susumida and oil crash into the crown of the barrier, a deafening explosion ringing out. Instantly the crystals shatter and fall, cascading in an unceremonious heap. Hikaru and Deidara swoop down without a second thought while Gamaken poofs away, leaving a falling Jiraiya to wonder why nobody took a moment to praise his feats before following. Back with Gyuren? Gyuren closed her eyes at the sight of three enormous balls of chakra-laced wind barrel towards her. "I guess this is the end," she thought, only to feel scales encircle her. Eyes peeking open, the kunoichi spied her master, standing atop a snake summons, expression coy. My little Gyuren had too much fun. We'll talk about your punishment for almost failing the mission later, but for now rest," were the last words Gyuren heard before exhaustion overtook her. With Naruto? Crap. The snake bastard. Naruto thought frantically as his attack was absorbed by the snake Sannin summons. The traitor had risen from the ground and protected his adversary. Now, as the snake-like eyes bore into his masked ones, Naruto knew he was screwed. Being blown to the ground from the backlash, the young ANBU resembled a mouse about to be eaten. Just then his team, his friends, landed protectively in front of him. Naruto was conflicted about feeling relieved to see his senpai or terrified that they would just die alongside him. Hisoka appeared from a shadow as well, teeth bared and hackles raised to make him appear twice as massive as usual. "Kukukuku, you certainly are an interesting one, Naruto, to think the failure Jinchuriki is actually one of Sensei's personal lap dogs. And to have two fools guard you along with a kitty, how enigmatic. Kukuku, we'll meet again, but for now my fun must end. Don't die in the meantime, alright?" And with that, Orochimaru the Sannin left in a plume of smoke just as Jiraiya and Angel appeared from opposite ends, Angel just missing ripping out Orochimaru's throat. Naruto sighed in relief, feeling his eyes drooping to oblivion. With the others. A few tense moments pass after Orochimaru and Gyuren disappeared before Hikaru finally spoke. "Well, now that we can breathe again, time to heal you up, Chibi-Kohai," Hikaru announced cheerfully, back to his old self. Deidara's sweat dropped at the sudden shift. He was quite liking the serious side of Hikaru. He went over to help the youngest member of their team when he realized a dried patch of blood soaked his middle and his head was rolled back. Hikaru? I think he's passed out, Hikaru jolted out of giving a victory sign at the fact they technically chased away a Sannin. "Crap. Hang on, I'm coming," Hikaru said frantically, hands already glowing green. Angel and Hisoka kept watch while their partner/summoner was patched up, each vigilant for any threats lurking in the shadows. Jiraiya joined them moments later, looking awkward and worried. "And once again my life is a failure, letting my teammate escape after his henchwoman injured my godson." Neither feline said nothing, staring off into the darkness, their own thoughts plaguing them. Several hours later, with Naruto? Naruto blinked blearily at the sunlight in his eyes, wondering why it felt like Kurama was sitting on his chest. Gaki, if I, the great Kurama, was sitting on your chest, you'd be squished by my amazingness alone. Kurama. You're back. Naruto smiled mentally, his mask unable to hide the obvious joy. Receding into his mindscape for a moment, he sat in front of the bars, giving his Biju friend a thumbs up. Why are you smiling, you insolent worm? You let yourself get impaled in the center of the seal. If you didn't have amazing healing ability on your own, you'd, and more importantly me, would be dead. At least I was able to heal you all the way. Technically you're fine now, but we could have died. Yeah, but we lived, and that's what's important. Well, if the scroll wasn't taken, that is. Naruto finished sheepishly. Kurama scoffed in reply. While you slept I kept the connection to your ear open, the silly scroll was saved, and that girl you dream about is resting her head on your arm. Naruto instantly woke back up and looked down. Sure enough, Yakumo slept peacefully on his arm, snoring loudly. His eyes then focused downwards. Angel Hisoka, Deidara, and Hikaru were sprawled across, Hikaru on his legs while the various felines lounged on his chest. Deidara had his arms wrapped around Hisoka's tail. Well, this is awkward, he said weakly. Guys? Hey! I need to breathe, Naruto protested, only he found himself being drowned out by Hikaru's and Yakumo's combined snoring. Ro was given the morning shift of babysitting the Kurama heiress as we killed or captured 3 times as many prisoners as any other team, as well as prevented the scroll of seals from getting into Orochimaru's hands. That tiger even summoned your panther. They're all just resting. Good job. Tenzo spoke from a perch on the window, his uniform torn with grime from the night before. Yugao slept in a chair by the door, in the middle of cleaning her sword. Oh, Naruto managed with a sweat drop. But I let that Gyuren woman escape. He mumbled in shame a moment later at the memory. Only because Orochimaru interceded. Learn to accept praise where it's due, Naruto. You did well? Naruto nodded sheepishly. A yawn drew his attention back to Yakumo. Naruto. You're up? The brunette greeted happily, hair disheveled. Naruto chuckled and nodded. Go away, roach team. For the last time I refuse to help you open a roach circus. Deidara mumbled in his sleep. The 3 awake shared a quiet chuckle that made Naruto wince. Yakumo winced back in sympathy and began prying the felines off his chest. Akira was easy, as she just snuggled into the crook of Naruto's underarm. Angel was also easy, moving in a sleepy daze to crawl under Deidara's hair. Hisoka, well, the tiger just purred and refused to move. Hisoka, wake up, Naruto pleaded. The large cat woke up and gave him a side-eye glance. Think you and Akira could go sleep somewhere else? I need my chest. Hisoka stared impassively for a moment, resembling a cow, before giving an affirmation. Picking up a still sleeping Akira, he left in a puff of smoke. Yakumo looked a bit embarrassed and held out a book. This is for you. She dropped it in a heap on his lap before rambling. The hospital was all out of flowers and I couldn't just visit without a gift even if you are all better for some reason, so here. Naruto blinked and read the title. Anything puny, impress your friends and enemies with witty puns straight from the land of fire. He looked up at his friend looking everywhere but him. Thanks, Yakumo-chan. This will be great for my collection. Maybe I can use these to give a certain furry friend a sense of humor that doesn't revolve around impaling jokes. Giving her an eye smile, he opened it, missing the blush that slightly pinkened the girl's cheeks. Oh, Kurama. Look what I have for you, Naruto mentally sung. In your darkest nightmares, mortal. The fox huffed. His human partner rolled his eyes and closed the book. Chibi-Kohai, you're up. The Hyuga on the squad lifted his head, drool flowing down. Naruto stoically ignored the droplets landing on his leg, thinking of all the payback he could give his senpai for it, starting with a rude awakening. Oh, senpai? I just remembered that the exterminator is planned to visit our floor today. He trailed off as Hikaru had already jumped out the window screaming about his babies. Yakumo looked ready to die laughing. I didn't think you were serious, but that Hyuga is very, unique. She managed between snorts. I wonder when Wolf will realize the exterminator isn't scheduled for another week. Dragon said dryly from above Naruto's head, appearing from nowhere, as usual. The enigmatic man chortled and shook his head. No matter, Mouse, report. I want to know exactly what that Kunoichi can do and how she hit you while you had 4 tails. Tenzo was already escorting Yakumo out with Yugao, who had woken when a crow landed on her head, pecking her. Naruto took a deep breath and began, knowing it would be a long day. Yes, sir. It began when ANBU Agent Wolf's plan resulted in me being catapulted away from the rest of Ro. Chapter 26. Konoha Hospital, 30 minutes later. Yakumo looked at Naruto in a bit of shock, who in turn gave a sheepish grin. The 2 preteens were alone after the report, as Naruto had ended up telling the heiress exactly why he was in ANBU at such a young age. So, yeah. I'm our Jinchuriki, of the Kyuubi, who attacked our village, even if it wasn't entirely his fault. If it makes you uncomfortable, I understand. It's fascinating, Yakumo interjected, looking at Naruto in curiosity. Fascinating? Naruto asked, beginning to feel like a prized experiment under the girl's gaze. Yes, fascinating. I read in a book about Jinchuriki and how all the major villages had one or more. When I asked if Konoha had one since we fought the Nine Tails, my parents slapped me and sent me to bed without dinner, claiming Konoha didn't need demons to be on top. Naruto winced. But of course they were ludicrous claims, as it is clear the tailed beasts are chakra constructs, not actual demons. Naruto whipped his head up, eyes locking onto hers. You mean you don't think I'm a demon boy or something to be avoided? He asked. Jinchuriki, even those not hated, were generally avoided by the civilians in their village, both for village security. Anyone could be an assassin, and because of how disconcerting it can be to be around a human capable of wielding almost endless destruction. Yakumo snorted at this. Of course not. And if I was used like a glorified chakra pill for hundreds of years, I'd take my revenge on the puny mortals too, she stated haughtily. Marry her. What? Naruto mentally sputtered, only to hear Kurama sigh in contentment. Her taste in presents need work, this mortal gets me. Marry her, Negan, and have generations of chaos-loving babies that would do my bidding. Kurama cackled, causing Naruto to sweat drop. We need to discuss your tastes in humans. Naruto? Hey, fishy cake. Yakumo asked in concern, causing Naruto to blink and get back to reality. Huh? Oh, sorry. Kurama the Kyuubi the one and only that matters, mortal, was having a lapse in judgment. Anyways, you don't mind still being friends? I suppose we can still be friends. But she held up a finger and stuck it in Naruto's face, dead serious. Only if we go to this Ichiraku ramen place soon. Sure thing. In fact, we can go. Naruto began excitedly, only to be interrupted by his captain. Some other time, our mission has arrived, and Ferret wants his charge back. Tenzo popped in, Ferret materializing on the ceiling. Of course, Captain, Naruto said dutifully and caught the scroll with an extra uniform. Ferret jumped down and used a shunshin on himself and Yakumo, no doubt heading to the new safe house already set up for the heiress. Within moments of Yakumo leaving, Naruto was already changed into his uniform, mouse mask firmly in place. With a nod, he and Tenzo set out towards the gates, Kurama growling at the ominous feeling that traveled down his spine. In Otogekure? Orochimaru didn't know whether to kill every subordinate in sight to ease his frustrations or chuckle in dark glee. So, he settled on both, leaving the Sound 5 and Guren to watch from the sidelines in morbid fascination as 3 of the surviving Oto Nins from the attack were ripped in half as payment for their work. 10 more fell before Orochimaru stopped and stroked his chin. Kukukuku, little Minato's child, is a shinobi ANBU in fact, and he's learned his mother's chains. It was always a pity I couldn't have that insufferable loudmouth Kushina when she was alive. Her bloodline was downright fascinating, but alas, no time like the present to rectify that mistake. Guren! He shouted. The kunoichi, still wrapped in bandages from her fight and out for blood, kneeled in front of her master. Yes, Orochimaru-sama? She asked in slight nervousness. The missing Nin turned pseudo-Kage chuckled. Calm yourself, my little crystal user. You managed to copy the Edo Tensei jutsu down for me before the fight, a good thing too, or else I might have found myself too curious about what makes your bloodline work. The threat hung in the air, and even Kimimaro couldn't keep his brow from sweating. But no matter, while I am taking care of Sensei, I am almost certain that Uzumaki Jinchuriki will be in charge of dealing with Gaara. You and Kimimaro will capture him alive and bring him to me. I'm certain that as long as I hand him over to my old associates when I'm finished, all should be well. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, both Crystal User and Kagaya intoned. But, Guren. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I wouldn't fail me again if I were you. Of course not. The kunoichi said before leaving, off to do her research. She had to find out everything possible about those insufferable chains and Jinchuriki chakra. As Orochimaru watched her go, he started back to his temporary job as Kazekage. After all, his clone couldn't keep going forever. Just you wait, Sensei, I will destroy you and that pitiful village. Team Row, Konoha gates. Mouse, cat, fox, go above the gate. Wolf and I will greet. Tenzo signed, receiving nods. Naruto crouched in one of the many hidden ledges on the great gates of Konoha, neck bristling as the sheer feeling of his fellow Jinchuriki washed over him. I told you it's disgusting. Why do I feel such bloodlust? I've told you how Shikaku drives his hosts insane. This is the result. The host is only sane when he soaks his sand with blood. Naruto noted the tint of regret in his partner's voice, but decided to not comment. The three children of the current Kazekage walked through the gates looking important, yet the older pair were meekly behind the youngest. Naruto watched in fascination at the scene, remembering to be ready to activate the barrier seal Jiraiya had set up at a moment's notice. One could never be too careful with foreign shinobi, especially ones of Gaara's character. Deidara had a half-dozen clay spiders ready for deployment while Yugao spun 5 shuriken, each one deadly accurate if need be. "Welcome to Konoha, papers please, Sabaku-sans," Kotetsu greeted, ever the carefree personality. Naruto rolled his eyes as he could see Izumo preparing to pull his friend away if a wall of sand shot out of Gaara's gourd. Temari the small redhead spoke, a dead monotone to match his teal eyes. The kunoichi, moving quickly despite the large battle fan attached to her back, handed Kotetsu the papers. "Thank you. Please behave in the village, an ANBU team will be watching over you until the exams start." Hikaru's eyes no doubt activated and Tenzo appeared in front of them, tall and intimidating. Temari and Kankuro were about to protest but Gaara beat them to it. "If they get in my way I will kill them," he said, and walked slowly down the street, siblings following. Naruto locked eyes with his captain who seemed to shrug. "Follow in shadows, we won't interfere unless they attack," he ordered, and soon all 5 members of Ro became shadows in the August sun, blending into the background of a village unaware that a living embodiment of what could have been their own scorned Jinchuriki walked amongst them. "Dragon and Hiruzen? And you're certain the non-shinobi haven't a clue about last night?" Sarutobi asked his ANBU commander, puffing a pipe to ease his stress. Shursui took off his mask, looking more tired than ever, and took the pipe for himself. "I'm certain, Hiruzen, the barrier around the civilian and visitors section of the village blocked the chakra from being sensed, even mouses. It was smart of you to have that fool put them in place years ago," he commented. Sarutobi gave a side eye at the stolen pipe. "Yes, well, I knew letting potential spies and civilians be able to sense the vile chakra of the Kyuubi would be suicide should Naruto ever had need to use it to protect the village, or if he had accessed it during the academy," the Hokage added in a mutter. Shursui snorted. "With how much you stalked him with your ball. Before anyone pushed him too far you would have appeared, standing over him like a mother hen." Perhaps Sarutobi admitted, then swiped back the pipe. "Hey! I was using that. My boy, you're too young to smoke," the one-eyed Uchiha scoffed. "And you? Why, I'm too old not to." And finally, Danzo. "It's time, Sai, make sure the Uchiha survives the exams. Orochimaru wants to mark him as his next pet for that pipe dream of immortality. Let him without being obvious and hand him this scroll. I'll need him to save Konoha from itself." Sai clenched his jaw slightly but agreed, leaving to meet his sensei. Watching the boy go, Danzo waved a hand and a root agent appeared. "Be prepared to take out Sai should he fail. This is your first time back in the land of fire, but I know I don't need to question your loyalty to that thorn in my side's brother." "Of course not, Danzo-sama," the shadow said. Danzo Shimura nodded to himself. "You have been my most loyal recruit after Toryun and Fu, Takashi. If only the rest of your clan were so. Perhaps they'd still be with us, protecting the great tree, instead of just I serving Konoha's rise to power. The new Uchiha clan lives only for Konoha, Danzo-sama," the newly identified Takashi said in reverence, and left, leaving just a scheming old man behind. Chapter 27. Within the shadows of the village? Team Ro stalked the sand trio constantly over the following days, switching out with Hawk's team at night. Kakashi popped in from time to time, only to be scolded by Tenzo for abandoning his vulnerable genin he was supposed to watch. Currently such an encounter was happening. Tenzo, Sasuke is perfectly safe with Guy's squad." Kakashi defended in sign, giving an ice smile in the cramped tea shop rafters, Sand siblings drinking their beverages below in the abandoned shop. The place had emptied after Gaara let his Sand rise up and kick a customer out of their seat. The poor man had to be escorted home by a pair of Chunin. He was so frightened. Naruto and Yugao mirrored each other's eye rolls. Besides, as Mouse's sensei, it's my job to make sure he isn't nervous about his first Chunin exams. Kakashi attempted to pat the blonde on the head only to be stopped by a vine. A masked Tenzo gave the Cyclops a ghostly look. "Senpai, I suggest you leave." "Nah, Kohai, I mean no harm." Kakashi signed in an equally ghostly way. As the argument continued, Naruto could have had a shuriken flashed in his face without reacting, for the battle in his head was fierce. "Kurama, stop. Just leave me alone, I'm on duty," Naruto mentally shouted. "Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't leave you alone, we're kind of rooted to one another." The giant fox replied in a deadpan voice. Ever since Yakumo had gifted them the pun book, Kurama had become obsessed despite his original protests, much to Naruto's surprised chagrin. Please, I'll do anything if you stop. We can take an assassination mission if you want, or ask to be stationed in Kiri for a month. Come on, that would satiate your bloodlust, right? The blonde begged. Pfft, you're barking up the wrong tree, Gaki. The great Kurama tree demands more blood than that to be properly watered. Naruto went slack-jawed for a moment, unable to respond due to shock. Wait. He sputtered, you think you're a tree now? Kurama. Naruto's rant was cut off by a painful cuff to the head. Blinking he saw Yugao with her sword drawn. Gucci, she signed, I didn't want to get my sword dirty. Stay alert. She ordered. Naruto nodded, and noticed their target and subsequently his team were moving north at a civilian pace, towards the academy. Kakashi had sauntered off somewhere, probably to scare his team, Naruto realized. The first exam was set to begin in an hour and around them the various teams were beginning to converge onto the building, ANBU squads alert for potential sabotage or spying. The senseis were being kept in a separate part of the village, supposedly to stop any outside help, but all the Konoha Chunin and up knew that IWA censor. So far Dragon's planning had paid off, but the real test would begin should the IWA teams pass to the third round. And that's why Ibiki was in charge. Naruto and the rest of Ro ghosted their psychopathic charge and his siblings after they reached the examination room, perching in a room that had a hidden window into the classroom below. Hawk's team gave haughty salutes as they materialized nearby, with Kakashi's and Kurenai's teams entering the crowded room. Hawk, your team can leave, Ro is capable of handling security, Tenzo signed. To which the entirety of Hawk's team gave the bird. And miss out on Prime Genin suffering? Not to mention our bets? Not a chance, Tiger. Hawk signed in mock offense. Hikaru scoffed but held a retort at Tenzo's hand. Of course not, Hawk. Why not have another bet? After all, your squad is looking after the Hyuga girl and ours the Uchiha in the Forest of Death. Why not make a little wager? Tenzo said, whispering in a mocking tone. Naruto and the others perked up. Bets in ANBU tended to have extreme amounts of collateral. Sure thing, Kitty, Hawk retorted. What's the wager? Whichever team reaches the tower first wins. The losing squad has to take any mission the other team desires, any mission at all. The words hung in the air, the stakes were high, for any mission meant they could be sent on anything from an S-ranked war mission to the horrid escorting of the fire daimyo's wife. For a moment it appeared like Hawk would not take the bait, that he would be the better man and stop the childishness. Naruto held his breath. He's definitely going to fall for it and take the bait. Kurama quipped with a pun. Naruto scoffed. Yeah right fuzzball, Captain Hawk wouldn't dare take that bet when we have the team with a root agent, an Uchiha that has a Sharingan, and Sakura most of all. Captain Hawk is going to dash. You're going down. Hawk whispered and the pair shook on it. Huh. I knew that foolish human would fall for it. Take that, Gaki, I told you so. Naruto kept a clear mind and ignored his furry tenant, focusing back on the room. The blonde and Kyubi repressed snorts as Sakura and Sai kicked Kiba in the groin and nose respectively after the dog boy tried a pass at the pink-haired Kunoichi. It was time, he noticed dryly, as Ibiki and the Chunin made a dramatic entrance using the chakra smoke to the max. Ibiki complained every day about Anko's excessive entrances, but Naruto began wondering as he watched if it was just a cover for the scarred Jonin's own love for the dramatic. Or it could be the prospect of destroying Genin, who could say. On the floor? Ibiki gave a cruel grin to his new playthings. A dark chuckle rose as he increased his killing intent, just to get the point across. The head of T and I didn't actually relish destroying the Genin's confidence, much, but orders were to run them hard. And Ibiki was a stickler for the rules. Listen up, pathetic maggots. I am Ibiki, your host. I'd like to welcome you to the Chunin exams. Here he paused for effect. The entire room of Genin save Sai, Gaara, and a few veterans, gulped. And to tell you to have happy nightmares? With a mad cackle the room erupted in a powerful knockout gas, and the Genin started falling like flies. Back with Naruto? Hikaru swung his arm around Naruto and Deidara, a bag of popcorn materializing. So, think they'll actually fail the IWA Genin? Hikaru asked happily. Naruto sighed. Senpai, you tell me, if you were an IWA Genin, he'd be executed for his stupidity, Deidara interjected. Would you pass this test? Naruto asked, ignoring his fellow blonde. Good point. Popcorn. Finally, back on the floor? Gaara stood emotionlessly, his siblings on the ground, unconscious. A nervous Chunin approached with a clipboard, fully aware of how dangerous his job was. You Sabaku-san? PP please come with me, the young man asked, clearly wondering why he let himself get promoted to Ibiki's division at 17. Will I get to kill people? The insomniatic teen inquired threateningly. The proctor was about to say of course not, then looked at his chart. Better them than me. Well, that's your provocative, sir. Very well then, I must prove my existence. Gaara consented and followed, bloodlust thick. Chapter 28. Konoha Chunin Exam Rooms, First Round, Sakura and Sai's Team. Sakura blinked at the blinding light, resisting a groan from grogginess. However, the vague recollection of being drugged sprung the genin into action, reaching for scalpel and kunai as she crouched, before cursing as she realized all her weapons were taken. Sharp eyes darted around to take in their surroundings, a classroom, the very one she used to hide out in to read fantasy novels, before Sakura's eyes rested on what made her blood run cold. Sai, her teammate and almost friend, was bound and hung from the ceiling, a strange purple seal on his forehead. Despite the situation, he stared calmly back at her, always the stoic shinobi. Shoot! The Reaper poison seal. But why would Sai have one? Sakura wondered, before a grunt drew her focus to behind. An IWA genin was glaring back at her from the same position, the purple seal angrily glaring as well. Get me down from here, Konoha scum, before I kill like my parents killed your kind in the last war. The enemy male barked, struggling against what Sakura recognized as chakra rope's expensive binding that kept a target's chakra at civilian levels of usefulness. In other words, useless. Just then a paper floated down lazily with a tiny needle taped on, its message able to turn the feisty former fangirl sheet white. This needle has enough antidote for one person. You have until the Reaper poison seal disappears, then they die. Choose. Allow the enemy to die by poison or let your teammate die. Try to leave without choosing and all of you will be forbidden from ever becoming Chunin. With the message in an angry red, prompting her to choose, Sakura did the only thing she could do. Oh yeah? This petty attempt at a loyalty test won't stop me, CHA. The up-and-coming medical prodigy screamed at the ceiling angrily, fist shaking with wrath. Meanwhile, with Naruto? Naruto, sitting in an observation room amongst other ANBU, sweat dropped at his former classmate's response to what would technically be an ANBU absolute loyalty evaluation. Of course, in ANBU, they actually wanted the enemy to be killed, no mercy to other villages and all that, not just left at the mercy of a fake seal. The masked blonde shuddered at the memory of Dragon happily recounting his own absolute loyalty test. This particular one, however, was taken down after his father was killed, as failing to save a teammate even if it was just a fake poison was deemed too traumatic when they really just needed bodies on the ground in the wake of Kurama's wrath. Not my fault you humans can't survive a little pat from my tail. Kurama scoffed. Naruto bristled at his partner. Shut it, fuzzbutt. In what universe could Antone survive a tale of pure malice slapping them miles away? Or a Baijidama at point blank? Good point. Now quiet sapling, the great Kurama is trying to photosynthesize. And Nani? Naruto thought incredulously. He was tempted to check himself for genjutsu until Kurama gave a mental head pat through the seal. Shoo. Mouse, quit spacing out, it's prime entertainment. Hikaru whispered next to him, looking at the screen of the genin rooms giddily from behind the mask. Ooh, next up is the Uchiha team, this ought to be good. A random ANBU added from another place in the room. Sasuke Uchiha's room? Sasuke Uchiha was having a no-good, very bad day. Why, you may ask? Well, if he had to put it into words, the biggest annoyance for him was the two Kumo Kunoichi staring back at him as he was tied up and feeling rather ill. I demand you let me down. He grunted. It was much less haughty than Sasuke BS before Sakura. The last Uchiha had learned his attitude had consequences amongst women, and Kunoichi were the worst of them all. If I get out of this alive, I'm never marrying a Kunoichi, screw having strong children if it means I die at every mood swing. The two Kumo genin tilted their heads at what appeared to be a no-name genin demanding them, one the former Kage's great niece and the other part of the Yatsuki clan, Kumo's most loyal clan since the village's founding years. Giving a side-eye to her teammate, Yuzu Yatsuki smirked. Nah, Saki, what should we do with him? I mean, he is rather rude for a clan-less genin. Yuzu asked, her standard Kumo shinobi attire proudly carrying the symbol of her clan. I'm not a nobody. My name is Sasuke here. Sasuke stopped his indignant retort, as he had foregone his clan attire for the exam at Naruto's suggestion. The Uchiha still shivered at how the blonde had woken him up at 2 am over a week ago with a ghastly face illuminated from a flashlight and a demonic voice. Flashback. Hello, Sasuke-chan. Lovely evening, isn't it? Sasuke balked at the sight before him. Naruto, looking worse than a demon with his mask pulled down and teeth barred, was talking as if they were old friends who bumped into each other in a shop. What the hell, Naruto? You can't just barge in here. And a piece of paper with a seal was slapped over Sasuke's mouth and he suddenly couldn't move or speak. Listen here, Sasuke, Naruto said softly. The Chunin exams are not a time to be an Uchiha. For your sake, I would suggest going as just Sasuke, not Uchiha. If you choose to not listen to my friendly suggestion. Flashback end. Sasuke just shivered at the threat that had followed, not noticing how it was a sign of fear to the Kumo genin in front of me. The newly named Saki simply rolled her eyes and pulled her short, plain, chocolate hair into a messy bun as she thought about the note. I'm instructed to get the other part of the code from this kid? It wasn't on him when he was knocked out. I have to get the code for Yuzu's sake. She has to pass this. Saki hummed, thinking back to the note that she still hadn't shown her teammate. This is your team. Each of the others are in possession of 1/3 of the password for the door. The door will only open for one person to get through. Try to fit everyone through and you will all be barred from being Chunin ever again. So far I have my code, 127, and Yuzu's from when she was still asleep, 721. Now for this Sasuke kid. Making a decision, Saki chopped her teammate's neck, making sure the now sleeping girl crumpled to the ground safely. With dull eyes that hid intelligence and loyalty, Saki turned to the one with supposedly the last piece to the puzzle. I'm going to say this only one. Give me your code or I will strangle you with the rope you hang from. Tell me where you hid yours, as I've checked everywhere on you. Sasuke glared back, missing the connotations of her last statement. I don't have any code, Kumo trash. So, the hard way then, whatever it takes I guess. Cracking her knuckles, Saki inched towards her opponent. With Team Sound and Gaara, the still psycho Jinchuriki, Gaara stared at his note impassively, before turning to the two Oda genin, both terrified. Your codes? He intoned with a hint of bloodlust. Dosu and Kin, two known spies of Orochimaru, felt their knees quaking at the demon they were supposed to be working with. Here, Gaara-sama. We only have one part, the other is missing, Dosu said. Kin had given her slip of 127 instantly, but Dosu himself had no such paper. Give me the code or I will feed you to mother, the Jinchuriki promised as Sand rose up. Kin, ever the more tech-savvy one, took one look at the door, however, and gasped. Wait, Gaara-sama. She begged as Sand was wrapping around her. I can prove to you why you should keep us alive and why we will all pass this round together. You let us live and I can help you have more people to kill than just us two. I'm listening, Gaara finally said, the last rational part reminding him he had a mission to complete. Despite all appearances, Gaara knew when to listen to orders. Killing things was much easier. To have technical allies dangle a carrot in front of his or rather his mother's bloodlust face was too good to pass up. Why, you see, there is no third code. In fact, those numbers are meaningless. The three parts are our chakra signatures. With Naruto? Sick of just sitting and watching for entertainment, Naruto carefully landed next to Ibiki, who was observing each room intently, taking detailed notes. Ibiki-sama, may I ask a question? Naruto asked, careful to not disrupt the proctor's concentration. Ibiki gave a side eye. Mask quickly then leave, Mouse-chan. Ignoring the jab, Naruto took a breath. Why the two separate tests? You gave the poison one to Konoha heavy teams, while everyone else got the test of the chakra doors. Why? You know most Konoha teams won't even pass the loyalty test, they're too soft. And that's exactly why. We need our Chunin ready for war, while the rest of the villages think we're preparing for peace. In war, Chunin will leave those who aren't of the village to die. You should know this, Mouse, based on that infamous doppelganger mission. To those outside Konoha, however, they will still believe we are about cooperation when the failed genin report to their Kage. To be a shinobi, it's all about deceiving them, isn't it? Naruto whispered while watching Sakura mercilessly leave the IWA shinobi tied up and inject Sai with the antidote. The pair left the poisoned IWA genin in the room, whose passing would be determined by his teammates' performance against other Konoha teams. Immediately quiet Shino left another of the IWA team's teammate to carry Hinata out, while the third one, the lone girl, failed the door test by leaving a Konoha team in the room after having them pump chakra into the door. Granted, that team was slated to fail so it wasn't a loss, but still. Guess only one IWA team left now. Naruto noted, as surprisingly a single IWA Kunoichi honorably helped a Kumo team through the door instead of just stealing their chakra. To deceive is to kill them. If that Kumo team passes who is with the Uchiha maggot, they won't know which way Konoha falls, the path of peace or war. I guarantee that every Kage out there will have war councils after this to decide if this test was designed to show our bloodlust or our hopes to work together. And which is it then? Naruto asked, Kurama listening in as well. Through the mask, Naruto witnessed a sight no one wants to see: Ibiki Moreno, top interrogator, smiling with malice. Why, both of course, as Konoha is hoping to dip into both the honey pot and the beehive, maggot. Naruto shuddered and walked away, Ibiki's laugh unnerving his stomach. Quit whining, we're going to war, this will make our village seem strong. Oh, our village? I thought you weren't going to ever call this place home. Shut it, mortal, it was a slip of the tongue, nothing more. Of course, of course. Excuse my mistake, Naruto replied sarcastically. You are more trouble than you're worth sometimes. That scarred human was trying to teach you an important lesson and it went over your head like my greatness. And what lesson is that, Kurama? He asked blandly. You'll have to figure that out for yourself, Naruto. And I just hope you don't change when you finally do. Even with your track record, how can one handle what I believe these flesh bags are planning? Not even a demon would think of this. For once, father, please let me be wrong. Those were the quiet thoughts of the ancient Kyuubi no Kitsune as he narrowed his eyes through his containers. With Sakura and Sai. You feeling better, Sai? Sakura asked with concern. Sai, paler than normal, nodded feebly. They were in the hallway, staring at a note to go to the cafeteria to wait for their teammate to pass the same round. She felt bad for leaving the other shinobi to die, but at the same time, Sakura had been taught by Hikaru-sensei that showing mercy to an enemy just left them another chance to kill you later on. Unless this is just a silly test and he isn't poisoned. Wait, that's silly, Sakura. Focus on the next goal. Yes, I am fine, Sakura-san. Good, you still have that storage seal on your shoulder tattooed on? The pink-haired girl asked, and received a firm nod in response. Are you thinking? Sai trailed off. Cha, let's go find that idiot before he gets killed. If it's the same test as ours, another village left him to die. What's the plan then? Sai asked as he summoned a brush and ink, letting his creations erupt, ready for anything. Screw the test and rescue Sasuke before the poison seal would have disappeared. I would say 25 minutes if they started at the same time. Your mice should be able to steal from another team their antidote, just make sure it isn't one with a Konoha team. And if they all have a Konoha comrade on them? Then? I don't know, I'll think of something. Maybe we can ask Hikaru-sensei to help. If worse comes to worse, we'll forfeit the Chunin exams and take Sasuke to the hospital. We'll likely never be allowed in the exams again, you know. Sai replied blandly in an attempt to reason with his squad member. Sakura snorted, her next words ones that would define how the pale and mission-driven Sai saw the world for the rest of his life. And so what? I would rather die in IWA than to ever think about abandoning a comrade. Sacrifice is one thing, but for someone to choose to sacrifice a human being without that person choosing it for themselves. That is truly what makes someone worse than scum. Back with Sasuke? PP please stop. I told you Ak. I told you it's a chakra sensing door like my clan had for their vaults. It can only be Ak. Opened, if everyone in the room pushes their chakra into it. Ak, stop. Please for the love of all that is good and holy. Sasuke Uchiha gasped before breaking out into another fit of laughter. Saki puffed out a cheek, before sighing. It seems I need to get serious. Rushing through hand signs she intoned, Kumo's secret finger jutsu, 1,000 years of tickles. And proceeded to tickle the poor Uchiha some more, until the door burst open, landing near her. Get away from my teammate before I get you, bitch. Saki crept her eyes up and felt her whole body go rigid in fear. For before her stood a sight worse than any bijou, an angry Sakura Haruno, short hair flying and fists cracking. Why yes, ma'am. Saki gulped, glad Yuzu was still asleep and didn't have that nightmare fuel to plague her. In the ANBU area, with Ibiki. Ha 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 ha. Hikaru laughed at Sakura, who was frantically making sure the Uchiha didn't have a poison seal. Upon finding out the differences in the tests, the Kunoichi just dragged all three out of the room and towards the cafeteria, a meek Sai just following along. Can she do that? A proctor asked, gray uniform signifying him as Ibiki's underling. They fail, right? Multiple whispers and hand signs flew, and with each one Ibiki's headache grew. The last one finally made him explode. Totally, Ibiki-sama wouldn't let them go after that. Another underling boasted. Silence. Not a single ANBU or random Jonin sensei lurking were brave enough to try and counter that command. Technically what Sakura Haruno did was not against the rules. The cafeteria waiting room was only a suggestion, as long as they get there before the timer goes off in 30 minutes. She and Sai displayed exemplary loyalty to their comrade. Those maggots will pass. And the Kumo team? Bah, they pass too. It's too much paperwork to fail them. Ibiki scoffed flippantly and continued on observing the exam. 30 minutes later, cafeteria? With a large puff, 20 proctors and an Ibiki appeared, all intimidating. Ibiki smiled at the sight of only 12 teams surviving, 6 of them being from Konoha, and only 1 from IWA. Just as Ibiki was preparing his epic last speech that he most definitely had not spent hours practicing, a kunai shot through the window. Listen up you maggots. The incredibly beautiful Anko Midarashi is here for your second and better test. Anko boasted, striking a power pose, Dango proudly in her teeth. With a face palm, Ibiki took a breath to begin his attempt to recover the mood of the Chunin exams and gather some of his intimidation factor back. With Naruto? Naruto had his mouth slightly agape at his rather quirky friend's entrance, when a snap from Tenzo brought him back. Time to prepare for the second round. You ready? Tenzo asked out loud. Naruto gave a tilt of his head to look his captain in the eye. Yes, Taicho. I'm ready. Chapter 30. Presently, inside the Forest of Death, with Naruto and Team Ro? When Naruto spotted Orochimaru in disguise as the Sannin licked his lips, somehow foolish enough to believe nobody noticed his disguise even when the man stuck a foot-long tongue out. That or overconfident. We did do a fantastic job of playing the ignorant village, Naruto mused to himself, idly keeping his hand gripped on a chakra metal kunai, mentally asking the traitor to give him an excuse to fling a Kurama-influenced kunai at his slimy head. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was content to just peer at his old student in a predative way even as Anko managed the miracle of pretending he wasn't there. It had taken much therapy from the third Hokage to ensure Anko's cooperation. Seeing the signal from Tenzo to send 50 clones into the forest for minor additional recon as Anko was starting her spiel, Naruto settled down for an entertaining few minutes, his black cloak and forest contrasting sharply with his mask. Down in the clearing? A light worthless maggots. Anko greeted cheerfully once every genin team had sufficiently gawked at what was the most dangerous place in the land of fire and hand in their liability forms. I hope you're ready to die painfully for my enjoyment. Multiple genin bristled at her flippant attitude about their lives only to find a kunai in their backpacks courtesy of a hidden Naruto, chains like vipers, not that the genin could see. No genin would show his friend disrespect. Heh, you're getting pretty good with those chains, Naruto. Kurama praised in a bored tone. Ah, thanks Kurama, that means Naruto started to give gratitude for the praise only to be cut off by Kurama. It's such an accomplishment to hit unmoving large targets at non-vital spots. The fox finished his compliment with a sarcastic smirk, causing the blonde ANBU to mentally roll his eyes at his own foolishness at thinking Kurama could be sincere. He felt a creeping chill run up his spine and turned slightly to face Tenzo. Do that again, Mouse, and I'll tell Dragon you want a training retreat with him? Tenzo threatened through animated sign language. Of course, Taicho, Naruto signed back with shaky hands that gave away his fear. Hikaru and Yugao shared silent snickers. Down below, Anko continued her proctoring speech. Right here you brats get to spend 2 days in my personal playground, the Forest of Death. Inside you'll find roaming wasp spiders, leeches, and ANBU squads to pick your dead husks from the forest floor. But don't worry, you don't have to spend 2 whole days in there, she assured the now trembling genin. Seeing their unspoken question, the snake summoner continued. All you maggots have to do is play a little game of cat and mouse. See cat and mouse? Ino asked uncertainly, already dreading the forest. She knew her team wasn't ready for this but didn't want to look bad by dropping out. Anko got a predatory gleam in her eyes. Why yes dearie. See, half the squads here will receive a scroll. Here she held up a giant scroll with the kanji 4 mouse written in large letters and signaling for the assembled teams to split evenly, which happened quickly. Naruto could feel his eye twitch when Anko sent a wink in his general direction due to the name. The other half of the squads will not receive a scroll, but a map of the area. The mice get a 20-minute head start towards the teams that make it with a scroll advance. Anko finished. Kiba took the opportunity to speak his ire. That's bull. What about us pursuit teams? We have no chance in hell. Another kunai in his backpack courtesy of Anko shut him up. TSK, on the contrary my dear Inuzuka, the mice teams have one key disadvantage. Her eyes held a fake, not that the genin, or chunin, could tell, manic gleam. Everyone waited expectantly. As she said that, each mouse team had a teammate shot with snake venom. Instantly the genin felt their chakra drain. That venom hails from the land of bears and is known to seal a person's chakra away for 6 days on average. And for those with a medic, well there is no antidote since I messed with it. Anko finished sheepishly, not bothering to mention the side effects that 20% of victims experienced from her improved version. What they didn't know couldn't be used to sue her. Alright maggots. Mouse teams line up and remember, you have to reach the towers with everyone alive, so I recommend killing the weak competition. And thus each team prepared to play their roles, nervously discussing their various strategies as Anko cackled at her own callous advice. Mouse team preparations. With Team 10? Shikamaru absently rubbed his arm where he was injected and gave his teammates a hard look. This will be troublesome but if we run fast enough we can make it before anyone will bother us. The lazy genius sighed when he noticed Ino being unusually sullen. What's with you, Ino? You're more troublesome than if you were a loud-mouthed woman. That got her to grow a tick mark. Shut up you lazy baka? And thus Ino momentarily got out of her funk to slap her teammate in the back of the head. "Tisk, you're not very youthful, are you?" Shikamaru blurted out. Silence reigned amongst the teens. Chuji even dropped his potato chip bag in shock and Ino held a hand to her mouth. Let's just get ready." Shikamaru finally broke the silence with a shaky command. "With Team Odo? So we run fast with Kin our backs and this horribly heavy scroll before Gaara gets in, right?" Dosu gulped and his friends quickly agreed. "And our mission?" Zaku asked about their believed orders to help Gaara and kill the Uchiha. "Screw that, I don't want to die, we'll just kill him during the month." With firm nods the team started a final bag check, completely unaware their master had been listening the whole time. With the undercover route team. The three emotionally challenged genin including Danzo Shimura's pet Uchiha that was hidden with a face mask and contacts to make him look like a different route agent who switched with him were calmly double-checking their bags. Thankfully their female companion was the one bitten and she was a taijutsu specialist anyways. The team was careful not to look at their targets or Orochimaru. It wouldn't do to cast suspicion on themselves so close to their master's goals. "Be ready for anything," Takashi Uchiha, the favorite of Danzo Shimura, ordered. The two others just nodded, mentally prepared themselves. "With the Sand Trio? I will kill for you, mother, all those foolish to pursue us," Gaara cooed to himself. Temari gulped a bit but stopped herself from commenting. As long as they made it to that blasted tower within the 2-day time limit, it didn't matter what her psycho of a brother did. Their mission didn't start until the 3rd round, where Gaara would shower the great village of Konoha in its own blood. With the IWA team. "Remember, get to the tower at all costs. We must make it to the 3rd round and make IWA shine amongst the Konoha scum." The team leader, Hideo, grew up without a father or mother after the 4th Hokage wiped them out with his infamous jutsu, the last massacre before the war ended. He'd been cut out from his mother's dead womb by a dying medic Nin who cradled the babe until the reinforcements arrived, dying with a smile on her face for doing one last act of kindness. The boy grew up amongst hundreds of orphans just like them, most of whom became shinobi as that was the most viable option for clan-less orphans with no funds. All his life Hideo swore he would do everything to make Konoha suffer. Getting to the 3rd round and killing their genin in front of thousands sounded beautiful to his ears. Unfortunately, his other teammates, Mari and Akiko, didn't share his zeal. Mari had actually helped a foreign shinobi in the last round, and the only reason Hideo didn't sneer at her was because it let them pass. He pointedly ignored the voice whispering in his head to let the past go. 30 seconds before the gates opened. All 5 of the mice squads looked pensive, even the one Psychosuna Genin squad who were there more for their mission than as actual Chunin candidates. The seconds clicked down. At 30 seconds Chuji slipped the oversized scroll on, grunting at the weight. At 25 seconds Ino glanced at the impending forest with fiery eyes and false bravado. At the 15-second mark Hideo sent a hateful glance to the competition. Mari, the member with locked chakra, nervously checked that their other member Akiko had the scroll secured across the back. Team IWA was in it for the win. 10 seconds sparked heartbeat skipping. 5 seconds found every young shinobi and kunoichi with a weapon grasped expertly. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. BRIINGG. Anko sounded the signal alarm and each gate was thrown open by Chunin. Squads bolted through the gates and towards the center, where the outline of a tower could be seen from the clearing. They had 30 minutes to make time, set traps, and pray they could slow pursuers down enough to reach the finish line without confrontations. With Naruto's shoulders tensed involuntarily at the alarm but forced them to relax. Hawk's team along with other ANBU squads were in the forest, clones and radios also on the move for any funny business. As it was tradition for Konoha to have ANBU presence in the forest during the 2nd stage, they could get away with it without alerting Orochimaru. It did help that Dragon confirmed the last Uchiha was a target for marking, through whatever sources the enigmatic ANBU commander had. Ro wouldn't head out until the cats were sent into the dark forest. "Think they'll run into the wasp spiders?" Angel whispered, pointedly pretending she didn't feel Tenzo's cuff on her ear. "No, as long as they don't go the long way around. We did clean out 100 of them that time," Naruto cautiously replied in sign. The blonde was not at all confident in his words but gave the small cat a nice head pat anyways. "It'd be nice if they did though, we could blow through the insects with my beautiful art." Deidara cut in animatedly, idly remolding his clay spiders. Hikaru scoffed. "If they found them though we would be the ones to drag their bloody remains out, trust me it's not worth it. The last time Ro had Chunin exam duty we spent 3 nights cleaning out enough leeches and wasp spiders to cart out the genin. The Hyuga had less than fond memories of being covered in buckets of blood on the quest to recover 4 foolish genin squads that had apparently thought to cut through the nesting region on the last day rather than admit defeat. It hadn't ended well for them. With the pursuit squads? All too soon it was the 20-minute mark and the air was thick enough to slice through with Yugao's katana. Each trio began strategizing for what would hopefully be a short escapade into the training ground. With Team 7? Kakashi's official and Hikaru's unofficial team were huddled over the provided map. Sakura-san, Duckbutt-san, we should stick to these areas as the leeches are too dangerous to wander towards. Sai pointed to various routes on the map with a pencil. Sasuke ignored the juvenile nickname while studying it closely, Sharingan active. Hey Sai, I was wondering, how do you know so much about this place? Sakura asked, and Sai paused. Memories of long hikes, survival exercises, and clandestine meetings flashed through his head but were expertly hidden by the pale boy. He gave a plain, slightly better than fake smile. Oh, I just read a great deal. We should avoid the IWA, Odo, and Asuma-san's team, as well as that vicious-looking Suna team. Sai advised. Why? I understand about the IWA and Odo teams, but what about the other two? The Inoshika-cho team falls apart as one member is down and that one Suna squad looks weak. The only other team is that young Konoha one, and picking on children wasn't what I wanted in the exams, Sasuke argued. Sakura nodded but listened to Sai's surprisingly adamant rebuttal. Asuma-san's squad is known by the other ones as weak. We'd be fighting several competitors. The Suna squad will be a target due to them being children of the Kazekage. That younger genin team will be an easy target though since they blend in. They will be left alone as no one pays attention to them, giving us the freedom to take their scroll. Here Sai stopped to breathe and Sasuke used the opportunity to take charge. Fine. We'll follow them. Sakura, you will throw up genjutsu and take the scroll before jumping away. I'll knock them out. Sai, you send out ink animals to track them. Already on their person, Duckbutt-san? Sai volunteered with a pleasant smile. Sasuke huffed but continued. We strike and run directly to the tower, with focus we'll reach it before nightfall. 3 sets of eyes locked and fist bumped, camaraderie amongst them strong. I won't let them get hurt, no matter what Sai mentally promised his friends, not realizing that the younger genin team were all root ANBU. Multiple parties had listened into the conversation, and the reactions were varied. Naruto and Hikaru both smiled with thumbs up at Team 7's willingness to work together. Orochimaru, however. With Orochimaru's team, the legendary snake summoner licked his lips at his future vessel. Oh, how difficult it had been to keep him and his 2 clones from being obvious about their identities while his old apprentice spoke, but it worked. No one suspected his infiltration. All he had to do was waltz into the forest, mark Sasuke-kun while meeting with Danzo's little spy, kill his idiotic subordinates who believed they had the right to abandon their suicide mission, and threaten Konoha into keeping the exams going. Kukukuku, I must hurry though, my job as the Kazekage is very time-consuming. Orochimaru, you sly devil, you must control your urges, after all? Orochimaru mused to himself. Deciding he would first get a scroll for Sasuke-kun, he did want the boy to pass into the 3rd round. After all, the Sannin would then track down his precious future eyes. Orochimaru then felt the familiar flicker of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's chakra that just begged to be experimented on. The Sannin knew taking him before the fated 3rd round and invasion would automatically cause the village to go on lockdown, thus cancelling the exams. Standard procedure village procedure, the same one most of the Great Five followed, dictated that a kidnapped Jinchuriki was a unanimous act of war. Orochimaru would relish starting said war. Just not until he was ready to absolutely crush his former home. Too bad for Naruto that Orochimaru had no qualms about playing with his soon-to-be pet. With Team Kumo? Uzuyatsuki and Saki gave Taro a side-eye as he suggested they follow another pursuit team and stake the scroll they steal as they'd be worn out. However, Saki agrees, as it would let Yuzu get to the safety of the tower before it got crazy. She did have it in her best interests to make sure the former Raikage's great-niece didn't kick the bucket from the 2 Hyuga. It wouldn't be a difficult stretch for them to take out their anger on the only vulnerable relative to the man that caused their clansman's death. Saki wouldn't allow it, however, and thus ignored the other girl's protests, instead messing with her chocolate hair absently. Team 8 and Team 9. Niji glared hatefully at his younger cousin, not at all pleased with the decision from Hayashi-sama that they would stick together for the survival portion of the exam. Of course the main branch would get special treatment. A weakling like you is fated to let others slave away for your own victory. Right, Hinata-sama. Niji mocked Hinata. Lee started shouting about how unyouthfully Niji was acting, but it was Shino who put the branch house heir in his place. Excuse me, Hyuga-san, but do not mock my teammate again or I will not hesitate to call the giant leeches on you. Shino whispered into the older boy's ear, and Niji couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The Hyuga decided to shut up, for now. Yeah, you better shut up, you prick. Or else Akamaru and I will rip you apart. Kiba boasted with Akamaru giving a yip in agreement. Quiet rookie, we're the best Konoha squad here. Tenten bit out but then turned to her wide-eyed friend. I agree though, you should be nicer while we're in the forest. Pfft, very well then. We attack the IWA scum and the lazy Nara team, they're traveling parallel to each other currently. Tenten rolled up her team's map. Alright, what's the battle plan guys? She asked. Niji closed his eyes briefly before staring at them all, the mind of a tactician formulating a strategy. Here is the plan. Aburame, Inuzuka, you will travel in the back for tracking and long-range strikes. Tenten, you join them, Lee. After the bells sound the alarm. Naruto winced as one of his clones popped right after the alarm from the first wave of squads, specifically the Oto squad. Sound attacks? Interesting, Naruto thought when the genin had called out the name of his attack loudly, aiming at what he thought was a monster but was just a clone messing with them, as per orders. Even animals as vicious as the ones in the Forest of Death rarely attacked unprovoked, so Naruto was there to rile the genin and animals up. 2 days in the forest would be boring otherwise, after all. Follow parallel to Uchiha team, Tenzo ordered and the entirety of Ro shot off, carefully masking their chakra. Naruto used this time to talk to Kurama about their little snake problem. Brat, my roots absorbed the snake's vile negative emotions and intent when he glanced our way. I wouldn't be surprised if he attacked us. The boy ignored the obvious attempt at a plant joke and gave his thoughts. True, but we both know he was planning on it anyways. Nothing's changed, Naruto assured. But Kurama wasn't done. If that flesh bag attacks us I will send enough chakra to obliterate him, after he's done with the Uchiha of course. Kurama added the last part with a bit of glee. Naruto's sweat dropped, avoiding a low-hanging branch. Our mission is to protect Sasuke, not kill him. TSK, you take the fun out of it. But what happens when they see your chains of the tiny kitten? They'll know your identity. Naruto avoided that sore subject. It wasn't just orders that kept him from blurting it out to his former classmates, but his own uncertainty. Despite not being very healthy, he enjoyed the anonymity of being in uniform. No one from the village questioned him or sent him those looks. The couple of times a civilian had spotted the blonde in off-duty clothes, without even his headband, caused him to shun Shin away instantly before the civilian could recognize and thus hate him once more. ANBU was his identity now, and even showing his Chunin side to the rookies was difficult to stomach. Sakura, Sai and Sasuke especially, as he had led them on missions, tortured, trained them, and watched them grow as people. They weren't friends, but they weren't enemies. And to hide the fact he'd always been a higher rank than them was something he planned on keeping for potentially years, if possible. Sai knew obviously but the other two didn't need to know. But if it came down to either Naruto letting Sasuke get bitten or hurt or stopping the snake using chains and a Rasengan, there was no contest. He was a Konoha shinobi, and he would protect his comrades. No matter what. 10 minutes later? Kin and Zaku looked behind them while running, feeling bile rise up at their pursuer. Giving each other the look, they nodded their heads. Their master was coming and he was pissed. They wouldn't survive, but they would still try. Dosu sweated when the chakra he'd felt since childhood kept getting closer. It didn't take a chakra sensor to feel Orochimaru's killing intent when it was so focused. Kukuka seemed to echo all around the trio. Snakes shot out from the bark, fangs barred. The beasts ensnared Dosu first, as the boy had tried to summon chakra for a jutsu. The snake was just too fast. Next was Zaku, who vaulted Kin off his back, the kunoichi just feeling the touch of death that was the snake's skin. With no chakra and weak taijutsu compared to Zaku and Dosu, much less their master, Kin knew she was going to die. She collapsed to her knees on a massive tree branch, eyes wide with fear when Orochimaru emerged from a nearby trunk. Why hello there my pets, Orochimaru greeted silkily. The most notorious traitor to Konoha had the snakes by his side, and the man petted Dosu's headband. Now, like any shinobi village, Oto is not kind to traitors. We're not traitors, Orochimaru-sama. Zaku pleaded. The Sanin's eyes, which once exuded false warmth, turned steely. With practiced ease he ripped Zaku's head off from the boy's shoulders. Now, anyone else wish to lie to me? Both genin shook their heads vigorously at their master's tone. Good. I'll be taking this. Scroll firmly secured on his back, the Sannin turned away and left. Dosu dropped without ceremony from the viper's grip. Instantly the killing intent dissipated, and Kin relaxed. We didn't die. She breathed. Dosu was recovering his breathing, but both started laughing hysterically, thinking they somehow, for reason unknown, cheated death. That's when a kunai made the world go dark. In the forest, with ANBU Team Ro? It had been 2 hours since the pursuit squads were unleashed, and Sasuke's team was hopelessly lost. The poor genin were not natural trackers, and while size mice were excellent in normal circumstances, their targets were adept at using traps. Naruto watched in amusement as Sakura disabled yet another tripwire explosive trap that the odd little genin group had set out. Team 17, consisting of a 10-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 10-year-old who had lost her squad last year. Nothing special about them, as their files indicated well-adjusted if slightly socially inept shinobi who graduated early and were simply on the exams to buffer the Konoha numbers. Nobody expected them to make it past the first round as their sensei assured the Hokage they were more suited for a field promotion and village guard duty. But here they were. And playing with Team 7, Naruto noticed. Hikaru activated his Byakugan momentarily after the next wave of traps led the genin through a thick bog. They know where they're going but intentionally leading their pursuers deeper into the forest. Hikaru informed the team, much to all of Ro's puzzlement. Are you sure, Baka? Deidara asked even as he unsealed more prepared clay birds. Normal genin, not even those trained by the ANBU these past months, would ever be in a position to know the landscape. Hell, even the squads with the maps were easily duped and led around in circles. Hikaru gasped when his Byakugan caught them using ANBU signs. Taicho, they're signing. They just confirmed that they're leading Team 7 towards the secluded eastern section of Wasp Spider's foe. Hikaru was cut off as the ANBU scattered just in time to avoid being smashed by a summons body. Naruto used several kawarimi as kunai were thrown, aimed at rather permanent spots, to land to a safe branch 10 meters to the right. Angel was already transformed, and her thick jaws were embedded into the eye of the summons. With a start Naruto realized it was a snake eye. Shoot! How did Hikaru not sense him coming? Naruto panicked in his head. The boy attempted to. His fist automatically blocked Orochimaru's who started beating on the boy. Ku, you're quite mousy aren't you? I have to bend over to fight you. Naruto held his tongue, much to Orochimaru's chagrin. Don't let him get to you kid, focus, your squad is fighting nearby against another snake summon headed for the Uchiha's team. Kurama cautioned. Not even going to say anything? The Sannin taunted. Chains from Naruto erupted and flew at the Sannin. The man didn't try to block and let his arm be caught, chuckling darkly. What beautiful chains. Now, show me what you can do Nine Tails. The pair sprang from their branches, Naruto using a shunshin to appear behind the traitor, Rasengan already formed. It connected with Orochimaru's back and the man appeared to blast away, only to twist mid-air and grin. Naruto was yanked towards his foe using his own chains before being punched into a tree with a sickening crunch. Is that all? Is that all the mightiest of the Biju can do Naruto-chan? Orochimaru insulted. Naruto summoned 100 clones who charged forward with abandon. Their only purpose was to momentarily distract the snake man who chose upchuck a sword and slashed the horde away, manic smile in place the whole time. Naruto grabbed out his sealing tags, intent on having clones seal him and the bastard inside until his team could come back. From what a shadow clone sent in memories they were quickly dispatching a giant summoned snake, though Deidara was dealing with wasp spiders that decided to poke from their nests. Naruto knew the genin were traitors somehow, piecing together their carefully laid trap for Orochimaru to get to Sasuke and them, and promised to drag them to Ibiki himself when this was over. Naruto looked over towards Angel and couldn't be more proud. With Angel, moments before, when the summoning snake had decided to crash into her team's on-the-go meeting, Angel was out for blood. Every time, she growled as once again she was launched away from her partner. The Hellcat was beginning to wonder if it was fate or all-controlling being that prevent the duo from fighting side by side more often than not. A tree was uprooted and the feline took the opportunity to springboard up, growing to her maximum size. The snake gave her a hungry look, as the thing was over half the size of a boss summons. With hot fury she shot fire into the widening mouth of the snake that expected her to fall in. The jaws clamped down in pain and Angel landed by an eye. Without hesitation she clamped powerful jaws down on the beast, and a loud hiss filled the area. For over a minute the two were in a deadlock. Grrrrrr. Take that, you bastard. She growled triumphantly when she finally ripped the eye out. The snake thrashed and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Angel to look towards Naruto. What she saw made her blood chill. Back with Naruto? Orochimaru chose that moment of distraction to drop kick from the canopy, and Naruto felt a sick crunch as he was catapulted from his branch towards the floor below. Eyes fluttered closed. I just want to sleep, Naruto foggily thought as he drifted in and out of consciousness. On and on the ANBU fell, Orochimaru following right above, intent on giving the Jinchuriki a beat down. I'll have fun breaking you, you little shit. I'll make you scream like a failure. Like the failure you are. Not even Orochimaru knew why he was being so cruel. He couldn't take the boy yet, but then again the brat was the child of his most hated rival. Meanwhile, Naruto saw his life flash before his eyes, his blood floating in front of his face. Hee, I want to be Hokage, to protect everyone. A blonde 8-year-old screamed at school. You? Hokage? Yeah right, you're a failure as even a shinobi. I bet you won't graduate. Kiba Inuzuka howled. I'm sorry, Naruto, but you failed. Iruka's pitying looks making the already shaking 12-year-old break inside. You are the nine-tailed fox. Mizuki spat in the clearing. Naruto recoiled. Everything made sense to him, he truly was a stupid demon. Naruto, you pass. Iruka smiled brightly as Naruto hugged him, the boy finally feeling like something was going right. You're a Jinchuriki, a person who holds a tailed beast. That makes you an asset to Konoha. Dragon spoke calmly. Hey, Chibi, Kohai. Let's get going. Naruto, you're a fine shinobi. Sarutobi said with pride when Naruto completed his first A rank. Hey Naruto, let's spar, I'll teach some more, kenjutsu moves while Yugao is away. Hey-8 offered. Tisk, you're alright for a fish cake. You're like a brother to me, Kakashi admitted while the pair had a break from the madness that was training. I never say this, but you're like the little brother I never had, Mouse Dragon whispered during a quiet meeting. Naruto, Tenzo and Yugao said. Baka, come back soon. Yakumo blushed. Chibi Kohai / Fuinjutsu fish cake. Hikaru and Deidara cheered. Never give up Naruto. As your super pervert I demand it. Wake up. The voices blurred together. Wake up. Wake. Wake up. Wake up. Kurama roared. Suddenly, his body flared with Kurama's usual chakra cloak. Naruto snapped his eyes open and Orochimaru gasped when red silted eyes met his in defiance. Purplish chains, influenced by the tailed beast within, flew in all directions, a large amount aiming right at the Sannin. 3 hit and tore through the bastard's arms. What ensued was a mighty struggle as they fell. Naruto twirled so that he was above, chains still stuck in Orochimaru's arms. Angel chose that moment to vault off a tree and bite the Sannin's head, only to be swatted away by the sword Orochimaru kept in his mouth. Grabbing Angel so she didn't fall, Naruto dangled in mid-air by his chains, heaving with rage as Kurama coursed through his body, threatening to unleash the first tail if Orochimaru still decided to fight. However, the Sannin smirked, and before his body reached the forest floor it melted away into mud. Shit. If that was a clone then? An overwhelming sense of killing intent from the general direction of where Sasuke would be made the Jinchuriki use his pure Shunshin speed to head there immediately, dread filling his foggy mind. With Team 7, earlier? Sasuke knew their target was leading them somewhere, as Sai had pointed out after the weird boy realized they were headed towards something called the wasp spider nests. Sasuke didn't know what those were exactly, but the grim look on Sai's face told him they should head away immediately. Except that they couldn't. Because a giant snake was blocking their path, and the team they were chasing surrounded them. Sakura, who was just beside him, was now unconscious against a tree. The snake barreling through the forest flew her backwards, and Sasuke winced at the large amount of blood their only medic was losing. Stand behind me, Sai urgently ordered, and his super beast scroll summoned 5 lions. The youngest of the ambushers tilted his head. Rice curry, the boy said. Sai stiffened, much to the confusion of Sasuke. Sai, he asked curiously. No, Sai stated firmly, directed at the ambusher who spoke. All 3 stiffened then relaxed. I see. So Master was right, you did turn. No matter, you'll die here. The youngest spoke with an unnatural calm. The air stilled. What the hell? Sasuke shouted when the 3 Konoha shinobi attacked Sai simultaneously, the girl kicking the Uchiha out of the way. Sai jumped onto an ink bird to head away from Sasuke, wishing he could stay with his friends longer. They chased him far away, far enough that Sai couldn't even sense the summon's chakra. This way, he could protect them. Forgive me, but I won't be making Chunin with you. Sai thought as his fellow root agents. No, I'm a traitor to them, as the root scum followed him like moths. A battle began, and Sai planned to make it and his death glorious. Super Beast Scroll, explosion, Sai intoned after having several of his ink birds fly too close to the mid-air root shinobi. They exploded, the explosion seal encoded in them saved him as the foes were forced off his tail for a moment. He let a small smile form when the blast killed one of them, the girl, and blew the arm off of the other boy. Silently thanking Naruto for teaching him how to incorporate an explosion seal into his animals, Sai followed the root shinobi, jumping off the bird and locking his tanto with the youngest and only intact one of the 3 in mid-air. Why did you betray Danzo-sama? And Sai had a deep cut down his torso, jumping back to a trunk before hitting the younger boy with a slice to the gut. I found my will of fire? Sai said simply, and the 2 locked once more, though it was clear Sai had the upper hand when his opponent coughed up some blood. Thinking he might actually survive the fight, Sai locked gazes with the boy. Then widened his eyes as they met a set of fully matured Sharingan. Takashi Uchiha allowed a vicious smirk to appear amongst his bloody mouth as the traitor looked into his eyes. The young boy had taken out his contacts for battle just so he could shock his opponents. It wasn't something Danzo would approve of, but the traitor was going to die anyways, and he wanted some pleasure out of the experience. Sai cursed inside as the young Uchiha made his eyes spin, and Sai began to lose himself. He knew he was trapped as he felt the hypnotism take root. At least I got two of them, Duckbutt-san, Sakura-san. Kai. Foreign chakra flooded his own, a familiar one that was warm. The pale boy found himself on a branch, staring into the masked face of his second sensei, Hikaru. Hikaru sensei? Sai asked, bewildered. The ANBU seemed to grin and nod. In the flesh, chibi, now you stay put while I deal with our little friend here. I heard everything. Wait. He has. Sai tried only to be silenced by Hikaru's chuckle. I know, and he'll be finding out why those eyes will never beat the great Hikaru. Takashi knew he was beat. With absolute loyalty, the dog of Danzo prepared the suicide jutsu, building up his chakra. Unfortunately for him, Hikaru effortlessly blocked all his chakra points, knocking him out and ripping the suicide pill from his mouth after some searching. The fight was less than 10 seconds and Sai was in awe of how ruthlessly the man who often played the fool handled the situation. Hikaru noticed his slack-jawed expression and grinned. Nah, cat got your tongue? Same time, with Sasuke? Sasuke was in a bad place. He was rooted to his spot in front of what appeared to be a Kusa Genin, protecting one of his only friends, Sakura. Sasuke-kun, why don't you show me your power? The Kusa Genin chuckled silkily and beckoned. Sasuke stood his ground though. Sai's gone who knows where and this woman shows up with a scroll. Why is she attacking us? No, don't think, just protect Sakura. Sasuke thought to himself. He gripped his kunai as killing intent blasted the area, making his heart skip a beat. This PPP power. I've never been so scared. I need to leave. No. Don't move. Sasuke growled to himself. He wouldn't be worse than scum, he'd protect his comrade, to the end. A killing intent filled with more malice entered the clearing and pounced on Sasuke's attacker though. An ANBU agent, around his height, started barraging the Kusa Genin with purple chains and a jutsu he recognized all too well. And Naruto? Sasuke asked. The slight stiffening of the shoulders told him all he needed to, the giant cat that landed in front of him as a shield giving more proof. His elusive former classmate, the desk Chunin, was in ANBU. Well, that shook his day some. With Naruto? When Sasuke said his name, Naruto cursed his stupidity but kept fighting. He knew from what Dragon said, and who knows how Dragon found out, that Orochimaru would attempt to mark the last Uchiha. That couldn't happen. And so Naruto was using his sword to block Orochimaru's, the tongue acting as an arm. Naruto put some distance, now. Not one to question, the blonde used a triad of shunshins to land several meters away, just in time to dodge a newly summoned snake erupting from the ground. Shit, this couldn't get any worse, Naruto cursed. The universe laughed at him as Orochimaru fired off a fire dragon aimed right at the station boy. Orochimaru cackled. Ah, so sweet, trying to protect Sasuke-kun from my gift? Well, I guess we'll have to stop that, won't we? Striking shadow hands. 12 snakes from each arm shot out at Naruto. The ANBU slashed at them with his claws before they could reach him, smirking behind his mask as Angel's jaws connected with the Sannin's arm, eliciting a shriek. Fire burned away at the man's body as Angel's fire-coated teeth drew blood. TSK, I never thought a feline could wound me, Orochimaru spat as he opened his mouth. A fully restored Orochimaru stepped out and everyone else gagged in revulsion. Why, you're a monster, Sasuke said. No, I'm perfection. And soon you'll see why, Sasuke-kun. The crazed Sannin laughed and in an instant was inches from Naruto's mask-covered face, hand cocked back. Naruto felt himself flown backwards, Kurama's cloak receding as the blow cut off his concentration momentarily. The Sannin launched his neck at a wide-eyed Sasuke, fangs barred. Angel bit the neck but even crushed the appendage kept stretching. Naruto knew he had to stop it. An idea formed, one so crazy it would fail, and thus he did something incredibly stupid. He used a Kawarimi with the still knocked-out Sakura. Now right behind Sasuke as Orochimaru's jaws aimed for the neck, Naruto's ANBU-issued arm guards took the fangs, the seal-enforced armor keeping the poison off his skin. Naruto smirked at the absolutely enraged Orochimaru and gave him the finger. See ya, you bastard, he said and activated a prisoner scroll. Orochimaru couldn't move from a paralyzing seal Naruto had stuck right where the fangs went in. And so, in a puff of smoke, Orochimaru of the Sannin was captured. Naruto looked with half-lidded eyes at Sasuke, smiled at Angel who had just made the remaining snake disappear, and collapsed on his stomach. The ANBU mask that had taken a beating in the last hour finally cracked from the faceplant and slid off. Naruto Sasuke breathed. Yeah, I know. Save it, the blonde winced at his ribs and broken arm being slowly healed, as Kurama's chakra couldn't rush the process. Not when he had pumped 2 tails worth throughout the fight to keep Naruto's body going. Damn it, don't go to sleep yet, you're in the forest of death. The fox shouted to deaf ears. Naruto grinned slightly and fought the sleep. Suddenly, 4 chakra signatures he knew by heart surrounded him. Mouse, you're alive, Tenzo spoke, not bothering with hand signs. Naruto snapped awake as he was pulled into a sitting position. Hikaru started healing him while Yugao and Angel brought Sakura back. The girl was beginning to wake up but Yugao pinched her neck, knowing it was for the best. Wha? How? Naruto questioned dumbly. His teammates looked like they went through war. Blood, snake venom, and dirt covered them, and Yugao's mask was completely red. Deidara was listless, obviously recovering from wasp spider poison and clutching his arm. Orochimaru, Tenzo answered. He planned on separating us, and 2 mud clones along with Manda's second in command was there. Add that with the swarm of wasp spiders that Fox fought by himself, we're lucky Fox only has a broken arm and poison. Tenzo trailed off and Naruto nodded. He began recounting the battle, leaving out Kurama, and his squad sputtered at the end. You mean Yugao began? Took on Orochimaru, the actual one, Tenzo continued. And sealed him, Deidara finished. Naruto nodded in trepidation. The scroll sat nearby against a tree. I didn't seal his chakra first so I don't know how long it will last. Tenzo rubbed his eyes at the mistake even if it was unavoidable and sighed. You're free to go, Chibi Kohai. Now let's take these prisoners back. Hikaru said. Only then did Naruto notice Sai and the genin they were following. Sai sat next to Sakura and kept sending Hikaru thankful looks. Figuring he'd find out later, Naruto began walking towards the scroll, figuring they had an hour to get the Sannin to the Jiraiya for better sealing lest the traitor get free. However, just as he reached it, the scroll burned to a crisp and a noted floated down. My dear pet. Sorry to disappoint, but I must not be captured. I will have Sasuke, so don't even try to stop me. Oh, and tell Sarutobi-sensei that if he cancels the exam I'll destroy it before nightfall. Ta-ta. Orochimaru the Awesome. Naruto read the note over and let out a primal roar at his failure. 3 hours later, Forest of Death Tower? Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the tale of Orochimaru's encounter with more surprise than he thought possible since they knew it would happen. He felt pride well up in his old bones when his surrogate grandson managed to capture the traitor, then gave a reassuring look at the news Orochimaru had used a body switch at the last second before the sealing. By the end, he didn't know what to feel. I am proud of all of your successes, but now is not the time for rest. You safely shadowed Sasuke and his team here, but there are still dangers in the exams. Rest up for 1 hour before heading out. There is still a day and a half left of this cursed stage. The only mercy was changing it from 5 days to 2 days. God knows I couldn't take that level of stress with these exams. Hiruzen muttered. Ro bowed once before sunshining silently, Naruto still angry at himself. As soon as the ANBU left, Hiruzen turned to his shadow. Dragon, what of the other competitors? Hiruzen asked. Dragon chuckled. Well Hiruzen, I think you'll be quite amused. Oh? Let's just say Enko's little drug gave the Nara a new outlook on life. I don't even want to know. Now, let's discuss this Uchiha that young Hikaru brought in as a lovely present. Takashi Uchiha? I used to change his diapers, Dragon commented wistfully. With Shikamaru's team, earlier? Now remember team, we must run quickly to show our flames of youth. Shikamaru yelled as he used more energy to glide across the forest than he used in his entire life combined. Ino looked at her friend in horror, as did Chuji, but they didn't say anything out of fear of what happened last time they tried. They knew they were being pursued by 2 teams, and Ino decided to be the reasonable one when they found themselves surrounded by teams 8 and 9. Here. Just take it, the girl offered. Tenten looked offended but Lee reached for it. However Shikamaru ruined it. Ino. Quit being so unyouthful. And thus, Shikamaru and Lee locked eyes. A battle would happen, and the flames of youth ignited. Finally, with Danzo, that night, Danzo Shimura looked at the dead root agent, glad the boy was merely dying when that soft Hyuga left him. The failure of an agent reported as medics began bandaging the stump of an arm. And then he left me for dead, Danzo-sama. The Hyuga said I will not kill you myself but watch your light fade from your eyes. I must have blacked out and my heart rate slowed due to blood loss. I woke up here, Danzo-sama. Danzo pondered everything he was told. The seal prevented any traitorous speech he hoped, at least so all that mattered was recovering Takashi. I'll get him during the invasion. Now it's time to have a little chat with Orochimaru. From what my spies are saying, the fool is wanting the weapon for himself. That simply won't do. Konoha's Jinchuriki is mine, even if he doesn't know it yet. Turning impassively to his now useless agent who wasn't worth a prosthetic, the darkness of shinobi sliced the boy's throat. Your blood watered the great tree, a fitting death. Danzo sneered and walked out of the medical bay. He had a coup to plan. Chapter 31. Forest of Death, with teams 8, 9, and 10. Shikamaru and Lee shared goofy grins, Lee giving a good guy pose. Yash! We will shine our flames of youth through a most youthful battle for the scroll. Lee exclaimed. Shikamaru chuckled. Let's play some shogi, Shikamaru said. Ino widened her eyes before grabbing Choji and tugging him away while everyone was transfixed on the youthful duo. If shogi shows our flames, I am pumped. Yosh! Lee screamed in happiness. Niji and Tenten shared sighs at their friend, while Team 8 backed away slowly, not wanting to catch whatever illness it was Lee and Shikamaru had. I too am excited for our youthful battle, the Nara said. Then, to the surprise of Team 9, he smirked. He turned. And he ran, launching a basic kunai trap Ino had set up moments before they were surrounded. Yosh! A most youthful race, Shikamaru, Kuin. Let us race to the tower like a true cat and mouse. Lee. Damn it, Tenten, let's go. Niji ordered before the remaining members of Team 9 followed into the trees. Both had thoughts to end the farce of a pursuit quickly and painfully. Hinata watched her cousin leave and moved to follow, flinching when Kiba put a hand on her shoulder to stop the effort. Ano, shouldn't we follow Niji Nizan? She asked timidly. Over the last few months, her confidence had improved marginally under the ANBU's tutelage, but being near her hostile family member sent her back to square one. Let those bastards leave, that cousin of yours was more trouble than he was worth, Kiba scoffed. Hinata looked ready to protest until Shino stepped in. We are near the IWA team according to my allies, we'll relieve them of their scroll before heading to the tower. I do not trust Niji-san, the Aburame stated firmly. Hinata hesitated before nodding and the three set off, getting further and further away from her cousin she was instructed to stay by. With teams 9 and 10, Ino looked at Shikamaru in worry, as he kept shouting about youth even as they ran from the mentally unstable Lee and murderous Niji and Tenten. This has to be because of that poison. Arg, you better go back to being lazy, you baka, Ino thought. She could see the tower clearing and prayed they could reach the entrance in time. Just then she blocked a barrage of shuriken that embedded themselves into her right hand and arm, making jutsu impossible. Ino screamed in pain as blood spurted out of the wound and was carelessly kicked to the ground mid-jump by Tenten. The brunette sneered at the short-haired blonde. You were ready to give up back there, blondie. Partial expansion jutsu. The most beautiful voice Ino had ever heard shouted as a large, meaty arm courtesy of Choji blocked another barrage of kunai. The large shinobi looked livid as he stood in front of his friend who was currently bleeding on the forest floor. Shikamaru had been ruthlessly knocked out by an exuberant Lee and was deposited on the ground next to Choji courtesy of the green-wearing shinobi. Yash! You were most youthful opponents, but we have triumphed over you today. Never fear though, after the exams we can bask our flames of youth together. Lee shouted before running towards the tower. Tenten sighed before following, dragging a livid-looking Niji with her. Choji waited a few moments before canceling his jutsu. With a sigh, the only conscious member of Team 10 carried his friends gently towards the tower to forfeit and receive medical attention. I knew the Chunin exam was a bad idea. With Naruto and Ro? The IWA genin were baffled when they jumped straight into a tree that looked like empty space courtesy of Naruto's false surroundings Jinjutsu. While too weak for any ANBU mission and requiring far too much concentration for the Jinchuriki to keep up for his Chunin missions, it was perfect for the weaklings below. Well, they weren't weak, Naruto admitted to himself. They were just inexperienced. Hikaru gave him a thumbs up from a higher perch, while Deidara looked exhausted. Naruto wasn't sure why the other blonde wasn't in a hospital. However, it wasn't his place so he dropped it. Ro had stumbled upon the IWA on their third sweep of the area and couldn't resist some subtle sabotage. It was his way of keeping entertained after assigning Angel to guard Sasuke and Team 7. Leaving his partner behind was annoying seeing as Hikaru and Deidara seemed to see it as an opportunity to bug the blonde ANBU with signed practical jokes behind Tenzo's back. Nothing he didn't expect if he was being honest. Of course, Naruto wasn't expecting Shino's bugs to shoot towards the now defensive IWA team. Nor was he expecting Kiba and Akamaru to send a loud Fong over Fong into the triangle formation team who split apart with practiced ease. And Naruto really wasn't expecting Hinata to engage the enemy, with Team 9 nowhere in sight. A glance towards Tenzo's retreating back as his captain landed next to the newly arrived Team Hawk confirmed his suspicions that something wasn't right. Oi. Furball, why didn't you tell me Hinata's team was coming? Gur. I did, but you were focusing on setting up that weak Genjutsu that I still wonder why you haven't mastered it. I did master it, but Genjutsu is my weak area, you know this. It's why I haven't used it much since Dragon-sama taught it to me. TSK, whatever. Anyways, that Hyuga did warn you about them approaching, but you were zoned out. If I had to guess, it would be because of Orochimaru. Naruto blushed at the accusation that he knew was true and cut off the conversation in favor of watching the Konoha team get destroyed save for Shino. Hinata had been picked apart by the girl with sealed chakra who apologized after tying the Hyuga girl up with reinforced wire. Shino was in a bind when one of the males incinerated half his colony in one go when they rose up for a barrier attack. His muscles tensed when Akamaru was knocked out and had a kunai stuck to his throat courtesy of the obvious leader. He glanced over to his captain, and relaxed when Tenzo ordered a no intervention from Ro. Time to see how they handle this. Will it be like Shinobi? Or children caught in the cookie jar? Teammate and IWA. Shino sked in annoyance at the whole situation before him. He had a beautiful plan, all laid out that involved his bugs casually draining the other team's chakra. But then Kiba got impatient before the first swarm could make their move, citing the bastard are almost to the tower. In a spontaneous burst of stupidity, Shino ordered his allies to burst out of the ground at once in order to give Kiba a chance. Of course that failed. Logic would have dictated a retreat, but his teammates were too engaged in battle to allow that, and Shino found his careless move ending in the death of his stronger batch of insects. If only, the Aburame mused as Akamaru hung limp in the air, they were in leech territory. Alas, they weren't even near wasp spiders, and endangering the endangered carnivorous beetles around him was a last resort. Instead, Shino pushed his glasses up and focused on diplomacy. Give us the dog and your scroll or your third member will die from her blood loss, Shino promised, much to everyone's confusion. Just then the girl who was holding Hinata bound found an elongated kunai piercing the hand that held Hinata and flying through her torso. Ack! Was the girl's cry as she fell forward, Hinata sheepishly jumping away. The seal on her sleeve that her weird cousin Hikaru gave her right before the exam, Shino remembered, was glowing before disappearing. Hinata landed next to Shino and bravely gave no indication that she regretted using a trigger seal to impale her enemy. Even better was the paralyzing poison attached to it. Why, you monsters? Hideo spat. All rational thought that he would and has in the past employed the same tactic in the past was forgotten. You're surrounded and have no chance. Why? Because insects are everywhere, and I have already drained half your chakra. Hand us our comrade and the scroll and we'll let you leave alive. Shino spoke coldly, bluffing about the insects and knowing less than a third of the boy's chakra was gone. Hideo felt woozy and noticed the vermin on him, sucking away his chakra. Mari was unconscious and gasping for air, most likely a nicked lung the culprit. Hideo was pissed at himself and his team but knew his sensei would kill him if he let pride kill a teammate. Akiko, he spat. The silent boy tossed the scroll with little emotion and lifted up Mari. Akamaru was dropped unceremoniously on the ground but no one reacted. The boys prepared for the Konoha scum to attempt to finish them off. However, they were allowed to pass and the last team of IWA raced in the direction of the tower, tails between their legs. Shino let out a breath he didn't know he was holding before turning to Kiba with a scary look on his face. Kiba. The Inuzuka gulped as Shino glared. We will talk about this later. Hinata was released from the wire, and they set off silently. Hinata stewed about her moment of courage while Kiba cradled a now awake Akamaru. And Shino? His eyebrows were raised when a scouting ally brought back the chakra of a very familiar blonde that was apparently in the trees the entire time, along with an interesting description. Uzumaki-san, just what are you doing wearing an ANBU uniform? Back in the trees? Clueless about the Aburame discovering his secret yet proud about his former classmates' performances, Naruto sent a wave to Hawk as the two squads parted paths, Ro still on patrol while Hawk shadowed the Eris's team to the tower. Tenzo looked mighty pleased when he informed them they had won the bet and that they would be voting on the mission Hawk would take over the next squad dinner. I vote Tora. Hikaru signed. Naruto nodded with a vicious smile behind his masks. He had been meaning to teach Tora-chan how to make clones. First, that's so mundane. Second, we're on duty. Tenzo signed in reprimand. Hi, Taicho, apologies. Naruto signed back sheepishly. Looking at the sky as they continued on, the blonde was pleased they had a mere 9 hours left of this monotony. Deep in T&I? Dragon didn't allow a tear to escape his mask as Takashi slept on the cot, blissfully unaware that he was in front of family. Soon he'd wake up with his curse seal deactivated courtesy of the same methods Dragon employed on Sai all those months ago, but for now Dragon was left to his thoughts. The night of the Uchiha massacre was not one Shisui wished to recall. Having been recovering from his battle and subsequent farce of a suicide, Shisui hadn't been there during the bloodbath. But he was there in the morgue amongst the mutilated bodies, some so charred on the face that only later would DNA reveal their identities. The babies and children had been the worst, and Shisui had thought they were the victims of the second killer, as Itachi would never burn children. Shisui remembered that night, crying over the tiny bodies while the Hokage kept the room free of any prying eyes. Takashi and his little sister Suki were often left in Shirsue's care while their father plotted in the elder meetings not even Shisui was privy to. He changed their diapers, taught a 4-year-old Takashi how to hold a kunai, and thought about them if he didn't see them at least once a month. Their deaths were a black mark on the commander's soul that he carried around constantly. It was a wedge in his heart and one of the many reasons he carried on living. No child would die like that again. But now Shisui faced the possibility that Suki along with the other Uchiha children were alive and brainwashed by Danzo. Danzo was slated for death, but now it would be thousands of times worse. Takashi began stirring and Shisui prepared to steel his nerves. He knew the Sharingan would be used, and thus prepared for an exercise in restraint against killing the warhawk that plagued him for 5 years. 5 infinite, gut-wrenching years. Takashi Uchiha? Shisui said in a bored tone. The boy gave a glare. Oh, the famous Uchiha glare. I'm shaking in my mask. I won't talk. Takashi snapped in a surprising show of emotion that proved he was taken too late for Danzo's full emotional conditioning program. TSK. I'm sure you wouldn't, if you had a choice. The thing is, however. Takashi gazed into the now active Mangekyo Sharingan, completely in a daze. You don't have a say in the matter. For the next 4 hours Shisui would hear exactly what was happening in Danzo's innermost circle of darkness. Team 7's quarters. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai sat in silence, though all for different reasons. Angel was napping Sakura's lap after claiming Naruto was on duty in the tower at the girl's question. Sai was silent as he contemplated what happened in the forest. The ambush, his willingness to die for his team, and the Sharingan. Sai knew he was lucky Hikaru-sensei showed up or else he and possibly Sasuke and Sakura would be dead. These past months had shown Sai that life wasn't a canvas of black lines that led him from mission to mission for Danzo-sama. Instead, it was shades of pink and fists. Of blue and bad attitudes. Of silver and tardiness. And of every shade Sai could think of that blurred together in a beautiful mess that represented his life now. With new resolve, Sai swore to himself to make sure that mess never disappeared. He'd protect his team, his friends, and never go back to that shell of a person he was. Sasuke, meanwhile, was caught on his former classmate, Naruto. The pair was never close. Sasuke had even attacked him in a stupid rage months ago. Of course, Sasuke's problem with the blonde originated in the academy. At the beginning of the academy, Sasuke and Naruto were in separate classes. Naruto was foolish, but brilliant. His pranks on the instructor were legendary, yet his grades were rumored to be abysmal despite his loud claims that he did his homework correctly. Sasuke would grumble at how carefree the boy seemed while he struggled to bring his father pride. When they were merged into one class, Sasuke took to ignoring the orphan idiot as he was called. Then, that night happened. And afterwards, Sasuke was alone. He would see the blonde walk by him with a wave or arrive at his desk to find Naruto trying to rope him into a prank. Of course Sasuke always ignored him with a vengeance. Graduating, Sasuke was joyed to find Naruto wasn't on his team, even if Sai freaked him out more than Sakura's fantasies. Sasuke remembers the first time he saw Naruto in ANBU gear, not that he realized it at the time, was the moment Sasuke realized how little age seemed to matter power-wise. No longer was his brother a god that none could reach. And when Sasuke had his tail whipped by Naruto, the supposed desk shinobi, he realized that beginnings meant nothing, that even an orphan dead last could soar. Of course he hated Naruto for a long time as he wasn't soaring nearly as high. The night Naruto broke into his apartment to give the friendly advice about his name, Sasuke still hated him. Hated that he never seemed to leave the village yet effortlessly destroyed him. Hated that on diplomatic missions Naruto led them around like puppies. Hated that the boy 6 months younger than him was 3 times more mature and powerful just weeks after graduation. But then Naruto became the ANBU from all those months ago. He was someone who protected them. Now, Sasuke didn't know what to feel. Hatred was gone, that he knew. Even if Naruto wasn't a friend, Sasuke knew he wasn't a pesky worm under his skin. Naruto had become a comrade. While the two males in the room had emotional revelations, Sakura was utterly confused. She was told rather bluntly that what happened after she was knocked out by something, her memory was fuzzy, was a village secret. She was forbidden from asking anyone about it. That made the brilliant medic curious. And a curious kunoichi was a dangerous kunoichi, as Sakura's mother would say. With a determined look, Sakura decided she'd figure out what had happened in the forest that made Sasuke look contemplative and sigh determined. After she kicked everyone's ass and became a chunin, of course. Then her boys would spill their secrets. Team Kumo? Meanwhile, Yuzu Otosuki was having a bad day. It began with her stupidly getting separated from her friends when a giant snake barreled through her team, separating them. When she awoke and started searching for Taro and Saki, she came into a clearing that was completely demolished. A bloody but intact scroll made it worthwhile, though. However, her search for her team led her to the Suna team, the one with the psycho red head. Yuzu had been warned by her uncle to stay away from him before the exams, but seeing her friends surrounded by sand stopped all reason from reaching her brain. With a lightning-charged kunai she aimed for a headshot at the red head that was choking Saki slowly. When the sand protected the monster who now wore a manic grin, Yuzu gulped. That gulp was her last action before sand created a coffin around her form and crushed her. She never even got to scream. The only comfort was Taro and Saki, who followed their teammate to the afterlife barely a second later. Their lost souls would have grave consequences. Sand team, after Gaara's slaughter? Temari gulped as Gaara killed the beloved niece of the former Raikage and member of the current Raikage's extended family. When Gaara left the bodies in the sand, not bothering to destroy the evidence and ordered them to leave them, Temari knew that it would come to bite them later. She only hoped she could get out of the way before it did. Back with Ro, after the exams. While technically off duty as the second phase was ended and Hawk had picked up the corpses of the dead genin teams, every shinobi in the building not taking the exams were on the ceiling beams to watch the matchup process for round 3. Even Deidara, still not talking much with side effects from his battle, was there. Naruto noticed Tenzo ordered him to go to the hospital immediately after, however. 12 genin, 6 matchups in the first round. Normally a preliminary would be called, but with most of the candidates being Konoha genin, the Hokage had decided to make an exception and put time limits on the final phase first rounds. 10 minutes to knock your opponent out or you both get disqualified. Naruto listened in amusement as the Hokage gave the made-up, albeit true, reason for the time limit that most shinobi battles lasted mere moments and that drawing a fight out too long led to an early death. More like death by boredom for the spectators, Naruto mused. Kurama snorted in agreement. Throwing shade at the exam, I see. The fox commented. Naruto huffed and ignored the bijou. Instead he looked down at the genin drawing numbers. The first round has been decided through complete randomness. Hey 8, the chosen proctor, stressed when Sakura mentioned it could be rigged to be unfair. Even though it was totally rigged, Konoha would deny it to the genin. Naruto was actually the one to help Jiraiya come up with the seal that let the Hokage preload which number ball a drawer would pull. First match, Hinata Hyuga v Sakura Haruno. Second match, Kiba Inuzuka v Rock Lee. Third match, Kankuro no Sabaku v Shino Aburame. Fourth match, Tenten v Temari no Sabaku. Fifth match, Niji Hyuga v Sai. Sixth match, Gaara no Sabaku v Sasuke Uchiha. We will see you in exactly 1 month, your senseis will have more information. May the will of fire burn brightly in you all. At the last name, Sasuke sighed even as the Suna genin gave quizzical looks, not realizing an Uchiha was in the exams. The plan to keep him off the radar for the survival portion worked, it seemed. However, Sasuke was rather glad he could wear his clan crest again, especially since the only foreigners were their allies in Suna. Nothing to worry about. While the various genin were fretting over their matchups and following their senseis back to the village, the ANBU were already making bets on the outcomes. I bet 1 month's rent that Shino throttles Kankuro, Hawk wagered. Hikaru laughed. And I bet a free special order of seals courtesy of Chibi Kohai that Sai beats my cousin. Hikaru countered. Everyone gaped at the Hyuga betting against his family. However, Naruto gaped for a different reason. You moron, don't make me bartering chip. He growled and whacked his senpai on the head. Yugao smacked Naruto for talking aloud and Deidara accidentally poked Naruto in the side. Tenzo just sweat dropped at his team before motioning for them to leave. Finally, the next day, Naruto's apartment. Waking up to silence was a beautiful thing. Guy and Kakashi were out of the village training their teams, Jiraiya was meetings all day, Angel was with Dragon for some special assignment, and Tenzo gave the entire team the day off. Deidara was in the hospital for minor chakra exhaustion and an allergic reaction to the antivenom, ensuring a stress-free day. Life was beautiful in Naruto's book. Dressed in his off-duty attire, the blonde strolled to the door of his apartment for a mid-morning walk. Grabbing his key, Naruto opened the door, already activating his security seals and ready for a relaxing day of hot springs and reading. Naruto NII. A pleasant voice greeted him. Naruto blinked as he closed his door and looked down to see Momo. Along with Konohamaru and his friends, all four of them covered in paint with sheepish looks. "Momo, what the heck happened?" Naruto asked, dumbfounded, and worried about the girl not being in classes. Well you see," she began with a gulp. "Save us from Iruka." Konohamaru butted in and latched himself onto Naruto's leg. He proceeded to rant about some prank gone wrong that led to Iruka's test papers being ruined and the four of them running for their lives. Naruto sighed and repressed a groan. He personally only talked to the boy a couple of times and didn't mind him, but the brat was bugging him on his day off and ruining his comfy pants. A chain wrapped itself around each child and lifted them to eye level. "Now, anyone want to explain why I'm being assaulted on my day off by chibis?" Naruto said in a scary voice while letting a light illuminate his face mask. All four gulped and wondered if running to Naruto was a good idea, even if they were desperate. Chapter 32. With Naruto, outside his apartment. Naruto watched in amusement as the four chibis squirmed, Konohamaru then realizing something. "Hey! You're that ANBU from forever ago that let me call you boss. And that meanie from the Academy trap course." Konohamaru blurted out and fluidly pointed at him. Naruto felt his eye twitching, not particularly enjoying the memory of that day. Flashback, within 4 months of Naruto joining Ro? Sitting in a tree watching the honorable grandson skip out on private tutoring was not Naruto's idea of a good time. Sure, being stuck with Ebisu sucked, but Naruto resented being assigned this farce of a mission after Hikaru blamed him for clogging the locker room toilets at HQ. Worse yet was that Dragon-sama knew it was Hikaru's doing but said Naruto needed to connect with the next generation or something. Naruto decided to use the mission time to attempt to draw a seal that would make Dragon-sama pick someone else to bother. Thankfully, clones and Angel meant Naruto got to rest in the shade instead of in the muggy spring sunlight. Konohamaru kept being a brat and making Angel grow so he could ride her. The poor hellcat just wanted to nap away the heat. "Quit picking on Angel, brat, she's an ANBU animal, not some pet you can order around," Naruto ordered, his glare hidden by his mask but tone conveying his feelings perfectly. Konohamaru huffed. "TSK, what you going to do about it? I'm the third Hokage's grandson, and you're just an ANBU, you have to listen to what I say." "Huh? I only answer to my superior shinobi officers and the Hokage, of which you are neither," Naruto scoffed. Well, you still should listen to me. Especially since I'm going to be Hokage one day." The academy student tried to release killing intent to look intimidating. "Not with that attitude you're not. Do you even know what a Hokage does?" "Of course I do. A Hokage is the strongest in the village and kicks other people's butts and is loved by all," Konohamaru replies instantly. Naruto rolls his eyes, realizing the boy was like he used to be. "Not really, no. Sure, a Hokage is loved and respected for their accomplishments, but they do more than just kick people's butts. A Hokage sacrifices everything, they are the last to celebrate a victory and the first casualty to protect the village. They love everyone who is loyal to our village, from the tiniest newborn to the most senile elder. However, a Hokage would sacrifice any one of these people for the greater good and still force themselves to be human. Do you love as a Hokage does? Do you have a heart of steel that loves unconditionally?" With each sentence, Naruto felt his conviction steel, felt his loyalty to his Kage deepen. How could he judge a man that sacrificed everything and still saw the light? Naruto knew he would never be a Hokage, even if he felt he could make those sacrifices, and that he wouldn't want to be. Konohamaru, however, only looked readier for the hat. "I do. I promise I will be the best Hokage ever, and protect the village even better than my grandfather. Then I look forward to serving under you, Konohamaru Sarutobi," Naruto said with warmth. Angel nodded along, still not completely understanding what was happening and decided to take a nap. Konohamaru ignored her. "Why you said my name," he said in awe. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "Yes, why wouldn't I? Nobody does. Gigi named me after the village, but everyone calls me honorable grandson or ignores me." Here, the child shuffled under Naruto's intense gaze. Naruto held it, before scoffing. "Well, I'm not just anybody, I'm ANBU Agent Mouse. Keep making your own path and I'm sure the whole world will know the name of Konohamaru." "Really?" Konohamaru asked with tears. Naruto nodded. "I like you. You can be my boss, and teach me more than Ebisu." "En Naniathai?" was heard throughout the village as a panicked echo. End flashback. Yes, a touching moment it was, until the brat decided to pester him for training. It took Naruto volunteering for a solo escort mission to River Country to get the brat off his trail. Those couple of weeks of Konohamaru somehow tracking the ANBU down everywhere except his home were hell. And now the heathen knew where he lived, courtesy of his precious almost sister, Momo. The girl had the audacity to smile sweetly at him too. Realizing he was staring off into space, Naruto cleared his throat. And if you brats ever reveal my identity or try to prank my apartment, I will follow Code 542, the blonde said gravely. The four gulped. See Code 542? Udon questioned shakily. Naruto nodded gravely and used his best acting, lying, skills to the test. Yes, a serious ANBU rule. See, when someone reveals who we are, us ANBU have to put them through a Yamanaka mind wipe. It's too bad that mind wiping only one memory is difficult, and as such the Yamanaka have to wipe large sections of memory. You don't want to end up like poor Hikaru Hyuga, do you? Hikaru Hyuga? Moegi asked. Momo narrowed her eyes at Naruto but grinned when he winked. Yes, poor Hikaru. He used to be like every other Hyuga, stiff, boring, and a genius. But then he blabbed to his mother someone's ANBU identity. Now he's worse than an Energizer bunny on crack and thinks cockroaches make good ninja pets. Do you four want to end up like poor little Hikaru? No. Was the three terrified and one amused response. Good, now what's this about the tests? Momo, you're 3 years ahead of them as well. Momo gulped. Well Konohamaru here failed barely, was said boy's indignant defense. Yes, barely failed his village history test again. This is his fourth failed test of the term, so Iruka-sensei would have to have a parent-teacher conference. Which would be with Hokage-sama since Konohamaru doesn't have parents. Naruto finished with a sigh. The tiny Fuinjutsu user nodded shyly. Yes, Nii-san. So he had me help make paint seals so he could make the tests unreadable. Then, Iruka-sensei would have to give a retest. I agreed if he would study this time. I didn't think Iruka-sensei would get so mad at them, and then Konohamaru dragged us out and I got scared so I ran to you. Momo finished in a rush. The other three looked down in shame. The blonde softened his gaze. Well, I'm sure Iruka-sensei will still punish you, but I won't take you to him. You won't? Konohamaru shouted. Naruto shook his head. You're the best, boss. Boss. Momo and the others saluted while still hanging. I won't be taking you there personally as I don't want to spend my off day being tied to whatever punishment you all receive, Naruto said, knowing that somehow he would be blamed seeing as he was the one to have taught Momo the paint tags and more advanced Fuinjutsu. No, I will be taking you to the hospital where I know my dear friend Yugao is. She'll be taking you to Iruka. Naruto relished the looks of betrayal but knew it was necessary to have Yugao and Iruka scare the daylights out of them. These four didn't realize how fortunate they were not to be sabotaged throughout the academy, to be able to graduate on their own merit and not someone else's heinous plot. Naruto would ensure they didn't do something so stupid again. The prank was fine, as it built shinobi skills. The covering up of the failed test was not, however. Cheating didn't exist in the shinobi world, but the academy was where one learned the right way to learn, one not reliant on underhanded tactics. It built work ethic and honor in one's accomplishments. So, Naruto would gift the children his cruel lesson in life. Even if they were adorable when they called him boss. 10 minutes later of carrying the still-bound chibis, Naruto arrived in the hospital through the back door and located Yugao walking out of a room with Heiate, who was getting a standard checkup on his lungs. Senpais. The blonde called, getting the attention of his superiors. Heiate waved while Yugao smiled slightly. Naruto, you've picked up some strays. Yugao chuckled. Naruto I smiled and plopped the kids without ceremony in front of his dear senpai. Well yes, see. These brats set off paint bombs in the academy and I need you to take them to Iruka-sensei for punishment. Wait. Naruto. Thanks senpai, knew I could count on you, but now I gotta go. Naruto saluted and used his shunshin to escape the woman. He had a shadow clone stick around as a fly to see the woman focus her entire killing intent on the brats who cost her an hour of her day off. 5 minutes later, Naruto cracked up as he made his way towards Deidara's room, figuring a short visit would be nice. You're rather vicious today, you do know that Catwoman will gut us for this, right? Kurama deadpanned from the seal. You may have a death wish, but I personally hate reforming. PSHH, you worry too much. It was worth it, the village awaits an adventure of relaxation. Naruto thought back with giddiness, his first real day off in forever and he wouldn't let anyone ruin it. Then the negative emotion at the end of the hall Deidara's room made him sober up. Shoot, what now? Naruto muttered mentally while already unsealing his sword and sharpening it with wind chakra. He sent a shadow clone to alert the supposed ANBU guards. Technically Deidara was supposed to be in the ANBU and Jonin ward, but had been moved when the IWA team was placed in it for security purposes. Be careful, that annoyance has a Jonin-level chakra signature angry at him. Thanks, Kurama. 3 feet to the door, I'll shunshin in and come in quietly if you want the traitor to live, a distinctly feminine voice ordered. Naruto sucked in his breath and burst into the room. The IWA Jonin, the one Naruto was warned to stay away from, had Deidara tied up using the sheets and a kunai at his throat. He ignored Deidara's eyes that screamed to get away and chose to focus on the fact a foreign kunoichi had managed to somehow get past the ANBU on the floor of her students and discover his teammate. IWA Nin, stand down immediately, Naruto barked. The woman grinned viciously. Nay, and why should I brat? It can't be because of this traitor here who spits on his parents' graves by joining your cesspool of a village. There's another kunai stuck in his femoral artery and preventing him from bleeding out. It can't be my students, as they are ready to use the suicide jutsu I taught them to blow your hospital sky high. And it can't be you. I can sense the demonic chakra, but I've dealt with Jinchuriki before kid, and you stand no chance. Now, I'm going to take this bastard back to IWA and you're not going to stop me or else kiss everyone in this place goodbye, she taunted, holding a hand sign with the kunai hand, though the gain of Deidara not being at knife point was moot when the hand sign made his blood chill. Naruto knew that move. It was one ANBU on the most classified missions used if their teammate was caught and couldn't kill themselves due to being incapacitated, resulting in a very large explosion of flesh. First, the one who volunteered would have a seal drawn on a tiny scroll that would be injected into their bodies, usually the base of the neck. Then, it would be linked to one person, who could set it off. Ultimate trust was needed for the jutsu to work as both parties had to be willing. As far as Naruto knew, it hadn't been used in Konoha since before Kurama's attack and wouldn't be used again if Dragon had any say in it. At least, that's what the commander claimed when he told Naruto about having to use it during the Third Shinobi War on a comrade who was like a sister to him to prevent Konoha's involvement in some mystery mission. It was the only time the blonde ANBU had heard such palatable guilt in his commander. Where most other emotions would seem muffled, that guilt was suffocating. The jutsu disgusted both Bijou and Jinchuriki. Naruto's eyes flashed red. You monster. Using that on Genin. Kurama's chakra laced his own voice before being reined in. Naruto noticed the hesitation in her eyes as she no doubt struggled with the thought of combusting her students, and Naruto capitalized on it. He used Kawarimi with the 4-drip to get right next to the semi-conscious Deidara and swung his blade down at an angle that would take off the Jonin's hands yet not touch his friend and quasi-roommate. The Jonin shunshined away, switching places with Naruto, who now had a clone trying to cauterize the other blonde's femoral artery. He spared a quick thanks to his foresight in paying for those medical lessons all those months ago. Tisk, IWA will demand Konoha's blood for this. She spat. Naruto stared impassively. Kurama? Think she'll go through with killing her Genin? Naruto thought desperately so he could formulate a plan. I don't know. Her chakra signature is fluctuating between determination and uncertainty. Brat, take her down before we find out. The ANBU agent blinked at the order but hardened his eyes. Why do you protect that bastard anyways, huh? He, a brat who had everything after his parents died, betrayed everyone. I was the one to convince the Tsuchikage to let the child become his apprentice, and now my own village thinks I'll go crazy like him. He's a traitor, a freak with that bloodline. Deidara will only stab you in the back if you let him. The Jonin started ranting. Clearly she was not stable and viewed this as a messed up way to regain her honor. Deidara is not an IWA traitor anymore, but a valued Konoha comrade. Naruto shot back. Deidara, who was waking up, widened his eyes along with the woman he now learned had a connection to his family. Fish cake, leave. She's famous in IWA for being able to subdue both Jinchuriki at once with her underhanded tactics despite being slower and less powerful than most Chunin. I'm not worth it, not after what I did to my old village. Shut up. Yes you are. Just because you blew up some buildings to mask your escape buildings I know you made sure would be as empty as possible and didn't agree with the Tsuchikage's policies doesn't make you worth leaving to die for. You're my friend Deidara. Everyone makes mistakes and you've paid for yours already. Now, shut up and let me handle it. And Hikaru's deadly voice spoke from the doorway. Don't forget us. Yugao and Hayate landed on the bed from the ceiling, having heard everything. Naruto didn't know it, but Kurama had sensed all of them but chose to not say anything in favor of watching his friend demonstrate his loyalty. Hey, we want to join the party too. Team Hawk and Beta chirped, surrounding them. And finally us. Thanks for letting me know about the little explosive scrolls, too bad for you I have ways of finding it. Dragon idly drawled with Angel on his shoulder, both looking rather bloody. Dragon wouldn't tell his subordinate this but when his bird informed him of Deidara's predicament, but that mouse was already headed to stop it, he had decided to observe as he was already at the hospital to heal his shoulder. The damn root agents he took out attempting to snoop for Takashi's location were able to capitalize on his sleep-deprived and distracted state. Thankfully Angel was there as an effective distraction, even if her real mission was to follow the trail and confirm one of Danzo's many bases throughout Konoha. So far, Dragon had mapped out 15 of the rumored 20 and Angel had been instrumental in the last 2, even if she was ticked about keeping it from her partner. Deidara looked wide-eyed at his friend's family, he decided, who would willingly stay despite the risk, and blinked away tears. Nobody had ever been so loyal, seeing him either as a maniacal creep for his bloodline, or a tool for their own political purposes. However, here his family was, even knowing what could happen. One slight twitch in her chakra could cause the explosion. Maybe, but you can't disarm it without surgery. Killing me automatically starts the reaction, and killing them now would cause you to go to war you can't win. Either way, IWA will crush you. No, but this works. Mouse, if you would. Dragon murmured the last bit into his student's ear. Naruto used a shunshin to appear inside the Jonin's defenses, who found herself unable to move from one of the ANBU Nara's shadow possession. She couldn't speak due to a sudden shadow strangle creeping up her neck in a threatening manner. Naruto, before she could blink to process this, knocked her out with a roundhouse kick to the head. Using a kick mid-air after a shunshin took skill, and the blonde was tempted to preen as the woman who threatened his village and friends crumpled to the floor after the Nara let her go. Silence reigned for 3 seconds before Hikaru and the head ANBU medic, a younger ANBU called Deer who took over after his predecessor wanted to retire, started working on closing Deidara's wound completely. And that's why you should never play with your food, children. Do so and you risk not completing your mission, Dragon said sagely. Dragon-sama, you think IWA will confess to this? Naruto asked dubiously. Well, unlike the Hyuga incident, we have live prisoners to question. Time to let a Yamanaka suck them dry and let the council decide what to do. Dear. The commander barked. Hi. Deer chirped while making sure Deidara was all the way healed and handing Hikaru a packet on the additional care needed. Go take care of our exploding genin if you would please. Yes, Commander. And Deer left in a fervor, already using an intercom to gather more surgeons. Everyone stood awkwardly. Well? Quit standing around like academy students. Hawk, take your squad and Viper's squad back to hospital duty. Cat, take your boyfriend with you to watch after those academy brats. We can't let any visitors think children run rampant. Wolf, get Fox back to your apartment and wait to report to me there. He doesn't look injured enough for a hospital bed. Everyone's sweat dropped at Dragon's assumption but complied. And Mouse? Naruto gulped but steeled himself, already imagining having to do his commander's paperwork or make more seals on his day off. Go to room 326 until 5 p.m, Angel will be your apartment. Bye, Naruto. Angel chirped mischievously. Naruto narrowed his eyes but quickly left to fulfill the strange order. 3 minutes later? Naruto opened the door slowly, ignoring Kurama's loud laughter. As soon as the door opened, a to-go bowl of Ichiraku's hit him in the face. There you are, Baka. Now get in here, I've been waiting to eat for like an hour. There, sitting on the bed surrounded by dozens of ramen bowls, was Yakumo Kurama. The heiress looked him in the eye before snickering. Naruto's blush was legendary as he looked the smile the girl gave him, feeling his heart racing at her giggle. Why Yakumo? What are you doing here? Naruto said after Yakumo got up and dragged the tomato-faced boy to sit in the chair next to her bed. They have me in a bunker, with lots of moisture. I got pneumonia but I'm almost better. Yakumo explained while flexing her toothpick arms as proof. Soon I'll be better, and you can help me be a ninja. With your skin? Please, it's so white it would light up the room for enemies. Naruto joked. Yakumo huffed good-naturedly. Well, at least I'm not so short that clients think I'm an academy student. Was her retort, exaggerating the fact she was slightly taller than him now. Why you? One day I'll tower over everyone and then you'll be sorry. Even the QB? Even him. He jumped up and pumped his fist in the air. Soon conversation devolved into giggling between friends. Naruto sighed, it was indeed a great day off. Hours passed and Yakumo fell asleep, as talking so much still made her tired. Mind telling me how you almost had the hospital blown up? Tenzo spoke from the window suddenly. That made the blonde gulp. Maybe this wasn't quite the perfect day. Chapter 33. Outside Konoha walls, 2 days before the exams. Naruto leaped from tree to tree, not appreciating the last-minute preparations that fell to him. Why Jiraiya didn't tell him weeks ago that the western forest needed extra traps for their visitors he would never know, but the Toad Sage had his ire. Waking up before dawn on his supposed day off before their last checks tomorrow was not the blonde's idea of fun. At least the sunrise was nice. Naruto bounded up the tallest tree in the area, breathing in the fresh morning air. In 2 days it would be coppery, smelling of death, misery, war. The genin on the training grounds, including Sasuke whose yell could be heard as Kakashi-senpai continued to kick him around, were clueless to the battles ahead. That could have been me, Kurama. I could have ended up just like them, naive to what was happening. Naruto mentally mused. He heard a disgruntled snort. Must you be so loud, runt? I was sleeping away Shikaku's stench. Is that really something you can sleep off, though? He cheekily replied. A roar loud enough to jolt him from the branch was his partner's response. Naruto was glad he could still have humor knowing there was a large chance he wouldn't be able to for a long while. Casualties in war were common, after all. ANBU and Genin, the top and bottom in ranks, had the highest chance of not making it out of an invasion unscathed. One because their higher skills demanded them face off against a horde of enemies, and the other because they were the weak links to exploit. I promise I'll do what I can to protect you all, the blonde ANBU vowed, gaze steeled on his village. Annoyance at the early morning was gone, replaced by protective instincts. Kurama snorted as his host headed to the headquarters with a plan to make yet another batch of seals. The fox didn't say anything though, as without them, Naruto would be a nervous mess not fitting of a Jinchuriki. Naruto, you've made 15 explosive seals in the last hour for each ANBU agent, please stop. You need rest? Yugao had been called in by Hawk, who was frankly freaked out at the speed and intensity of their Kohai. Normally Dragon or the other members of Ro would deal with it, but their commander had just nodded approvingly at Mouse and Yugao was the only free member of their squad. I'm fine, Yugao-senpai, he protested. No, Naruto, you're not. Otherwise you wouldn't still be here at 10 p.m. when you got here at what time again? Before 6 am, Hawk quipped. Exactly. Now come back for some dinner and sleep or I'll knock you out myself. Yugao warned. Naruto sighed. Fine. It's just, what if we lose? We've had months to prepare and our forests are death traps, how exactly would we lose? This made Naruto just sag further. No, I mean what about our squad? You and Hikaru-senpai have to stay near wherever the Hokage is, Taicho is helping Dragon-sama on the main wall, and that just leaves Deidara and I. What if one of us doesn't make it back? Or the Genin, or even Hokage-sama? All valid fears, Yugao realized. Naruto had never lost a squad member, never saw one of his academy peers stare glossy-eyed at the sky. He never had someone close to him fall for the greater good. And that could change so easily in this invasion. Or the war sure to follow. Not to mention Naruto himself had a high probability of death from fighting the Suna Jinchuriki. He may have 15 extra scrolls of water, leading Dragon-sama to cover up why the local hot springs were missing their supply, and chakra chains, but what use were those when a lucky kunai to the heart could end it all? Konoha's Jinchuriki may be an unknown entity, as they liked it, but that didn't make him any less of a target. And he would be fighting the trump card with orders to either capture or eliminate. The Shinobi Council made it clear that if he was able to cripple or kill Gaara they'd be very proud, and that failure would be most disappointing for a Jinchuriki. In other words, Naruto had to win. Not only for the village but as a show of loyalty. And with the squad unexpectedly split up it rested more on his shoulders. They've known this from day one of planning. But now it was here. She expected her Kohai one she's had the privilege to train and see his family a nervous mess. And he was. Until the glazed look indicating he was talking to the beast within happened and he laughed. Kurama says to just be glad we get to let loose and go eat ramen. Yugao snorted and pulled out her sword. So you listen to the furball and not your favorite senpai? She unleashed killing intent in teasing. Ah no. Not at all. Ah, gotta scram. Using his chain of shunshins and hint of demonic chakra he escaped the incoming sword. Left behind was a chuckling purplet and rather confused Hawk. Meanwhile, under Konoha. In less than 2 days Konoha will fall, and up will arise a darker one fit to overthrow the nations. A one-eyed warhawk looked over his ranks critically. Many had gone missing or died when 15 bases were struck within a span of 36 hours. Then, they stopped with no indication of the perpetrators except remnants of weapons commonly found everywhere and lightning chakra. If he didn't know better, Danzo would have thought Sarutobi finally grew a spine to eliminate him or that Takashi turned on him. Neither would make sense though, especially as his spies reported ANBU keeping the boy sedated with plans to have Jiraiya crack the seal after the invasion. By then the boy would be back where he belonged. Nevertheless, to make sure there wasn't a different spy, they moved the survivors to the most secure base, one only those involved with the Neo-Uchiha clan knew about, and didn't allow anyone to leave. Soon though root would rise with the fall of the diseased leaves. Remember your orders, wait until Konoha forces defeat the invasion, and then anyone who opposes us is to be taken out. While Orochimaru and Sarutobi murder each other I will personally face the commander if he interferes. On my signal take the lesser ANBU out in the post-invasion chaos. Once I'm Hokage, we go to war with the lesser villages. For Konoha. Danzo's cane echoed throughout the cavern as hundreds of masked shinobi knelt from the ceiling. A flick of the wrist sent them all away, off to prepare for the spoils of war. All he thought about, however, were targets to take out. Sai, the traitor. Naruto Uzumaki, to be reprogrammed. Dragon, the insufferable nuances. Hiruzen, his oldest friend and biggest regret at failing to assassinate him decades prior. Konoha would be saved, Danzo vowed. Even if he had to burn it to the ground completely and start again. None noticed the crow poofing out of existence, having a location to verify with his master. Day of the invasion, pre-dawn, ANBU HQ. Sai, the traitor. Naruto Uzumaki, to be reprogrammed. Dragon, the insufferable nuances. Hiruzen, his oldest friend and biggest regret at failing to assassinate him decades prior. Konoha would be saved, Danzo vowed. Even if he had to burn it to the ground completely and start again. None noticed the crow poofing out of existence, having a location to verify with his master. Day of the invasion, pre-dawn, ANBU HQ. Dragon looked over his men and women, knowing some of the masks he saw would not be with them when the dusk settled. Heck, he might not be here depending on how the destruction of Root went. But that didn't matter. For they were Konoha shinobi, the best of them too. Squads Gamma and Slug were stocked to the max on medical supplies and guerrilla warfare weapons. Deer was on standby for the Hokage's or ANBU's needs, even if Dragon wished it wouldn't be. Hawk and his squad were leading 5 others in the stadium defenses. Multiple battalions would aid the Chunin and Jonin in village protection as well as making sure the forests remained death traps. And then there was Ro. The squad knee-deep in everything this invasion stood for. Tenzu would be with him to slaughter Root, Kakashi joining them. Yugao and Hikaru had their own assignments unique to their skills. Then the 2 newest ANBU and Hellcat with the largest role, stopped the Jinchuriki of Shikaku from unleashing itself on the village. Intel suggested it would try to do so in the forests outside, meaning their youngest Kohai were likely on their own against unknown forces. Dragon was certain they'd succeed. He did train them, after all. This would be Naruto's first assignment that Dragon didn't have a summons following, but Deidara and Angel should prove to be adequate backup. If not, he'd eat his mask. Our objective is simple, ensuring the Oto-Suna alliance fails. But, just as important, come back alive. Dragon paused to let that weight settle. If I find out you laid down your life and there were any other options available to accomplish our objective, I will resurrect you myself and use your ghost as a training partner for a decade. This is not a battle for glory, but a tragic event to show what happens when you mess with Konoha. It's not about your honor, it's about keeping the village safe. Is that clear? Yes, Dragon-sama. Rang out in HQ. Ever since Dragon came into power, ANBU became a well-oiled machine with fewer casualties. But war made the younger shinobi do stupid things, things that led to unnecessary death. Dying to save your comrade from certain death was one thing. Dying because you rushed in like a rookie drunk on bloodlust was another. Dragon had seen too many shinobi die to stupidity during the Third Great Shinobi War. He refused to let his men join those ranks. A comfortable silence latched onto the room until the commander snapped. What are you waiting for? An invitation. Go, before I use your lazy asses as a shield. Seconds later the room was empty save Tenzu, who just gave a respectful nod. It was time to bath the great tree in blood once again. With Naruto and Deidara. 2 masks, a fox and a mouse, hung upside down from the stadium's guard tower ceiling completely concealed, a shinobi cat joining them along with dozens of summons. Deidara was stewing, waiting with clay bombs to make art out of Konoha's invaders. He knew this was a sort of test, a final show to see if he was loyal when push came to shove. The older blonde swore to not disappoint the Hokage or commander. Naruto was planning with Kurama. Neither would accept a loss, though only one wanted to kill the host. The other sat in conflict, hoping it wouldn't come to that. If he could take the other Jinchuriki out quickly, he could focus on what he really wanted to do: protect his home at the front lines. Both ANBU, regardless of their thoughts, gazed at their target, the trump card of the enemy. Gaara no Sabaku. Fellow Jinchuriki and known psychopath. Currently standing in the sun listening to a carefully neutral Hayate give instructions for the upcoming battles. The first rounds will be 10-minute matchups in the following order. First match, Hinata Hyuga v Sakura Haruno. Second match, Kiba Inuzuka v Rock Lee. Third match, Kankuro no Sabaku v Shino Aburame. Fourth match, Tenten v Temari no Sabaku. Fifth match, Niji Hyuga v Sai. Sixth match, Gaara no Sabaku v Sasuke Uchiha. If I say stop, you stop, or I'll make you. Hayate coughed. Now, will everyone but Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Haruno leave for the contestant box? Naruto tuned the rest of the explanations out in favor of glancing over to the forest a ways behind them knowingly. A certain pair of chakra signatures flitted in and out of his range. One of which he knew all too well, like an old pain that never quite leaves. Things just got more interesting, the blonde mused with dread. For waiting like a mocking predator was none other than the crystal user that destroyed him and his summons all those months before. Looks like he was getting a rematch sooner than he thought.